If the Earth is a rotating ball, how do I do that?
You can't. It has to be flat for you to go in a straight line.
Well, yeah, regardless, right? That flight path is going to be curved.
Yeah.
For me to stay over that straight line, right? So if I draw a straight line on a globe, if I want to, and the globe is spinning, to stay over that straight line, my flight path has to be curved. No one does this in reality. They just take a heading and point in that goddamn direction and fly that way.
Yeah, you look. Airplanes is a great flat Earth proof. They don't account for curvature. They don't account for rotation. There's no instrument on the plane that accounts for any of that. It's all whether or not you believe they're magically just accounting for it with no evidence.
Adjusting the curvature. Yeah, that's what they bring up.
Yeah, then there's that problem, right? Adjusting around the curve because, you know,
I was in a conversation with this guy, and he's like, they just automatically adjust the curvature. Or something like that. I don't even know what the fuck he was talking about.
Well, I mean, their argument would be, well, you stay at a certain level because of, right, the plane flies. So the way an airplane actually flies is the pressure on the wing, right, the aerodynamics of the wing. There's lower pressure above the wing and higher pressure below the wing, right, because of the way the wing is shaped, and it pulls you up, basically. And then, but it's only going to pull you up so far to kind of, you're at like pressure equilibrium, and you're going to fly at that elevation. And they say that the atmosphere is curving around the Earth, so you're going to just curve around the Earth at this level, right, at this flight level. The problem with that is you have a velocity vector. That means the plane has a vector it's going in a particular direction. Now, you know, as we know from Newton's laws, right, an object traveling in a straight line will stay traveling in a straight line. Right? So any instantaneous velocity in a direction, to change that direction, you have to do something. It doesn't do it by itself. So in this case, the example QE often uses is Pittsburgh to Atlanta, which is 500 miles. That's 37 miles under the initial velocity vector at Pittsburgh. So you have to keep tipping down, right, to keep changing your direction to get to that 37 miles down from where you started. You just don't magically float there.
Yeah.
Because the plane has this thrust in the engine pushing you in a direction. They even have an indicator. I don't know if you play any flight video games, but there's an indicator. There's a velocity vector indicator. It's the W on the indicator. So wherever that W is pointed is where your plane is pointed.
Don't they actually fly with the nose tilted at like 2 degrees up or something?
Yeah. Then there's that problem, right? The angle. So planes don't actually fly completely level. They have to tilt the wing up. It's called the angle of attack of the wing, because the plane is kind of like water skis. You know what I mean? If you get your skis parallel to the water, you're going to fall on your face. So you kind of have to tilt the skis up a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's how you fly with a wing. You actually have to tilt the plane up a little bit.
That's funny. My brother's actually a pilot, and he doesn't know I'm a flat earther because I know it's just too much for him. But like, I sneakily ask him things about, because he's a pilot, so I'll ask him all these things, and it's really funny to hear his answers. Like I'll be like, oh, how do flight paths make sense to you? And he's like, no, they make no sense. Like when I'm flying from like Germany to the U.S., I gotta go way up over England in this giant curve, and it's like, interesting, because when it's not a globe map, it's just a straight line. You know, it's fun to talk to people that are actually pilots, and because they're obviously they have no idea. No, they're definitely not accounting for rotation or curvature. They've never even thought about it before, right?
Also, in actual like commercial flight, they have international flight routes, right? So they actually have corridors through which planes fly. So you just can't just fly wherever you want across the Atlantic. You have to fly within one of these flight corridors. They're typically, I don't know, I think they're like 10 miles wide or 100 miles wide or whatever. So they have one quarter going east, one quarter going west. So if you want to go from New York to, say, London, you don't just like point your plane at London and go in that direction. You have to fly up into one of these white corridors, which I think starts around Nova Scotia or Newfoundland or somewhere up there, and fly in this corridor across the Atlantic and then into Europe. And then they have European flight corridors, and then you fly to where where you want to fly within those. So you can't just like fly around. It's not how it works.
It's like if you're flying a plane and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna account for curvature," you're gonna crash the plane into the ground.
Good luck. I mean, but things like a plane is not a measuring instrument, and I just try to stay away from like these derivative arguments, right? Oh, the sun does this and the moon does that and airplane this, and because ultimately those are being used within some sort of like conceptual model, right? We can conceive of a model in which the plane is used. They can conceive of a model in which the plane was used. Some third person can think of some other brand new pretzel Earth model and think the plane is used with that, right? And you can construct some, concept in which this is the case. But these are all indirect inferences of some assumption or preconception you already have, right? You're just building off the preconception. You don't need to do that because you can just measure the Earth directly as it is and not have any preconceptions about what it is.
Yeah, it goes back to there's no measurable curvature, there's no measurable rotation. We don't experience any of it. We don't experience any of it in an airplane either.
Yeah, flat Earth is outside. It's not on your television set. It's not on a piece of paper. It's not, it's not on a screen.
Have you guys heard the argument of like vertigo when you go on a sea trip and people get sick because they're having a hard time adjusting on a ship or something like that? I don't.
Seasick. You get seasick because So this happens with car sickness too, because your eyes are telling you you're not in motion, but your ears are saying you are in motion. Right? Because you had the vestibular system.
Right.
So the waves are knocking you around, right? But you're on the ship, and relative to you, the ship is not moving. The ship looks like it's stationary, but your ears are going all crazy and say, "Hey, I'm falling up and down, 20 feet every, 60 seconds." But your eyes are saying, "No, everything's cool," and that's what causes seasickness or car sickness, right? Because you're in the car, you see the inside of the car, and it don't feel like you're moving. It don't look like you're moving. But your inner ear picks up the motion.
Right.
And it's that disconnection between your eyes and your vestibular system that causes sickness.
Man, what else do we want to talk about? Oh my god.
You want to talk about the vestibular system?
That's what babies suffer from, right? When babies are born, they suffer from that, right? They're still getting used to the motion, and their eyes don't. It's the contrast. That's why they fall over and vomit a lot, right?
Yeah. So there's the other thing. Your eyes will rotate in your skull if you're like tipped over. So if you fell out of a tree at like a 45-degree angle, your eyes will rotate to orient themselves up and down so that they're vertical. You don't consciously do this. It just automatically happens. Your eyes are hooked into your vestibular system.
Right.
And they try and orient your eyes so that they're, vertical, the way you are, just as if you're standing up straight. Even though your body...
The human body is fucking crazy. That's...
Yeah.
I was just joking, by the way. I was mocking a Globo that claimed that that's why babies vomit and fall over.
It actually wouldn't surprise me. Like that system didn't even work yet, right?
Quick pro gaming tip. This is why some gamers are better than others, because some don't realize most amateur gamers look at the rest of the screen, but pro gamers stare directly at the dot because you like somehow your vestibular system can pick up on that too, movements in the game and everything if you're really paying attention. That's why sometimes they call it the what's that, the instinct or whatever. Oh, the flow state. But what you're actually doing is you're hyper focused on the one area of the screen that you should be focused on.
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah.
He's talking about first-person shooters, and not like, you know.
Oh, Rainbow Six Siege, bro. I'm just never gonna be good at that game, even if I look at the fucking center of the screen. I'm just gonna be bad. Oh, it's a cope I gotta deal with.
You got to get used to it. Just try it. You keep your eyes focused on the dot, and you'll learn to follow the dot. And every time you move your joystick, you'll move your eyes with the dot. It's perfect precision.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, you put like a piece of blue tack in the center of the screen. Yeah, right on the crosshairs. You get center, and then yeah, I've heard that.
What you do is you turn off the crosshair. Play like that.
Yeah, turn it off. Yeah.
Why does turning off the crosshair make you play? They just like
because you give it because you can't rely on it as a crutch.
Oh, I see. You have
so the orientation of the screen relative to your center of vision. Right, you get a better like we'll call it synchronization for lack of a better word. You know, you have a better spatial awareness relative to like your screen. You know, if you just play like that for a while, obviously it's harder initially, but eventually it'll improve you a little bit, right?
Yeah,
but then
I mean, I'm more of a visual.
You'll notice you're probably like 10% better than you were before you did this exercise.
Dude, I play Minecraft, bro. I'm not more really a first-person shooters kind of guy, but that game is so fucking fun. That's another topic, though. Dude, I gotta go. I'm tired. It was nice talking to you guys, though. Peace out.
All right. Peace out.
Hey, what's everyone up to tonight?
Oh, about 6 feet tall. What are you up to?
I don't even know where to start. I guess just getting my life together. Yeah, that's a good way to. Yeah.
Just say your height, bro.
Come on, man. Oh, my height. I'm super short. Yeah, I'm.
So what are you up to? I said 6 feet. You're supposed to say, well, I'm up to 7'2".
I'm literally like 5'4". Yeah, I'm pretty
Jesus
short.
Christ, man.
Well, the reason I pull it off because I'm Asian, so it works. Yeah, I got it. And plus, you know what? When you know what I say when people are like, "Oh man,"
that didn't sound right.
Well, when people say, "Hey, you're short," you know what I say to that? I say, "Well, so is life. So, how about them apples? You know, how about them apples?"
No, you just tell them short people live longer, which is actually true.
I'm in that club. Man. I'm in that club. I'm under 6 foot.
Well, life is the longest thing we ever experienced, but
it's also short. Yeah, it is a wild concept for sure. But
short is like 6'6" and below. Okay, like you're not.
That's like the bare minimum.
I meant 5'6". 5'6" and below is short because average height is like 5'9". So
yeah,
at least in America, but short people live longer.
It's true.
Longer.
You know what's
all
weird?
People die quickly, and I mean maybe that's why girls like tall guys because they're hoping to get all their shit and they die off.
Facts. Facts on that, dude. That's so crazy. You said that. That's funny. Yeah, the solo road is the best road, honestly, and just I think dating is outdated in this society at least, or maybe it's always been that way.
I'm out of that game, so I have no fucking idea what it is.
No,
I watch it as a passive observer.
Yeah.
I know it's a train wreck.
Keep
Problem
searching,
is-
mate. You'll find someone, man. Don't worry.
It's not that. It's that you're trying to use a good faith system in a non-good faith current setting of culture.
Facts, yeah. Everything is
Not
so
everyone's a
ungodly.
prick, man. Not all those women are fuckwits.
It's
So,
hard and it's rare, but you'll find one.
Don't get red
I don't know.
pilled too
I'm
much,
not going
man.
to count on it. Like, I'm just happy if a girl says something kind to me. That's enough for me now. Like, I don't.
I wouldn't be
don't
happy
know.
with that.
I mean,
Fuck
I
that.
just.
Well, more than that.
Well, right. But the thing is like.
Also, where are you looking for women?
Yeah,
Well-
that's right.
That's
Well,
the
I'll
number
say-
one problem.
What lake are you fishing in, brother?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm not even. Okay, I'm not even. All right, so I
Go
don't
to the
even
library,
fish.
man.
I don't even fish. I just let
libraries
it
don't
happen.
exist anymore. I'm kidding.
No,
Well,
that's
before-
true.
before-
Where's
okay,
the
before I-
library? Come on. Don't
Before
be
I
silly.
even think about dating someone ever again, is like they have to be willing to have conversation, and a lot of people just can't. That's really what I'm asking for. Is like someone to just have conversations with, and not yell.
How
at
do you
me.
know if you're not trying to have conversations with anyone if they can have conversations?
You're looking for a flat Earth girl, is what you need.
That facts. No, that's true. No, that's very true. But I'm afraid that like the
flat
end
Earth
of
dating.
times are. Yeah.
Gotta
No,
get rid of
I'm
India
serious.
first.
We're gonna get the one flat Earth girl that exists and have the flat Earth dating game on the live stream.
Well, I'm almost certain that Lo-Fi Girl isn't a flat earther, so I guess that's out of the picture.
Oh, you just missed one, mate. We've got Sydney in here, so she's not here anymore, but she's single. So hit her up, Lo-Fi.
Well, my life is so insane. You know what's crazy about discovering flat Earth is that you have to
That's
get to
mean
like
too much.
you have to
Sorry.
get to a genuine crazy point in your life to get to like actually discuss, because like you have to be full accepting, and a lot of people just I don't know. It took me.
I think it requires a great sense of loss, whether it's like physical or emotional, to get to that point. Because like
Yeah.
someone had mentioned earlier, a lot of flat earthers or people that believe in like flat Earth have gone through like a lot of shit in their lives that most people shouldn't have to deal with, or gone through too much. And we just hit a point, and I think it helps your mind refine and see what is actually necessary in life versus what you want and you enjoy. It says this is what you need to survive, and this is what you're going to do to survive, versus this is what I want in my future.
Yeah. Well, the most fascinating thing about flat Earth is that you just
Yeah.
what you
Flat
see.
Earth is non-bullshit.
Like, what do you
There's
observe?
no fat. There's
do you
exactly. There's no
observe?
fat. There's no sugarcoating. There's no BS to it. So hey, this is just how raw and how life is. And since you're already in that raw state of life, you're just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about flat Earth with coworkers today, and like they take some of the popcorn off the string, but they won't go to the very end. Like
That's all you need.
Bro.
You don't have to give them the whole string. If they take even a single piece of popcorn, that's going to stay
Yeah.
with them.
It's so true, because every time I see them, they're like, "Bro, do you really think that?" I'm like, "Yeah, you know I do. You know." They're like, "Why?" I'm like, "It's not an
But
opinion.
see,
it's
they
what I
keep
observe."
bringing it up, which shows that their interests and that their questioning is there, whether subtly or subconsciously, it's there.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. It's the funniest thing. It's like I'll walk through the door and they're like, "Bro, do you really think that?" It's just like, yeah, let's have this conversation. And then the frustrating thing is that I get yelled at, for talking about flat Earth because they brought it up first, and then it's just like, and then they start talking about Buddhism and Hinduism and like karma
It's all
and
your fault.
all these
It's all
random
your fault for
things.
being a flat earther. You should
Yeah, I
be
know.
way.
No, I'll carry the torch. I've had a lot of like, I guess you could say I've been very naive and I've made poor decisions in my life. And I guess if my karma or whatever it is to like help people discover sensibility, then I will take as many tomatoes to the face as possible. I mean, quite literally, I in the Lo-Fi server, there's almost 1 million people in there, and everyone like, ganged up on me, but like in a sense, they're still cool with me. It's the weirdest thing. I think deep down, people know there's truth to it, and by the time everyone kind of wakes up to it, I don't know. It's kind of trendy in a sense, but not.
People don't want to lose their ball.
Yeah, they don't want to lose their balls. Exactly.
It's weird, isn't it? Because like they'd be under the impression that you believe the Earth is flat, right? So, right?
Yeah.
Well, I can
they
prove
can shit
it
on
though.
you.
Like I
They can,
well, not
they can,
prove
I
it.
know, right? But they can shit on you all they like about that, right? Nobody blinks an eyelid, right? But if someone says,
Right.
"Well, oh yeah, what are you? Oh, I'm a Muslim. I believe in Allah," they're like, "Oh, interesting," and nobody shits on them or anything, like.
Or I believe in aliens or ghosts.
Oh, I believe in aliens. Yeah, that's acceptable.
astrology.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I've
Well,
never
actually,
had a
I saw this
topic.
documentary. Like,
Yeah.
Right. I've never had a topic get people so angry at me. Like I've actually stopped speaking to me.
That's
like,
the
I-
cognitive dissonance breaking out.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like it's
Bro,
Because
I had
subconsciously their mind is connecting A, B, and C, and it sees it, but their active mind does not and is fighting against it. That's how I initially was. Becoming a flat earther, I feel like, is almost like the stages of grief. There's multiple stages. You have like your denial, and then you get to the stage of once your realization is that you're like, you just want to share it and spread it. But then after that, you just hit a point of like, you just feel like you're in a Zen state, man. Because you understand what the world is. You understand your place. You understand, the creator, whether you call it whatever you want to be. But
it's so true.
once you realize what everything is, life is honestly so goddamn simple and easy.
Truth.
Almost everything we have, 95% of the stuff we have is just luxury and bullshit.
That's absolutely true. And you know what's interesting too is that after discovering flat Earth, you realize that the resources that are within the Earth should be free. Like I was thinking about how insane it was that I paid $2.50 for a bottle of water, and I was thinking about water should be free. And what I mean by that is
Muammar Gaddafi was digging in the desert, and he intended to give all of Africa water and farmland. And look what the UN did. They went and just destroyed everything he had done. He said he had found endless water underneath the land there.
That's the thing. That's subconsciously why I want want everybody to just wake up to it, because then they'd realize that they're shackling themselves.
And that's why I think flat Earth
screws your life up.
That's why flat Earth, if people are like, well, what about, let's say, hypothetically, like conspiracies in whatever category, whatever you're interested in, flat Earth is the most important topic, because that is the gateway to everything else. Because if that one thing changes, 95% of everything else has to change.
Yes, and it's so crazy because it's the Bible.
Everyone's like, it's like going in a hotel hallway and seeing all these doors. They all look the same. They're all the same size. But at the very end of the hallway, there's a giant golden door with no lock on it. What door are you going through?
Right. The golden one, for sure.
Yo, what's up, Lo-Fi?
Hey, what's good, yo?
What's up?
I'm just pushing through. I do think it's weird. I've never been able to handle hate as much as I can now. I kind of, in a sick way, kind of like it, because it's the emotion is so powerful. I've had people say that I need to go see a psychiatrist. I have had people tell me that I have mental illness. I have people say that I'm insane. I've had people tell me that I'm crazy. I mean, the list goes on. But never have I ever had someone's... Well, no, I've had worse. Never mind. But yeah. But it's cool, though. It's like...
Why would they say that?
Well, because they think I'm spreading, noise. It's not helping, and it's just... Because it's attacking their identity that they didn't even come to their own conclusion with.
No, hold on. That's not what... Why would they say that you thinking the Earth is flat is a mental illness? Mental illness has nothing to do with what you believe.
That's what I'm saying. No,
if I believe in ghosts or aliens, that has nothing to do with mental illness. It has nothing.
Right.
Mental illness, if you look in so there's a diagnostic and statistical manual of psychiatric disorders. I believe in flat Earth is not in there. Okay? That's not in that book for psychiatric disorders. So there's behaviors. There's behaviors that people do, right? And if one of those behaviors they are associating with flat Earth, that might be an indicator of a psychiatric disorder. But the belief in and of itself has nothing to do with psychiatry or mental illness or anything like that.
No, I
If they're
agree
hitting you with
100%.
that, they're just ad hominem attacks, and that just shows they can't prove any point or have anything to back up their point of view. So just
And
relish
hey,
it.
I was right, and hey, I was there too when I believed in the heliocentric model. I would make fun of people because
I
it was
trust
so.
me, I was awful.
It was so
right by.
easy. But you know why?
There's a
Because you have,
saying,
like,
do you know what flak
Yeah.
is? Do you know what flak is?
what?
Aircraft carrier. Guns that shoot down
Yeah.
airplanes. That's called
Right.
flak.
They use explosive time
There's a
delayed
saying,
ordnance.
you get the most flak when you're over the target.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mhm.
So if people are calling you mentally ill, all sorts of names, you're over
yeah.
the target. You're over
You
the
hit the nail on
target.
the head.
Yeah, what you're hitting is hitting. What you're saying is hitting home. And
Oh, I'm
what
hitting
they're
a nerve
doing,
for sure.
they're
Yeah.
they're trying to attack you to protect your own psyche.
It's yes. It's like
It's a self-defense mechanism.
Yeah, all they can do is he must be crazy because no, this can't be true. It's like Neo in the he's in the construct of the Matrix with Morpheus. He's like, I don't believe it. Get me out, right? So that's what these guys are doing. They're having a mental breakdown, basically.
Can I jump in?
What are they going to say? That you're delusional or hallucinating? Right.
Yeah, you can jump in.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking to your point there about, on every YouTube video, you've got the box, the dreaded box, right? The context, flat Earth, the ancient, archaic, whatever, right? But you mentioned ghosts, right? Or you mentioned aliens, or you mentioned, search lizard people dressed up as Bigfoot living in a hollow Earth, right? You won't get a box.
No tag.
It's only flat Earth that gets the box, right?
Mhm.
And that goes to the flat comment. That's how you know you're over the freaking target, right?
Yeah, why is the censorship so heavy on such a what appears to be obvious thing that everyone should know?
So blind spot, check this out. We had a person come in here. This is months ago. It's actually recorded. I could actually play it for you guys, but I don't feel like it. He came in and we asked him, what do you think about flat Earth? And he repeated that box verbatim. And we said, oh, you read that off of YouTube, And he was like, no, I've never seen it on YouTube. It literally subliminally programmed him without him knowing.
Crazy. Wow.
Yeah, dude. He literally, like, verbatim, dude. Like, word for word.
But yeah, you can type in the most nonsensical, outrageous thing that has no basis in fact, right? Call it misinformation, whatever, right? Type it into YouTube, no box. Type in Earth curvature, there's the box. It's just like so stupid.
That is the sad part about them contextual boxes, is that they wouldn't put them there if they didn't actually work.
Here's the other thing. Any moon shit, whether it's moon hoax, not moon hoax, anything, you get a contextual box about Apollo. Because I actually watched something yesterday, which was like it's a NASA film, like from the 70s about, it's gross, Skylab and them making a toilet on a zero-G plane. But I even got a contextual box for that. Right? It isn't just like I typed in moon hoax. It had nothing to do with moon hoax. It was shit that actually was the same as their crap. And it was you still get a contact box. So not only are they trying to, fight propaganda, they're trying to reinforce the propaganda simultaneously in people that already believe it.
But even that, the moon hoax, right? That's and look, maybe you guys disagree, but I see that as being flat Earth adjacent. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Versus typing in Bigfoot, right? Or just Loch Ness Monster, right? Or dragons, whatever, fucking unicorns, right?
I just looked up a Bob Lazar interview, video, whatever, and it has a text box for Area 51, but I looked up a Bigfoot video, no text box.
I'm upset Loch Ness Monster doesn't have a context box. It means it's not real.
Yeah, that's right. That's how you know it's real. Right?
I'm surprised they don't have a global warming thing. Loch Ness Nessie died from global warming or some stupid shit.
God damn it.
You would think as creative and as sneaky as they are, they would come up with more creative or obvious things like that to just like convince people and knock shit out.
They understand that once people are successfully indoctrinated and it is their identity, that they only need to give them here and there nudges in the direction they want them to believe or think, you know. So that's what all these boxes are for.
Yeah, they just need to get boosted.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just looked up a video for global warming. Right, the first result on YouTube. I clicked on it. It's pro global warming, and there's a climate change text box.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And it's pro.
I'm pro global warming. I hate the cold. I'm trying to make it come faster, not slower.
Yeah.
Let's go for gold in this house.
You know, we're gonna lose all our Australians in here.
You grow more food and create more oxygen at the same time.
Yeah, heaven forbid we're creating more things that plants thrive on.
Let it be warmer. Yeah, let's get... No, I don't know, man. It's 115 sometimes out in the desert.
Well, no, you see, they don't want the world to get warmer because then people would sweat more, and that would make people healthier, and we don't want that.
I'm in Texas right now. So I much prefer some global cooling. So,
where do you live?
That's all.
Well, they say we can all fit into Texas. Sorry, TW.
Yeah. With like what, 1 square acre of land or whatever?
That's fine. It was funny you said Texas because I was right about to say, you know that global warming is true when it snows in Texas.
Okay,
that happened 3 years ago. Yeah,
I got the stats for you. I got the stats. 171 million acres in Texas, and there's 331 million people in the United States. So everybody moved to Texas and vacated the other 49 states. Everybody would get a half acre.
Whoa.
Yep.
I wonder how much space would be left, though.
Well, it would fill up Texas. Texas doesn't have enough water, but you could vacation in the other 49 states and nobody bother you.
I like that idea. Well, I don't know, man.
Okay, so here's a thought experiment. So let's say every U.S. person lived in Texas, and you could now choose any of the other 49 states to vacation in without anyone or any government being in said vacation spots. What state would you go vacation in? That's the real question.
Florida.
All of
State I'm in now because no one would come here.
Just RV around the US. That's what I'd do.
Well, you can already go to Montana without anyone being there.
Yeah, there's already still too many people there with nobody there.
Yeah, but remember, without people there, it's just the land and the sites and the shorelines.
Yeah, honestly, let's say there was nobody, literally, you could just go visit a state, no other people. I'd probably go to California. As crazy as that might sound, but it's pretty damn gorgeous.
Yeah, it is.
There's a handful of gorgeous spots.
I would try to go to the place. I'd try to go to the place that had the least likelihood of highway gangsters, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
Man, I don't want you guys to get too far off topic, but you were talking about the climate change hoax and how they use the context box and stuff like that. But now, every time I think about climate change or whatever, I'm always thinking about how it could be a cover-up for entropy always and ever increasing, because entropy only goes in one direction. And that seems like to be the reason why, if there was a reason for any kind of degradation of the climate, it would be because of the entropy and the second law of thermodynamics.
I don't think they need to cover that up with the average person. The average person doesn't understand it to begin with. I've always known climate change to just be an insidious plot to basically turn humanity against itself.
I think the average person is just trying to stay alive, basically.
Yeah, and don't forget, it's good. It's a good way of just saying you got to feel down on yourself because look what you're doing.
Well, yeah, there's going to be a life tax soon enough. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
They want to take it.
I've already accepted the fact that a lot of my opinions. I'm gonna have to say under my breath because it'll affect my social credit score otherwise. So anyway, I was bigging you up.
There's already 90% tax.
You buy with social credit. That's the thing. I don't understand the social credit score. Like, what good is it?
Oh, it's coming.
Do they give me extra money if I have a good score? Like, how does it work?
No, you get to enjoy some freedoms that you used to have that you will no longer have under their new system.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like this, Indio. You want to go on holiday? You're going to book this ticket? Oh, I'm afraid you can't because you said this thing.
You're in the wrong Discord server. I'm sorry. You can't buy that.
Have you seen Black Mirror?
You can't buy this jug of milk, sorry. You can only buy the quart of milk instead of the gallon for having these beliefs.
That Black Mirror?
That's a how-to guide.
Hear you.
The Netflix series?
Yeah. There's a really good episode on Black Mirror. Andy will be able to point you because he's fucking been binging it, I'm sure.
yeah, it's good.
This is like season 3 or something. The social credit one with the lassie trying to get a house and all that, you know?
Yeah.
I'll just tell you from my point of view, I'm not going to comply, so they can fucking kiss my ass.
Yeah, well I mean, it already exists.
Social credit.
Look, dude, I can literally live like a goddamn caveman. I don't need their shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, look,
I'll say what I want.
That's why Owen Benjamin's been like, look, it's not don't comply, it's don't rely.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
You won't be able to get your message out anywhere in you.
Well, I'll just be that screaming guy in the corner then, with a sign that says the end is nigh. I'll just be the nut on it.
I think that's the greatest evil that they've accomplished on us. They've compartmentalized literally every aspect of our lives.
I've already been saying that I'd be the crazy gal on the side of the corner of the street with the sign written on cardboard. The end is not.
Anyway, I was bigging you up in here the other day, Kim. Sharing your channel because I was watching your latest video. Oh my god, it's so good. I don't know. Did you realize that I made that comment about that ain't no Hank Williams song? That was me.
Yeah, that was you. I saw that.
Did you realize it was Shawshank Redemption? Have you seen the Shawshank Redemption? Oh, okay.
No,
the movie quote, yeah.
I've never been a movie guru, and every time. Sorry, my husband's making a lot of noise.
That's okay.
Either the 4-year-old or the grown man.
Yeah. Put him to bed. Like.
Yeah. I forgot. Oh yeah. I've never been one of those that knew all these movies and never really got into watching a bunch of movies, even before I realized people shouldn't be watching a bunch of movies.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, look, the thing is, it's all full of bloody woke bullshit anyway now, and it always was, to be honest. But now it's just more obvious. That's the truth of it. All bloody Marxist propaganda. So it's not the worst.
Shawshank's a pretty wholesome film.
Yeah. They're still pushing the hopium, but yeah, beyond that, it's a pretty good film.
I'd say that's before it got too woke.
I think the opium is within context in that film, you know. Being in
there was like a precipice that we went over where everything got really messed up, but before that we had good movies. Movies were a little bit better. Some.
Yeah, the 90s was good. There's some good movies in the 90s. After that it got pretty useless.
And not to be too much of a kiss ass for the 90s, since I did grow up in it. There were some bad movies in the 90s too that sucked.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yes, the 90s was excellent. We had like the pinnacle of some good shit, the good stuff in the 90s and early 2000s, and then it just went.
That was like the pinnacle of the no filter.
Yeah. Now, if you don't censor yourself, you're cancelled.
What are you saying, Ether? That Mallrats wasn't good?
I did that. Hey, wait a minute. Don't do that so you're saying shit to me.
So what you're saying is...
I hate that. Pisses me off. Stop putting words in my mouth.
That Jordan Peterson one was the best. So what you're saying is, do you remember that interview on Channel 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one.
So what you're saying is... No, that's not
That
what I
sounds
said.
like something that... That sounds like something that somebody would say if, like, they are trying to do the sophistry stuff and win an argument.
Yeah, let me just... It's like a preface for... Let me just change exactly what you said and turn it into what I want you to say.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry I did that to you, mate.
You're good. Okay, this guy responded to what I said. He was talking about evidence. I'm like, you don't have evidence to begin with. I put money on it. And he said, how much money? I said, all of the money in existence. There ain't no evidence for the globe, dude. It doesn't exist. There's no evidence for it.
Proof.
Not at all.
Doesn't Ruhif fucking claim to be a multimillionaire?
Mr. Roofy made 6 years ago, in his last year of working, made 8 digits in Australia. So whatever that translates to American dollars, he made at least $10 million in Australian money in the derivatives market in 1 year.
So,
I would probably then
So the
suggest
reason
that
why-
the government check his dark web history.
Yeah, you might not want to brag about that. Yeah, right. You don't used to be a flat earther.
Oh, you're right. He still is a flat
I'm
earther.
just saying.
He's just playing Glober. Because
Well, even if you are a Glober, you still live on a flat Earth, so you don't used to be a flat Earther.
No.
You are one, whether you know it or
Let him have
not.
that. Let him have that concept and just simply ask, can you please show any citation or notices of you actually being one in the past?
Oh God, yeah, prove that you used to be one.
This guy is well known. He was.
Oh, yeah. I've
He
been
did a
watching the
lot
videos
of
for a
really good
while.
observations, and
Really?
yeah, but he went back to it, being a Glober.
Just
I
easier,
wasn't aware
more
that Ruhif
convenient to
was.
be in the cage.
Oh, I'm getting mixed
Everything
up
handed
with,
to you.
with Roofy, man. My bad.
Yeah, you're getting mixed up.
I know there's range.
There's a lot.
I didn't know about Ruhif.
There's a lot of people mixing
No,
in
Roofy, my bad.
flames, so it's easy to get them all confused when they act the same.
Isn't that funny how they're all kind
Half
of
the time
a template with a different name?
Yeah, I was gonna say half the time I can't tell them apart. So
That's because most people in the world aren't even people. They're probably just robots or empty souls.
Citation for that?
My citation would be people's actions and opinions of the general public. Globe Believers, Exhibit A.
You know, I think we were talking before. Was it you, Jim, that mentioned about Venus in the sky? Like even so, my wife, who's not a flat earther, doesn't care, looked at it and said, "Is that supposed to be a planet?" And then she said, "Why is it so bright? Do planets have their own light?"
Have you seen the NASA supplied photo of what the sun would look like from Saturn? I don't know if you've seen that or not. But how small the sun is from Saturn, over 750 million miles away, and we can look
Yeah, I
at
have
it,
seen
and we
that.
can look at it and see it just fine. And it's 750 million miles away. And from Saturn, we're told that it's just a little prick in the sky. Oh my goodness! What a fairy tale! Inverse square law of light out the door right there.
What's the inverse square law of light?
Inverse square law of light. Glad you asked.
Mm-hmm.
For example, if you are one place, another place, and you make one half the distance of that, the light will get 4 times brighter. Do that again, it get 4 times brighter. Do it again, it get 4 times brighter. Consequently, if you're within something distance and you double the distance away, it becomes 4 times less light. Double it again, 4 times less light. Double it again, 4 times less light. And so Saturn is 750 million miles away, and we're 90 million. So if you double that to 180, Saturn would be 4 times less, 360 4 times less, and then 720 would be 4 times less. And it's not 4 plus 4 plus 4. And so we wouldn't be able to see Saturn at all, according to the inverse square law of light. And if we went to the moon, 240,000 miles away, and 4 times for every time we halved it, it'd be as bright as the freaking sun, but we don't see that.
And also, mind you, if you believe still that they went to the moon, when they were filming supposedly on the moon should have been almost unable to have been filmed for how bright it should have been by their math.
That's right.
Because technically, in their math, the moon is closer to the sun, and therefore it should have been brighter.
But also closer to us, because we're 240,000 miles away. You make that 120,000, then it should be 4 times brighter. You make it 60,000, should be 4 times brighter. You make it 30,000, should be 4 times brighter. And so the time you actually get on there, it has nothing really to do with what the sun's doing. It has your proximity to the moon itself.
But why does it seem to dim when you zoom in?
Oh, sorry. I see. Excuse me. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, why does it seem to dim when you zoom in on it? That's something I've wondered. I'm just studying light at the moment. As an amateur, I don't know a lot, but yeah, go on. Sorry.
It could have to deal with your how much light the telescope was taking in, or in my case, the P1000. Because when I looked at the moon about 3 weeks ago for the first time, and I put it on moon mode, and I clicked it, it actually delayed about 1 second before it clicked. So it was capturing as much light as it could.
Mm.
See what's interesting? These these photos that you see of the Milky Way galaxy taken from Earth, and you see all this brightness.
Thank you for bringing this up.
Those are 20-minute exposures. So when you see a picture of the sky and there's the Milky Way galaxy all lit up, in white or whatever it is, or orange, whatever color, that's a 20-minute exposure. And if you Google 20-minute exposure of Milky Way, it'll tell you right there. It's 20-minute exposure. It's like, great, guys. You left the stupid thing open for, and allow light in for 20 minutes. Obviously, the sky's going to brighten up like that.
Yeah. And a lot of the time, a lot of those NASA photos where you see all these different nebulas and stuff, those are just radiation clouds they've enhanced and visualized for the viewer to see. And they've admitted to this.
Yeah, those pretty pictures we see that NASA.
It's all BS. If you actually look with your eyes,
it's all hands. See that. Exactly. Yep. Even Rob Parks said that when we talked to him a few weeks ago. We asked him about, you can't on the terrestrial take a telescope and look in the sky and see what we see on Facebook or Instagram or whatever, because a lot of times we just see a star that looks like it's in water because it could be in water, but we don't see that. So that they actually do what virology does. They put something under a microscope and they pretend, dream, and imagine. And when they look up into the sky, they pretend, dream, and imagine as well to give you those pretty pictures. Now, here's the fun one. You get an astronomer with a PhD like we did with Professor Parks, and you tell him that face-to-face on a live stream, that what you do is pseudoscience, and when you look into the sky, you pretend, dream, and imagine, and see their reaction. Just do it next time you get a PhD in astronomy. They actually take offense to it.
They consider themselves scientists.
Yeah, they're dreamers, Dave. They're dreamers.
Of course, they take offense to it.
Especially, I assume, hanging out in PhD circles where it's kind of creates this feedback loop. And then if they're around anyone who's not a PhD, it's this like superiority type complex, right?
I got two things for when somebody says they have a PhD. You can tell them they got dumber by degrees, or you can say the longer in school they stayed, the worse it got. What you tell them?
Congratulations, you can memorize a paper better than other people.
You can regurgitate better than somebody else.
PhD, probably horribly dumb.
Gotta use that one.
PhD, probably high on hallucinogenic drugs.
Hey, Beatty, come here.
Oh my goodness. Probably horribly dumb. I gotta remember that one, man. That's cool.
PhD, pass high school with a D.
Pass high school with a D.
I just made this one up. That one up.
Oh my goodness. Too bad we can't find one that says stayed in school too long or something like that. Oh my goodness.
Okay, I got one for you. What's the difference between God and a PhD?
What?
God doesn't think he's a PhD. In other words, PhDs think they're God, though. That one's perfect for the word I won't mention.
Have you ever thought it's odd how they always include it in their name and email signatures and things like that?
It becomes their identity.
I've got people I work with who, it's gotten to the point now where like they got a bachelor's in social sciences or something. I don't even know. And that's even included on their emails and title and things. It's like, what? Public health? Come here.
Public health, my butt.
Yeah, and of course they're 350 pounds. Like, oh, very healthy indeed. Come here, Vidi.
Health
They're like the health minister of Belgium.
Exactly that. That's actually exactly who she is.
Yeah.
I thought for a second there your dog's name was Public Health and you were calling her.
Come here, Public Health.
Come here, Public Health.
Why should your dog look so crappy? Need I say more?
Oh, jeez. You guys are wild. I got a clip for how wild it is up in here sometimes.
It's nothing but a good time.
Y'all are wild. Having said that, wild is putting it nicely. A more fitting word would be savage, but even then, some of you are practically feral.
One of the nicest things they can tell you as a flat earther or a stationary planer when you deal with Globers is he or she's a savage. A warrior is a good word, but when they call you a savage, you know you're doing something. I don't know what you're doing. Something.
Savage is like a next level warrior. Yeah, like you go berserk, and that's
It's not enough that you're a warrior. You far surpass that to something worse.
Yes.
We're savage.
It's almost like you've become a boogeyman to them at that point.
We can
become a one-man army. Go ahead, Jim.
We can become like Mel Gibson and Braveheart, right?
Yes, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
That's when legendary status kicks in.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you've reached a point if you enter a room and like several globe people leave. Is it like, no, I'm good, and they just leave?
I was up at St. Joseph on April 14th. It was toward the evening, and this husband and wife, she had a pretty good sized camera with a huge lens on it. He had one of those little cameras, and he started telling me that, hey, you know what? Coming in June, July, and August, unless you get here real early or real late, you're not going to be able to get on the beach. And it's just like, okay. And so I went to Indiana Dunes at 3:00 this afternoon, and they had the entrance closed because it was just packed. The parking lot was all packed. They couldn't take any more people. And it's like, okay. So I guess I will be going early or late if I want to go to a beach around here, because I guess they do get. Michigan City was even packed. Now you could still get in at 4:00, but their parking lot was pretty packed too.
Yeah.
I used to live up in your neck of the woods. I used to live in Plymouth, Indiana.
Yeah.
That's where I went to high school. Yeah,
that's awesome. I don't want the conversation to go any other way, like backwards, but I just would like to say I'm thankful that things are kind of relatively normal and people are enjoying life and stuff. That's cool. But anyway, back to Flat Earth, because I don't want the conversation to go the other way. I'm just happy people are enjoying life again, and that is cool.
What I want to do is when I set my camera up on the tripod, people tend to notice because it's a weird looking camera. And so what I want to do is I want to take interviews. I want to have 5 or 6 questions, and I want to ask the person off camera, is it okay for me to ask you questions? And I'm going to tell them the questions, because I'm not going to do a hit job on them or anything like that. And I'm going to get them on camera. I'm going to ask them, why do you think you live on a globe? And then I'm going to go, what would it take for you to not believe you live on a ball anymore? And I've got 5 or 6 questions, and obviously I got to get permission for him to do it. But but they're saying it's really packed there during the day now. This is St. Joseph or Warren Dunes or Michigan City or Indiana Dunes, so it could be a target-rich environment.
You don't need permission to film people in public.
Well, I don't want to do an ambush on them, because obviously it's going to go on YouTube.
It's more of like you want to be courteous, at least asking.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Just being respectful. Like, I don't know.
And a
I
lot
like
of
to
times
walk around the
that
park.
alone is the gateway. If you're courteous and you're respectful and you're just genuine asking people, a lot of time they're more opt and open into just talking about it.
Another thing is this: a lot of folks are already used to the fact that you may or may not be recorded at any time and could be posted online.
Well, NASA never got permission to film me. Like, you can't see me very well, but I'm there.
They took pictures of my home.
If you're a guy,
Sounds like a constitutional infringement to me.
If you're a guy and you go to the beach and all you do is film the scantily clad ladies and you put it online, what are they gonna do about it? They're not a thing.
Just call you a creep.
Yeah, call you a creep, exactly.
I would say for any of you guys that are younger, be careful what you talk about. Some of us, like me, don't give a shit anymore. So, I mean, like, I'd welcome them. Like, what are they going to do to me now? I'd almost like welcome a visitor. I always say this shit. One of these days, they probably will come knocking on my door. Listen, you've been talking a lot of shit online, and I don't know what's going to happen.
You've been talking. You're 65. You've been talking about the 20-year-old babes on the beach. You shouldn't do that.
No, I don't. Like Indio said, I'm out of the fucking loop, man. I'm not even freaking. It's not that I couldn't be. I could be in the game if I wanted to. I just don't have the energy anymore. No, I'm out of the loop. I'm just like Indio said it earlier. I'm just a passive bystander. I'm not.
You just got to get out to those bingo halls, Sonny.
Oh hell no! I just want I can't mix, man. Look, I'm like a freaking native person. Like, you don't just like take the native out of the woods and take them into a social area. Like, no, I would have to work on that.
What was that about? Taking people out to the woods? What?
Like a native, like an indigenous person that lives out in the wild? Yeah, that's like me.
All right, okay.
I'd have to be re-socialized. But I've done pretty well in the past few months in offices and things like that, which is like astounding because, you know, I was getting quite irate for a while there in certain kind of offices. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I tell you what, if NASA pays me back, or whoever's in charge, I don't know who it is, whoever you are, you're in charge, I'll stop talking shit as soon as I get all my money back. Yeah. The money I paid in my taxes for something I don't believe is true. I want
For
all
an
my
agency that was originally developed to explore our oceans and then changed their mind after Operation High Jump to start exploring space. Where'd all my money go? Where'd all our money go?
They think I'm joking too. They think I'm a flat earther and I'm on here joking. No, I'm dead serious. You know who you are. Yeah.
What's the brief synopsis of how they were started as ocean explorers and became space? What was that?
I believe it was in the 1940s. NASA was developed, and it was originally to explore the world's oceans and the depths. And at some point, they went to Antarctica with Admiral Byrd and all that. And then afterwards, they just decided to start exploring space for some reason, instead of continuing or letting us know what happened there.
Boats seem
There's
a lot.
just so many little things that just don't add up. It doesn't matter how small, but it's just like, all right, if you're willing to lie about such a small, tiny thing, like, you're willing to lie about everything.
Yeah.
If someone steals from your business that's working there, one time, you don't just say, "Oh, don't do that again." No, sorry, one time is enough.
Didn't they also come back from Operation High Jump and start with Operation Dominic, which included Fishbowl and?
Mm-hmm. And then they started trying detonating weapons in the atmosphere, and were just detonating them up there for some reason.
Yeah, that was part of it. I think that was Fishbowl. That was part of Operation Dominic.
Were any other countries involved in these types of operations?
I'm sure maybe in
Or has it
funding
just
and
always
supplies
been
wise,
us?
maybe materials.
Listen, with Dominic, they had a ban on testing nuclear weapons because the USSR and the US were in a battle to the death or whatever, like this arms race, right? So they had a ban on doing any testing at all. Now, all of a sudden, after High Jump and all of that, they released the treaty on test ban in the middle of the Cold War in 1961. Like, things were not cool in Vietnam. They had already sent hundreds of advisors in there, whatever you want to call them. So, where was I going with that? Well, yeah, then they started shooting. So they allowed Russia to shoot nukes up into the supposed nukes up into the air at the same time. And I think we shot like 120, and the Russians shot probably just as many. So why would they have a ban on testing and then just drop it while there's hostilities, armed struggles going on elsewhere? Think
And
about
that's that's what I like to bring up too about like the Antarctic Treaty. So you're telling me from the start and its initiation and its conception to this point in current timeline in history, with everything that's happened between all these nations, we all can agree on just this one thing. Even though there's nations that are literally at war with each other, they could still both say, "No one should go to Antarctica."
Which is mad if you think about it. Like a bunch of men in a room that are at war. You can't tell me they wouldn't just go F yourself. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
so
going to
you're
go to
telling me-
Antarctica just because.
You're telling me the smart military tactic wouldn't be to just say, "I'm just not going to do what they're saying and just use this as an advantage now."
We're still going to honor this thing from 50 years ago.
Yeah, Yeah, don't mind that we have all these wars going on, and both these, two sets of peoples just hate each other due to what their governments are saying and stuff. But hey, we can agree. Hey, shouldn't go past the 60th parallel.
So think about this: like, what if they got the information from us and Admiral Byrd and that about all these resources, and they were told about that stuff, and
He came out live on TV and stuff.
this is going into speculation, but they were told it's quite plausible though. So they were told that we have access to all of these resources. As long as you're in power, you'll have generations of riches. You'll be rich beyond, like, as long as you stay in power. Like, so whatever that means, it could mean
As long as they control the majority of the population like cattle and uphold to a set standard, they can have whatever they want.
Yeah, so like think about the impetus to do that. Like, okay, if we just keep this secret, we're going to give you a bunch of money so you can deceive your population as well. As long as you do that, you'll get a bunch of money.
Can I ask like a question / hypothetical off of that then? So if with that being the case, then like when you bribe someone, it's because you're trying to take the route of like least confrontation and difficulty because you don't want them to usually do something, right? So like, what would the purpose of like this X entity or entities bribing our wealthiest and those that control all of us to keep us in line and in control for them? Like, what are they afraid of from us then at that point that they need us controlled and in a zoo?
Finding out. That's it. To keep us from finding out.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why are they so? Yeah, why are they? Yeah, why are they so scared of us though? Is the thing. If they're in control and they're so powerful, why are they so afraid of us?
Imagine the whole world waking up and becoming non-compliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's even that. Like what you're saying about how as long as you do this, we'll make sure you have resources or are wealthy beyond your dreams. Mm-hmm. They're already even having to agree that money is a real thing. Like, and even in that beginning, they're already controlling the people who control with that simple thing, which bleeds on down to us.
Yeah, and I
have
think
to live like it's real.
I think they're having trouble because a lot of these other nations aren't going along with the game, and you know what's happening to them. They're having to go in there and take them out by any means possible, which the U.S. has done. The U.S. is just the military arm of the Vatican. If you don't know that, you should.
Oh, there's a lot of interesting history there when it comes to the different arms of the Vatican and the different main nations that control the world.
Yeah, by decree. These were like the decree of, I think it's 1213. Forgive me if I'm wrong. You history buffs that really know your shit, like exact dates and things. But by decree, the Vatican owns all of Europe and all of North America and basically South America too. Okay. And parts of Asia.
And you know who also owns all the world's largest telescopes? The Vatican. And did you know what direction they're all pointed? They're not pointed up. They're not pointed into our celestial above us. They're all pointed south. Why is that?
Yeah.
And why is their largest telescope they have called Lucifer? If you're supposed to be Christian.
Yeah, they don't even claim to be Christian.
there's just so many things in our world and, like you say, our matrix and like universe that just don't add up. And I think that's what helped like not conform, but like bring me to like the flat Earth, like accepting of it and realization is just like they've lied about literally almost everything: our history, the science, what we eat, our nutrition, like whatever you want to say. It's lied to about us.
Everything. And that's what's interesting with any type of conspiracy theorists in general, is getting down to the root and asking them where they draw the line for what they do and don't believe.
Yeah, like I listen to your guys' like podcast, and I usually have it on like in the background a lot of the time. And my grandmother had heard it, and she had talked to me like her and my grandfather, and when they were growing up in high school, not just high school, sorry, but like school in general, they weren't taught about like a globe or anything. They were just taught it was a flat level plane growing up. None of this like heliocentric stuff. She is 98 and he is 101.
Damn.
Yeah.
Give them my props for making it.
Oh yeah, and staying together.
Yeah.
But there's just, like I said, there's just so much that's been lied to and doesn't add up. It just feels like even our history, and they're just like, oh, this is Egypt, this is Rome. It's like, but is it?
Exactly.
Because what about all these, Romanesque structures? I don't know if you guys have like looked into like Tartaria and stuff like that, but all of our capital cities in like the United States and stuff like that, you're telling me horse and buggy times with mud roads, they built all that and we can't do that now? That's funny. NASA says the same thing.
Across the Earth.
Yeah, same structures all across Earth. Oh, here's the good one that gets me, and this is just because like I'm an architect kind of person. The Great Wall of China, if it's built by China, why are the entry points to the towers and defensive side of the wall on the north?
Huh.
If you actually go to the Great Wall of China, if you look at the defensive side that's supposed to keep invaders out versus what you would consider like the the inside of your walls, the inside of the walls are on the north towards the Mongolia side. It's like they're trying to keep China out. And if you look into Tartaria and like the borders of stuff, that would be the southern border of Tartaria bordering China against them. It's just weird stuff like that, like flat Earth. That's why I think it's the biggest gateway to everything, because everything ties to that.
It is, but it's also the last in a way.
Yeah, like it's your conclusion and it's your opening.
Yeah, that's exactly how I experienced it as someone who essentially believed and loved all conspiracies. Anytime I came across flat Earth, it was, what do I look like? Do I look nuts? Like, absolutely not. And then even figuring out that and exploring that was what actually, like, oh, I just had the mental barrier of it was so strong that I was not even able to question the Earth. I could question everything else. Doesn't matter. Sandy Hook, any of it, the wars, the bankers, everything. But if it was the shape of the Earth, that shit works the way that they've programmed us.
Like, talk about architecture, a great topic. Start looking into the architecture of the ancient Aztecs, Mayans. Those people, they built the most intricate cities in 1000 AD. I know the timeline might be wrong, but Mexico City was described as 4 times bigger than any city in Europe at the time.
And this is where I always mention Graham Hancock and all of them is LIDAR has been a godsend to the ancient history community and archaeology, because we are discovering like in the Amazon, we're discovering cities upon cities that are humongous, even compared to by today's standards. Just overtaken by nature.
I'll give you guys a couple links. Look at this Carameo's channel. I'll put some links. I turned everybody onto this guy. He's got primary source information from old books, going all the way back to the conquest or the conquistadors, whatever you want to call it. Let's see. I'll put a.
I don't mean to interrupt you guys, but I think Ruhif is actually interested in an unreal.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
A discussion. No, but I'm just asking. Are you guys interested in a discussion with Ruhif? If not, then
absolutely.
Won't worry about it. But I'm going to jump off. But I'm going to listen in on YouTube.
I
gotta
think
go
anyone
do some
that's willing to come to the table and at least talk, whether they have good or bad intentions, is still a good thing, because at least they're coming to the table.
Yeah, as long as we got an all-round vote. Any objections?
No objections, I don't think.
No, we'll
No
be
objections. All right, I'll unmute.
Whoa. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Reeve.
Hello, welcome, Rue.
Talk to you guys later.
Thank you. Yes, please.
See you, T-Dub.
Who wants to fight?
What'd you say? That's what? Hey, welcome. I've never spoken to you. How are you doing tonight?
Lovely. You were posting some cell nerve stuff, were you? I think.
Hold on, your accent threw me off. I hate to say that. I talked. Are you British?
Australian, like I am.
See, I have some background noise, and I'm old, so hold on a second. But go ahead.
Posted.
Go ahead, you guys talk. I was just more interested in listening, but yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, that's all right. Your mic's a bit quiet, Reeve.
All right, hang on. Is that better?
Yeah.
Cool. I will speak into the microphone.
Were you asking who posted what?
Oh, Sonny posted something about celestial navigation about hour and 20 ago, 11:46.
Oh yeah, Sonny's a sailor. So
Yeah. Has Sonny done
corrected.
celestial navigation?
You'll have to ask him that. I'm not the best person to talk to about celestial navigation.
Yeah. Because the diagrams you posted are wrong. They're incorrect.
In what way?
It's not a right angle triangle between the observer, the GP, and the star.
It actually is.
Have you done celestial navigation?
Yes, I have.
Are you able to give a demonstration to us? So if I gave you, or if you took 3 angles, or I gave you 3 angles, can you get your position?
Listen, I did celestial navigation on board a 51-foot ketch that I helped sail from Los Angeles to Martinique, 6,000 miles, when I was 21 years old. So I'm in my 60s. Since I've actually done it that long ago, I've actually refreshed myself more on here because, I was a 21-year-old. It's quite a bit different. And I've actually learned more about what I was doing in here by going back and refreshing myself because I have a lot of life, 4 decades of life in between that period of time, right? I lived on a sailboat for quite a while, my father's boat, during this period when I was sailing and traveling. So, I mean, you could ask me questions, but
yeah,
I know about nautical almanacs. I know what they're used for, and I know those are static numbers in those books.
Oh, not quite. They do change a little bit.
They are. They only change by post-diction. They know how they.
That's already getting bogged down in detail.
Yeah.
I think
I don't want to do that either. The bottom line is how the sextant is used.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can talk about that. When you did it when you were 21, did you use psi reduction tables?
All the tables that you need to have. Yeah. I mean, you have the reduction tables, you have adjustments and work things like that. Like I wasn't the skipper, but we worked together, and that was the first time I had ever learned it. I had been sailing since I was 10 years old, starting on the Mississippi River. And so like on the Mississippi and on the West Coast, I didn't do celestial navigation on my father's boat, but I did when I traveled, sure enough. And so me and this guy, we worked together, and we double-checked are each other's work, right? Anyway,
let's get to the point, Ruhif. Like, what are you?
I'm trying not to interrupt. I'm asking, trying not to interrupt. That's all.
Okay. Yeah. No worries.
Kind of asking whether he did the method where he was prepared in advance, saying like, here are 5 stars that I'm going to try and find at this time, and these are the angles that I should see them at with an assumed position. Was that the method that you used?
Basically, like the way it works is that you do noon shots every day.
Right? Okay, that's a longitude. Yeah, right. That's not what I'm talking about with celestial navigation, though.
Yeah. So if you like, you definitely would be able to pinpoint where. I don't know technical things because I haven't had those books in my hand or the instrument in 40 years. Okay. So it's not like I've been out there yesterday out on the water doing this the whole time. So if you want to nitpick about like reduction tables and things like that, you're talking to the wrong person. I'll tell you that. Okay. But what I do know is that you use right triangles. You zero out at the horizon. That's where your zero is set at.
No, it's not.
You make your elevation. Okay, so it's not?
Correct. There's dip correction.
That's
dip
not
correction.
No, dip. Listen, dip correction is only your height above water. Yes.
Where's the fucking dip? Where's the dip?
Dip
it's below horizontal, right? You understand the horizon is below horizontal.
If you're higher above a horizontal plane, it will. It will.
Yeah,
just by geometrically, right?
Right.
So you set
so the horizon's not at 0.
You set your horizon at 0. You make the adjustments, for your elevation. Correct.
Right.
Now you can't when you do this process, and you get the GP, you have a circle of equal elevation.
Yep.
Yeah. When you do 2 or 3 of those, they cannot have a different elevation. On a curved surface, they would have a different elevation.
You described the process of doing sun meridian passage sites, right? And then maybe a site to Polaris or something.
The moon and Polaris, and double checking. And also, listen, there's a lot of most time when you're sailing, you're near the coast as well. Mm-hmm. And until you go offshore and you're out of sight of land, is only when you're using strictly celestial navigation. But the other time you can be doing the celestial navigation to adjust your dead reckoning position on your chart. And you also use coastal navigation using right triangles laid on their side with known landmarks, beacons, and radio transmissions. Yeah.
Are you experienced in celestial navigation, Rudy?
I have done celestial navigation, and I understand the geometry, and it only works on a globe. Yes.
When have you done celestial navigation?
Last year. I own a theodolite. I can take angles to stars.
Sea?
No, celestial navigation is just the process of converting angles to stars into a position. It doesn't require you to be at sea.
It has to be a horizontal plane because that's where you're traveling along, sir.
Well, we disagree on that, don't we?
The whole point of celestial navigation is to fix your location on a horizontal plane, the one you're traveling on.
No, that's not the point of it.
Yeah, nothing else.
It's to find your position on Earth.
No, it's to find your position on a chart that you put straight lines using parallel rules and a compass to find.
Yeah, they were using celestial navigation before they decided to claim that the Earth was a ball. So how did it work then?
I don't think they were doing this process, given that we knew the Earth was a ball pre-BC.
So they never
didn't exist.
They never guided by the stars. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
they never sailed by the stars.
The process of taking 3 angles to stars and working out where you are only works on a globe.
So they still navigated by the stars.
Yeah, they didn't know it was a globe. They thought the Earth was flat, bro.
Okay. They were wrong.
So what's the
This
difference now?
They were wrong. So okay, so tell us how they knew Earth was a globe. How did they know this?
We're talking Eratosthenes.
Oh, really?
Whatever, man.
Okay, so
are we going to go 2 hours of Eratosthenes again?
No,
fucking
I hope
measuring
not.
shadows.
I hope not.
I mean,
we're talking.
You're a grown up. You're a grown-up adult man, and you're talking to me about something like what the Earth is and if it's round or not with sticks and fucking shadows, bro. Are you joking?
No, I'm not joking. But what we're actually talking about,
this is your technical, intellectual abilities, is using sticks and shadows to determine the shape or size of something that can work on both the flat plane and a curved surface.
it doesn't work on both. We can talk about Eratosthenes if you like, but it doesn't work on both.
Surface.
What do you mean it doesn't work on both?
It doesn't work if you assume that and take for granted that these distances of these objects, or if there are even objects, that you know what those distances are or know what those things are, like the sun. Yeah, if you assume those, then sure.
The only geometry that works for a linear relationship of 60 nautical miles per degree for any celestial object is a globe with distant stars or sun.
When you assume the globe in the first place. Yes.
No, it's the only geometry that works. It doesn't work with your right triangle.
You have to assume the globe.
Because you're starting off with fudged numbers in the beginning.
Yeah, you're assuming the globe. All those numbers are assuming the globe in the first place.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. Do we agree that in reality...
Okay, tell us where they come from.
Okay, in reality, you sail away from Polaris, it dips 1 degree and you've gone 60 miles. So what?
Yeah,
that geometry, that ratio only works.
You're saying things don't go from a height down 1 degree due to perspective? Is that what you're arguing?
I'm saying that if you're using a right triangle...
stay at exactly the same height.
No.
If you're on a flat surface, or do things go down as you go away from them, or they move away from you due to perspective?
They drop down. They drop down with a trigonometric relationship, not a linear relationship.
Okay, well, tell us where the numbers came from. Tell us
60 nautical miles per degree.
Yeah, tell us where that came from. Where did that come from?
First Eratosthenes, and then you've got the Greeks as well, the Arabs.
That you haven't proven.
Do you not understand the point of that linear relationship, 69 miles per degree? That geometry...
It comes from the assumption of a spherical ball.
No, it doesn't.
59 miles
Mind you, Aristotle's never really showed up in history or existed till the 60s.
80s.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's go Caliph al-Mamun, 820 AD or something. They did a shitload of measurements to verify 1 degree.
Who measured drop over distance?
Me.
You're going to say you, aren't you?
So you went from Aristophanes to you?
He asked me who's measured drop over distance. I said I have.
So where's your Nobel Prize?
No, you haven't.
Yes,
you
I have.
assumed drop over distance from a theodolite, which is not designed to pick up drop over distance.
You're just all over the place.
It's designed to measure angles. No, I've been asked a question which changed the topic, right?
Drop over distance.
Okay, so I wrote this in the chat a little while ago. If the Earth is flat, that angle will be X. If the Earth is globe and I've got to take into account drop over distance, then the angle will be Y. All right, can we make some predictions for those angles?
Oh, you can. It's your globe.
Yeah. Well, it's your flat Earth. Can you make a flat Earth prediction?
It's flat.
We don't need to because it measures flat. We just use it as flat.
Show me a flat measurement. What flat measurement are you getting?
Yeah, I'm navigating
on a flat measurement
surface.
Yeah, what is a flat measurement?
And I know, your distance that you traveled, right? Yeah, you have ways of knowing how far. Like on a boat, it's very difficult. Yeah, okay, so you have this dead reckoning, right? But you cannot be traveling on a curved surface and be using right triangles.
Correct.
So show me a triangle. Show me how you get an angle from a curved surface as the adjacent on the triangle, the bottom surface.
First of all, it's not a triangle. That's the point. Not a triangle.
Well, then you're not in celestial navigation. I don't know what you're using.
Yeah,
that's not how it's done.
Yes, it is how it's done. It's not a right triangle.
Doing it yourself.
I'm not lying about doing it. I have a video where I actually go through the process. I have taken angles from my house and verified that the circles of equal altitude do meet at my house. I've given those angles to another person, and he gave me where I lived.
You still don't have drop over distance.
I've measured drop over distance.
No, you didn't.
Well, you can just wave it away, of course. You wouldn't be flat earthers if you didn't just wave away evidence.
Yeah, you're full of shit. You haven't measured drop over distance. You lie. You're lying about it. So show us the information.
Yeah,
show us
Yeah, what was your distance to the top of the other mountain?
Between 30 and 50 Ks, I think. Like that.
And what was the difference in degrees?
Very different in degrees. I'll post a video. 1 sec.
No, just tell me. I'm driving.
There are multiple measurements, right? I think there are about a dozen measurements in the video. But the first
one, you can just tell me if you want.
Yeah, the one where I actually walk through the maths of it. The flat Earth prediction. So one where I was 901 meters elevation.
And where did you get that elevation from? Sea level?
Yes.
Great, sea level.
Right.
Sea level.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's the difference in angle then? From what are you saying it should be?
Right. So on a flat Earth, I ignored refraction because that will actually hurt your team. The predicted angle was 0.357 for this particular.
You ignored refraction because you can't calculate it. That's why.
No, I can.
You can't calculate it. That's why. Oh no, you need a radius.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't need a radius. I don't need a radius to model refraction.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, well, what's the angle difference anyway?
Okay, so
wait, you just pick and choose when you want to use refraction.
It makes it worse for you. Refraction makes it worse.
Predicted angle. Come on.
Okay, predicted angle is 0.
Water is what makes it worse. Why are we fucking talking about land? Do you have every datum point of elevation throughout the whole entire range?
Yeah.
Please.
The predicted angle was 0.
I want every single elevation datum.
I've been asked a question 4 times now by Timbo.
I don't give a fuck. Listen, I want every single elevation datum point, like for every yard through the whole distance. How far is the distance?
I've been asked the question 4 times by Timbo. I'm going to answer him. Okay? So the predicted angle on a flat Earth is 0.357. And then the predicted angle on a globe is 0.248.
What's the error?
Hang on, sorry, incorrect. That was incorrect. Sorry. The expected angle on a globe is 0.233. Sorry, so 0.357 on a
the difference of how much? Wait, sorry, I'm driving.
0.12 degrees, so an eighth.
0.12 degrees. That's what you're saying. And what's the error in the theodolite over 50 kilometers?
It's a few arc seconds, maybe 5 arc seconds.
So there, it's within error, yeah?
No. 5 arc seconds is...
How much is it out of error? What would the error
5 arc
take it to
seconds.
5 arc seconds?
5 arc seconds is 0.001 degrees, so 1,000th of a degree.
What's your accuracy on that theodolite over 50 kilometers?
Yeah, 1,000th of a degree.
Come on, man.
What do you mean?
It's a construction instrument.
You're hilarious.
Are you telling me that an angle of less than what was the difference? 0.2 of a degree? 0.0?
1,000th.
1,000th of a degree.
Yeah.
You're saying that you can determine that through a theodolite over 50 kilometers.
Yes.
You're a dreamer, man.
Do you have a theodolite?
Do you have
I'm a builder. I'm a licensed builder, mate.
Okay.
Do you have all the elevation data points?
Yep, they're in the video.
Every single one, like per meter. I want like
What do you mean per meter?
Like that's giving you a lot of leeway.
Ridiculous, man.
Ask one of your surveyors what accuracy their theodolites have.
No, you're using sea level.
Right.
Yeah, sea level is flat,
so we
horizontal level. No part
Timbo.
higher than another. No part higher or lower than another is what level is.
Timbo,
Yeah,
ask one of your surveys their accuracy on theodolites, total stations.
over even 200 meters. Yeah, when we do foundations of less than a degree.
1,000th of a
Less,
degree.
that's ridiculous.
Well, again,
Man.
maybe Google
Not
some
even gonna-
theodolites and have a look at the accuracy. This is pretty basic stuff.
So it's so flat. That's how we know it's curved, huh?
I'm asking Timbo to ask one of his surveyors what the angular accuracy is of their theodolites and total stations. He's suggesting that 1,000th of a degree is absurd.
See how far in the weeds we are, folks?
Did Timbo go?
The whole audience here, everybody that's listening on all the live streams, hear this, how far in the weeds you have gone.
How about I just post?
How far away from the surface of Earth you have gone.
Yeah, 900 meters, yep.
Yeah, no, you're in your mind.
Sorry, 900 meters from sea level. Sorry.
You're in your mind with error rate and like your error correction and your calculations. You're already away from the Earth. You're in imagination already.
I'm using math to make a prediction for what we should measure on a
You're
planet.
not talking about the surface of Earth anymore.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh, because you're using fucking sea level, which is a real thing, and you're imagining that is a curved surface, and the rest you're all just making up because you're going, I saw this mountain for this distance, and I imagine a globe already. So there we go. We have enough drop here. Thanks. You could do that with any place where you have enough drop, real drop of elevation change. You wouldn't know the difference if someone told you there's curved underneath. Like, stupid people are just going to agree with you.
Timbo, can you later today Google some theodolites and total stations?
Yeah.
And get some accuracy figures from them.
Go ahead and ignore
It'll be around $5.
Yeah, I've got the operation manual at home.
Yeah, you're cutting out badly.
You're roboting Timbo.
Badly, yeah.
Yeah, well, all right, I'll get back to you on it. But yeah, I know.
It came back in, Timbo. It's probably okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm driving back from the beach.
It seems to be like intermittent when it does, but anyway. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm on the highway in between towns. So.
Can I just read?
No, I'll have a look when I get home. I got the operator's manual at home.
Yeah, so this one I've just Googled accuracy.
But there's no way that we used over 50 kilometers.
Yes, you do. I mean, you don't. Your job wouldn't require it.
Yeah, of course, but we still get errors.
Yeah, and they're measured in angles. So this, I've just Googled it, right? Leica industrial theodolites are known around the world for being the most accurate with the highest angular accuracy of half an arc second.
Okay, great. So Ruhif, you're using angles? Do those angles you're using have curved adjacents?
That's a nonsensical question. An angle doesn't have an adjacent.
No, it's right to the fucking point, right to the heart of the matter.
An angle does not have an adjacent. It's not a triangle. It's an angle.
Yeah, and you have an angle from what?
From the observer to two directions.
Oh, and those are straight lines between all of them. That's a fucking angle.
Right, it's not a triangle. It's not a triangle.
Yeah,
it's an angle.
Just draw lines.
No, it's not a triangle. It's not a triangle.
Ridiculous. Yeah, of course it is. If it had 3 points, then it's a triangle.
No, two directions and a point do not make a triangle.
and you get those elevations of those mountains you're at with sea level,
right,
and a right triangle. Huh?
No, not a right triangle.
Oh yeah. How do you think they got the elevations of mountains?
Differential leveling
from a curved surface.
Yes. Differential leveling does not care about
this. It would be a triangle with a curve fucking adjacent, bro.
No, it doesn't. Do you know how differential leveling works?
No, so not.
Do you understand how differential leveling works?
Right triangle, just like you use a protractor, a sextant.
But there's no triangle.
Yeah, it is.
Can you guys hear me now?
You're still cutting out a bit, but yeah.
It's an elevation
with
angle,
your measurements,
not the horizontal.
With your measurements, what's the difference in so what per degree is how many meters from that mountain, from the top of that mountain?
When you say per degree, you mean like what sort of angular size is 1 degree at that distance?
Yeah.
What sort of height? I'm not sure what you mean. Let me have a look. 17, hold on. 1728 angular size. So at 1 degree at 32 kilometers it was. So 1 degree at that distance is 558 meters. How long till you're home? Then you can actually talk.
Difference? How many? Yeah, how many? What's the angular size?
Yeah, you cut out for a bit of that.
Is that better now?
That was. Go again.
It's horrible. I'm 30 k's from Melbourne.
Jeez, all right.
And it's still cutting out. Like, let's call it 40 k's from Melbourne.
Yeah.
It's still cutting out. But yeah, what's the angular size in meters?
The angular size is not measured in meters.
What does it relate to? So you're saying it's a drop, a difference in this much of a degree. So what does that relate to in meters? Otherwise, it doesn't really matter.
So over this distance, it'll be 7 inches per mile squared. Yeah, so hold on. I'll work that out. 400 times 8. Oops.
No, it's this the size that the theodolite's picking up. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, there's...
So you're saying that the dip angle, so the difference from what it should be and the difference from what you're picking up reading is, 0.2 of a degree? Is that correct?
0.1 something.
0.1 something of a degree. So what is that in meters?
So how much drop am I expecting to capture?
Yeah. From 0.1 of a degree, yeah.
Yeah, 1 sec. About 68 meters.
68 meters over 50 kilometers.
This one's over 32 kilometers.
32 kilometers. 68 meters. And where are we getting these confirmations from height above sea level from?
From differential leveling, which doesn't care about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. And how do you get that?
How do you do differential leveling?
What's the accuracy in that?
Oh, they tend to be, depending on the class of surveys, but Class A surveys are generally within a couple of millimetres.
Wasn't this in the high desert?
Yeah.
So how far away from the coastline?
Oh, heaps. A few hundred Ks, yeah.
So you got exponential error, yeah?
I don't know.
Got a cumulative error because you got to go from point to point.
No, when they do differential leveling, they go out.
So you're saying these heights are exactly what they tell you they are, because I know that's impossible.
Within a few millimetres, yeah. Depending on the class of survey, yeah.
Come on, man.
Really?
That's ridiculous.
Do you have any surveys on your team?
On my team?
Yeah.
What do you mean on my team? On my building team?
You're a builder, yeah. Do you have surveys on it?
They work with the engineers.
Okay. All right. So there's what's called double run leveling, where they test the accuracy of the auto level, and over a kilometre of 30-metre shots, they have to get within like a millimetre when they close.
Yeah, with guides along the way. Yeah. So they set up guides in between to make sure they're shooting level. Yeah.
What do you mean guides?
Guides to from your theodolite point to the target.
Mm-hmm.
This is in the setup system. Yeah.
You've
got to set up your guides.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by guides.
So you know that your level is level. If you have an auto level, and then you got to correct it with your manual leveling system too. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, because your auto level's not always level.
No, but you know how to correct it, right?
Yeah, you correct it with guides.
Do you referring to a 2-peg test?
Look, I only work with it over a couple of 100 meters because that's what it's made for. But
well, theodolites weren't made.
So you're saying over a couple of 100 meters, they can get within 2 millimeters of altitude. Correctly.
The differential leveling, right? You take about maybe even 30 meters. I think the spec for differential leveling. Over 30 meters, you take several of those shots and then close. You come back a kilometer, right? And the accuracy has to be within a millimeter of the closing point.
Over what? Over a kilometer.
Over a kilometer of incremental small shots, right? So you do about 30 setups, and you have to close within a millimeter. That's the required accuracy of an auto level.
Okay.
So if you look up double run leveling.
No, that's all right, man. I'll take you on face value.
All right. But
have you got a screenshot? Have you got any photos looking through the actual theodolite?
In California, or one's just in Sydney here? I can show you.
The one that you took the video doing.
Probably. I would have to search for them though. I can give you stacks through mine. There's some video through the telescope of the theodolite in that YouTube video.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch your video when I get home, I think.
Yep, that'd be lovely. One more view, 5 more cents from NASA.
Oh, you get paid. We get demonetized.
Funny, isn't it?
Jedi, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, mate. How you doing?
Lovely.
I'm
in the mood for a fight, so
I'll be back.
All right, see you.
Cheers, Arnie. Nice one.
Yeah. Thanks, Timbo. We get demonetized because we're so ridiculous, huh?
I actually disagree with the demonetization.
Like flat Earth is just stupid, huh? Right?
I think you've been lumped in with other conspiracy theorists, like false flag psyops, 9/11, the C word, blah blah blah. I think you've been lumped in with them. I mean, there is overlap, right?
It's just interesting that you say things like that, and obviously we must believe the official narrative with regards to 9/11. It just beggars belief that. Sorry, mate. Sorry, you crack on.
Yeah. But yeah, I disagree.
I actually want to ask you about that now. Fucking hell, I'm so sorry. What are your thoughts on 9/11? And I know it's not part of the survey, so just quick.
My brother-in-law is a bit of a conspiracy theorist, and he asked me to look into a few things. He gave me like a list of points to choose from, and I chose. What were they? One of them was like the F-16s being scrambled from Andrews or something, and how they supposedly were delayed or something like that. This is like a decade ago, but I looked into 3 of these things.
Yeah,
found the explanations quite reasonable, and that's it.
So, Islamic fundamentalists with box cutters took down 3 buildings and hit 2.
Yeah.
According to you. That's fine, man. It's not a point to pick on, it's just interesting for me. That's all.
Yeah. Yep. Planes went into buildings.
Love the way that you said that with complete and utter certainty.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't even want to, but you're making me do it.
Yeah. I know it's a very touchy topic. I want to say something on. You're just like, but I gotta be careful.
Is it on YouTube? Like, are we being broadcast to YouTube? Is that a bad thing if we talk about it?
Some parts of it can or can't be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Usually, when it comes to names or proper nouns, things like that, you have to be very careful, or they will demonetize you, or just completely strike you. Because then it gets into the realm of slander.
Yeah.
I will say though, with that being said, if a plane hit it, you would think the explosion that happened inside the building wouldn't be an equal, ringular explosion around all 4 sides. You would think it would come out of the hole that was created, and it should be more pronounced from there.
Yeah, I don't have many. I don't have a huge sample size of planes going into buildings to know what to expect.
I will say from just like military experience and like explosions and being in like condensed buildings and things like that and seeing all that, a lot of that just doesn't add up from, again, what you can experiment with and what you can see and observe versus what we're being shown / told.
Jet fuel doesn't melt steel.
Steel beam.
Okay. I'll go into
Here's a good question. Do you think governments lie to you, really?
Say again?
Do you think governments lie to us?
Oh, of course they do. Yeah. We will differ on the degree, that's all.
Yeah. So that random grey area where you would say they won't lie about this, but they will lie about that. I get you.
Yeah,
go on.
You'll say they lie a lot, and I'll say they lie a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. I still can't get my head around this 2023 and people still believe that fucking story. It's crazy. It's crazy to me.
Oh, don't
Have you
don't
still
even
got
bring up
posting perms, Ruhiv?
Say again?
Have you still got posting perms?
I don't have image posting perms, no.
Okay, so what's the channel? What's your channel?
Just Ruhiv.
Oh, it's just Ruhiv. Okay. All right, sweet.
Someone could give me image posting perms, that would be lovely.
I'm sure it would. I'd like them to.
Someone was asking about why we modelled the light ray as a curve. I'm trying to think who that was.
Why is there no parallel rays, but only corpuscular rays?
Sorry to say this, but corpuscular rays are actually parallel. It's just perspective that makes them look the way they do.
Or is it the object's location that's causing it?
Well,
but why is it you have a rebuttal? You have an excuse for everything, but no data to back up why the excuse is true.
Just saying, well, you see them as parallel doesn't make your answer true or correct.
You just say it, and that makes it true, right?
Okay. I will bring up photos from the ISS of clouds.
Oh, so you mean the images that have been doctored in Photoshop?
Or you could just look at the ISS for 10 minutes and have a look.
Those aren't photos.
Well, screenshots then. Still shots.
They're not screenshots.
Everything's CGI.
How do we get? How do we? And I mean, when I say we, you, how do you deal with the International Space Station footage showing curvature of the Earth and the maths and the heliocentric cultists or scientists saying that you shouldn't see curvature from up there? How do you juxtapose that position?
Right. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Because the maths and they tell you shouldn't see curvature of the Earth in International Space station
You're
like the
cutting out
map.
heaps. You're cutting
Sorry,
out
mate.
heaps.
Sorry,
Neil
buddy.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong.
What's the name of that other scientist
So
guy?
you know better. You know better than Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hold on. What were you saying, Jedi?
I was trying. Oh, yeah. Who's the other quote unquote scientist? Has
Carl
the
Sagan,
observatory? No, not Carl Sagan. Someone else.
Yeah.
I'll find it. Sorry, guys. Do apologise. I will find it.
Kaku, you're talking about?
No.
Bill Nye.
No. Not one of these guys. Somebody else. There's a director of an observatory somewhere as well.
Oh, here we go. So Obvious just posted it. Let's say we are at the elevation of the ISS. They're about 250 miles above the Earth. So if we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. That's incorrect.
Well, you don't even have to do all that. You can just look up the manufacturer for all the cameras and lenses that they use on the ISS and see what kind of lenses are used.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what lens. If the horizon is below eye level, it will necessarily be curved, regardless of
The
the shape of
horizon's
the Earth.
never at below eye level. It always rises to meet eye level on height.
Would you like to see hundreds of my measurements? Would you like to see hundreds of my measurements of the horizon below eye level?
Yeah, I'd agree with you as well. The horizon doesn't rise up to your eye level. How could it? Sorry, my friend.
If it's your perspective, that's all you can see.
The horizon is measurably below eye level. I've measured it literally hundreds of times.
But it does rise with the observer. It doesn't rise to the eye level, but it does rise when you rise. It rises as well in reality.
No.
Yes,
No,
it does.
the higher you get,
And
the
how-
higher you
how
get,
is it
the
that
bigger
it's
the
still-
angle is.
It's not. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, the higher you get, the bigger that angle is down to the horizon. The gap gets bigger as you get higher.
Okay, and what's the horizon again? Is that
That's
now? Sorry, thank you. Is that curvature of the Earth, or is that still an optical phenomenon? What is it now?
It's a refracted horizon, right? The horizon is both in its refracted position and the light is taking a curved path from a physical position to reach your eye.
I'm not debating. I just want to make sure I understand your position correctly. That's all.
Yeah. So the horizon, right, is the last drop of water that you can see. It's a physical drop of water that the path that the light takes from that drop of water to your eye is curved. And therefore you see it in its apparent position.
So, if the atmospheric conditions were correct and I wanted to play hide and seek with my friend, on one day he could hide behind a hill, and on the other day, if the atmospheric conditions were correct, the hill would appear behind him.
Not behind him, no. No. The hill is in front of you.
Yeah.
No, all right, the hill, you're talking about a hill moving, right? That's not what's happening. The droplet of water is not moving. It's a different droplet of water.
Okay. So when we compare this to, say, I don't know, the Black Swan image, for example, where the horizon isn't where it geometrically should be, as in my friend hiding behind the hill, if the atmospheric conditions are correct, the horizon, the top of the hill is going to be pushed backwards.
Yes.
Thus revealing my friend.
It's at a different place, right? It's not one drop of water moving. It's a different drop of water. So when you say the hill is moving, no, the hill's not moving. It's a different hill.
It's a different. He's now in front of a different hill.
The hill, whatever it's blocking, I can't think of any other better way to explain it. It's not a hill. It's not like you pick up a hill and move it to a different position. It's just the point at which things start to get blocked is a different place. It's like Taboo Conspiracy says, did the hill just magically get moved 10 miles? No.
But it looks like it did, because with reference to the horizon, that's the curvature of the Earth, the top of the hill, if you will, right? So when we look at the Black Swan observation, that hill is not where it physically should be. It's projected backwards. Right?
Yeah, the horizon is in a different place.
Cool. So it's optical.
It's not the one.
So it's optical then.
If everything you see is optical, are you trying to distinguish it from something physical?
Well, yeah, if it was physical, it would be the curvature of the Earth, wouldn't it?
No, the refracted horizon is physical.
Hold on. Why can't I see things at distance, like a boat, the bottom of it, for example? Is that because there's a curve in the way, physical obstruction?
Yes.
So it is physical then.
Yes.
When it's blocking and not.
And it's refracted.
And refracted. So when I can't see the bottom of a ship, for example, what horizon's that? Is that the physical one, or is that the physical one that you've magicked somewhere else?
It's physical. Horizon's always physical.
So that
You're trying to make.
You can't have both.
Yes, you can. They're not mutually exclusive terms. Physical and optical are not mutually exclusive. Physical and refracted are not mutually exclusive.
So
For the example, you can't have both.
So physical, I can point at it, touch it, pick it up, and throw it. Physical. Optical, only viewable within my eyes, doesn't actually exist on the Earth. As in, I can't go to the horizon.
Well, you can go to the point. So from your observed position, the horizon is at a point. You can go to that point. It's no longer your horizon.
Yeah, exactly. So the horizon is optical because whenever I move, I might think I'm going to the horizon that I once saw, but when I get there, I'm fucking hell, I look around and the horizon's all around me again. So
you can understand that, right?
Yeah, but do you understand that's optical?
No, that's nothing to do with. Let's ignore refraction for a second. Let's say we're in a vacuum, right?
Okay.
And you've got a purely geometric horizon now. Can you go to that horizon?
On what? On a flat surface or a ball? What are you talking about?
On a ball. On a ball, right? Can you go to that horizon?
I don't know.
Well, if you get there, it's no longer your horizon, right?
Oh, hold on, but when I get there and I look around, I see a different horizon, right?
Yeah, so it's no longer your horizon, but can you go there? I don't know. Depends what you mean by it.
Well, it's not physical, as in I can't go there. It's only viewable through your eyes. It doesn't exist in nature unless you say the horizon's curve of the Earth.
We're looking at water, right? That water is physical. It's a physical thing that you're looking at.
So why doesn't it reflect light from above like a curved surface then?
What do you mean?
You know what a mirror is? A flat surface that reflects light. Why does this water that we're talking about reflect light from above like a mirrored surface? Flat one.
Mirrors can be curved.
Yeah, they can be. Like, we understand what halls of mirrors are, but when they're curved, they distort images. So, like I said, why does the waters of the Earth reflect light from above like a perfectly flat mirrored surface? You're saying that water... Well, then you're an idiot. Because have you ever looked at water?
Yes.
Awesome. So you notice the reflections upon water. Say, for example, your swimming pool down at your local leisure centre. It's reflecting the lights on the ceiling like a perfectly level mirrored surface, right?
How are you establishing it's perfectly level? Perfectly flat, sorry.
Well, it's reflecting light from above like a perfectly flat mirrored surface, mate. There's no distortion unless you think there is, and I'd like you to take me to it.
All right. How are you distinguishing between a perfectly flat mirror and, let's say, a pool with, I don't know, 1/4 of a millimeter of curvature?
Because a circus mirror makes a distorted image. That's how.
Right. Yeah, how much curvature is in one of those mirrors?
Hold on. When you're in an aeroplane, that's 250 miles towards the horizon, whatever the fuck you think it is. So you've got a 250-mile view out of one side of an aeroplane looking at the waters below. It's a perfectly flat mirrored surface.
Is it?
Yeah, that's how it's reflecting light now, isn't it? Otherwise it would be distorted now, wouldn't it?
How much curvature is in one of those silly mirrors at the circus? A lot.
Don't know. How much curvature is over 250 miles?
Yeah, when you're looking at one point of it, not much. Trying to distinguish it from flat, not very much. How are you distinguishing it from flat?
Because it's an exact mirror image. That's how.
Is it?
It's
like
that's how.
I'm looking at the images in the chat, right?
Like the Bolivian salt flats, for example.
Right.
So a perfectly flat mirrored surface that reflects the light from above, like a perfectly flat mirrored surface, if it was curved and distorted, then it wouldn't reflect light from above like a perfectly flat mirrored surface, now would it? Because we know what Hall of Mirrors does.
Right. But halls of mirrors have extreme curvature.
Awesome, and so does the Earth, apparently, but we don't observe it because the waters and the salt don't reflect light from above like a curved surface would.
It's got a radius of a circumference of 40,000 kilometers. That's very low curvature. How are you distinguishing, like by looking at the ocean, like the reflection, how are you distinguishing between flat and curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
Well, it's not looking curved now, is it?
You can see.
I don't know how to tell the difference.
Hold on.
How are you telling the difference?
Oh, why the fuck are we debating a globe earther that doesn't know the difference between a flat surface and a curved one?
He doesn't
know what the difference is. I'm asking you.
Well, yeah, you don't know the difference. You just admitted it. You don't know the difference between flat and curved. Thank you very much.
I said I'm asking.
It's a waste of time, Sunshine. No, you're a waste of time.
How are you telling the difference from these photos between flat and curved?
Fucking looking at it, mate. You don't know.
We wouldn't ask you, Ruhif. I now know this.
Yeah.
So, have you modelled what a curved surface the size of our globe would look like with these photos?
Yes, see Black Swan.
That's the Black Swan doesn't have a reflection.
Now you're begging the question for a begging the question.
No, you're saying these photos are flat, therefore not curved, right? Therefore, you must say this is not what a curved thing looks like.
Well, you're saying that water bends.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Can you demonstrate that other than in a single droplet or small enough size? Anywhere else in the world?
Curvature. Yeah, I've demonstrated drop over distance.
You're literally going against creation itself, that how water fundamentally behaves in this reality. You guys are literally going against natural law.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, you don't think so, but we know so.
Right, I think gravity is a natural law. You might disagree with that.
It is not.
Gravity has not been proven, and you can't manipulate it, and it never has been manipulated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me.
No, you say that, but you can't prove it.
Go look
again. You're on the quantum eraser train, and it's
Google me when it's been manipulated, please. Do that
again. You're on the really terrible.
Don't say quantum eraser's name again.
Okay, you're on this really bad understanding of what science is.
Hold on. No.
And you think that you
Sorry,
think
Sonny,
that
do apologize. If you've got a problem with the scientific method, I want you to go and get a reference citations of what you think the scientific method is.
Sure, I will find you many citations where people are saying science doesn't prove things. Then what will you do with those citations?
Well, then sorry, Sonny. Sorry. I will try to tell you, probably not them, but you, that science does prove things. That's why it's in the hypothesis called the alternate and the null. You will either way demonstrate one thing to be true. It will either cause the effect or won't cause the effect, therefore demonstrating something to be true. Right?
Well, you've falsified something. You've falsified a positive claim. So do I have to say science doesn't prove positive claims to be true? Is that...
No, science deals with cause and effect relationships, doesn't it?
Okay. But does science prove positive claims to be true?
If I demonstrate something causes something to happen, then what have I demonstrated to be true? That this causes that to happen? Have I demonstrated? What do you mean? If I show you that, for example, heat boils water, for example, right? Then I've demonstrated to you that physically heat boils water, doesn't it?
Okay, so you will apply heat to water.
Yep, and it will boil at 100 degrees. Yeah,
I agree.
What's the cause of water boiling then?
I agree. It's heat. I agree. Don't worry, but I don't think it's been proven. Can you write a logical syllogism that proves it?
I can do an experiment where if I apply heat to water, the fucking thing will boil.
I agree that it will.
Awesome. So I've demonstrated, fuck writing, I've demonstrated in the physical natural world, before your very eyes, here's a cup of coffee, that water gets hot when you apply heat to it.
Yep.
Awesome.
My challenge has been out there for years.
Science deals with cause. Don't finish. Science deals with cause and effect. The effect is boiling water. The cause of boiling water is heat. I mean,
I agree it is.
Good. So, being as I've just very quickly just built a hypothesis for you, and in your head done the experiment because we can boil water, you'll understand that I've just demonstrated something to be true.
Okay, so let me write.
Don't need to fucking talk about anything else then.
Okay, let me write your logical syllogism. All right. If I apply heat to water, then it will boil. I do apply heat to water, it boiled. Therefore, Therefore, heat causes water to boil. You've just done an affirming the consequent fallacy.
What if? What? You do understand that that's literally a hypothesis. Right?
Yeah, if my theory is true.
Yeah. But I've physically demonstrated it to be true. I haven't formulated a logical syllogism falsely, my friend, because I've physically demonstrated it to be true. You do understand that affirming the consequent, although a bad logical argument, doesn't necessarily prove what the person is saying to be false or not. What will demonstrate things to be true is when I physically make you a cup of coffee with boiling hot water, because I applied heat to it, right?
Yeah, I know.
Good. So science proves things then. Fucking
No,
idiot.
it doesn't.
Yes, it
Write
does.
me a
'cause
logic.
The logic is this. It's a supposition into a cause and effect relationship, independent and dependent variable, right? Now that's science. When we physically test it in an experiment, yeah, that's science too. Have you got a problem with science, Ruhith?
No,
Sounds
I
like
don't.
you fucking do. Well, you do,
No.
don't you? So what is science then, mate? What do we answer? What's the question in science?
Yeah, providing explanations for things we see in reality.
Yeah, so and what do we see in reality? When we're dealing with science and the physical
Some phenomenon.
Yeah, and what's the question about the phenomena in science?
What is the explanation for that phenomenon?
Now, what's the cause of the phenomena? Right?
Or the explanation, either way.
Yeah. But we want to physically test what we presume to be the cause in the experiment, don't we?
Right. Do you want me to write a syllogism for you?
No, I don't want you to do fucking anything apart from pay attention, listen, and agree. It's not that we've got a problem with the scientific method. It's you're a fucking idiot and you don't want to use it properly because you think you're on a spinning ball. You want to turn around and say science doesn't prove things. It's literally built into the hypothesis. You either will or will not demonstrate something to be true.
Okay. So let's go a little bit abstract. If my hypothesis is true, then I expect to see something in reality when I do my test. All right, I do my test and I do see that in reality. What's my conclusion? Therefore, my hypothesis is true.
Did you vary and manipulate your independent variable to see if it caused the phenomena?
Sure. I applied more or less heat or whatever.
Then there you go. You can try to build an affirming the consequent form or logical fallacy out of it. But like I said to you no less than fucking a minute ago, it's not proof either way, because even formal logical fallacies can be true.
They can be true, but when you say
the
science
way that we
proves
demonstrate that
things,
is with science.
when you say science
Demonstrate
proves
with
things,
science. Yeah, one way or the other, I've demonstrated
with
things.
logic? Is it
No, a
logic
physical. It's a physical bloody experiment, mate.
I agree.
We've only built, so we build the hypothesis and test it. That testing it bit, that's the experiment bit.
Right.
Right.
So in what sense are you using the word proof?
Proof? Have I proven that this is causing that to happen?
Yeah, have you?
Or has I proved it hasn't caused it to happen?
What
one way or another,
context using
one way or another, dumb fuck, I've proven something to be true. It either does or doesn't cause it to happen.
Yeah, that's called a
Please say again. Okay, so science does and doesn't prove things, right?
It falsifies things, yes.
There you go. Beauty. So science is useful, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I agree.
Awesome.
It
Have
just
you got a
doesn't prove
scientific? Have you got a scientific experiment that proves your shape of the Earth?
Shape and rotation, sure. Yeah.
Hold on, you just said that science doesn't prove anything. Now you've just tried to give me not science.
My apologies. Okay, it doesn't prove it. But I have a scientific experiment.
What is your independent and dependent variable within this experiment? Exactly.
He's trying to falsify flat and motionless, right? Is that what he's doing? Falsifying flat and motionless?
Come on, man. Hold on. He's trying to give me. Hold on. He's trying to give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object, not cause and effect. Right? So it's a stupid fucking question. If you knew anything, you'd be able to say science doesn't answer that question. It's not a cause and effect fucking question, Chris. Jedi. That's me, by the way. So when I ask you, that's fine. When I ask you if it's a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object, you should say no. Science only deals with cause and effect. Right.
No, I would say science doesn't prove things, but I have a scientific experiment that is consistent with the Earth being a sphere and rotating.
Excellent. So what's your naturally observed phenomena, something happening?
Yep, sunset.
Sunset. What's the
stars rotating?
Sorry. Sunset. What's the cause of sunset?
My explanation is that the Earth could be that the Earth is a rotating globe.
Awesome. And can you physically test that in an experiment, or are you just doing pseudoscience?
Yes, I can
awesome.
physically test that hypothesis, yes.
Awesome stuff. So you can physically manipulate the rotation of the Earth.
No, that is a very bad understanding of science. I won't mention who you got it from, but that's a very bad understanding of science.
Okay, so being as we're trying to figure out the cause of a phenomenon.
The explanation. Yep.
And the cause that you're going to physically test in an experiment, because if you don't have an experiment, you don't have science. That's what pseudoscience is. If you don't have an experiment.
Right, I have an experiment. So my proposed hypothesis to explain why I see star rotation and sunsets and that sort of thing is that the Earth is a rotating globe. That's my guess. Okay.
Awesome. That's a great guess. Now
I'm going to propose.
Independent variable, right? That's the independent variable.
No, that's not the
You're going to
experiment yet. We're not at the experiment yet.
But hold on. We need to be building a hypothesis first.
Yeah, my hypothesis is that the Earth's a rotating globe.
Okay, and that's your observed phenomena, is it? Rotating globe?
Rotating stars and sunsets. So I have a guess and go, is it us rotating or is it the sky rotating?
What's your next question?
Sunsets have counter rotations.
I've got my hypothesis.
I've said this 5 times now.
Right.
What's your next question, being as you've got a phenomena? What's your next question to build your hypothesis?
Right, what could explain this?
What caused that to happen, you fucking idiot?
Well, again, we disagree. Science is in the field of giving explanations for things.
Science is in the field of demonstrating what causes stuff to happen, right?
I disagree.
Oh, that's a problem. You're going to have to go and get a citation.
Well, I disagree. Anyway, so I have my hypothesis.
You don't.
That's my proposed explanation.
What's your independent and dependent variable within your hypothesis?
Okay, we haven't got independent, dependent variables in hypotheses. They are in experiments.
Hold on. Scientific method. First step, observe a natural phenomena because we want to build a hypothesis and ask the question, what caused that to happen? Brilliant. We've got our independent and dependent variable. We're now going to test these.
Not in a hypothesis, no.
No, you don't have dependent and independent variables in the hypothesis.
Correct. They are in the experiment.
So what's in the hypothesis then?
It's just your proposed explanation.
Yeah, your supposition into a cause and effect relationship. Cause and effect. Cause, independent variable. Effect, dependent variable.
We will disagree on that.
Well, then you're a fucking idiot.
Okay. Anyway, I have my hypothesis that the Earth is a rotating globe.
That's not a hypothesis. We're literally going to go round and round in circles. No, it isn't. Because of what I've just said. If you don't understand what I've just said, a person who doesn't know the difference between a curved surface and a flat one, then I don't know how to help you.
Can we just, I don't know, Google the word hypothesis and see what it says?
And you can do what the fuck you like, Sunshine.
Okay. I've just Googled it.
Okay, we'll come up with that.
A supposition or proposed explanation.
Awesome. Into what?
A supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation.
Awesome stuff. The question we're asking in science, what are we looking at?
Say it again.
I'll just read the live stream, mate.
Read the live stream.
Just while you're doing that, why did you increase in your video? Why did you increase the radius of the Earth due to standard refraction?
That's how you account for it geometrically. Do you want me to go through that later?
So no, not now, but you've given yourself more drop.
No, we model the light ray as a curve, right? The light ray is modeled as a curve, and the Earth is modeled.
I'll keep watching, but I just wanted to add that in.
Okay,
I'll get back to you later.
Yeah, we'll have a talk about why 7/6R exists, what it does.
You just increased the Earth's size
to account for the curved light ray. It's a way of making the light straight.
How do you know that was that is the measurement for those conditions that day? Everything.
Yeah.
What do you?
These are all good
You've
questions.
just given yourself more drop, so that's 68 meters that you measured in that small angle over 32 kilometers should be smaller. Yeah. So we're coming close. Yeah. We're almost close to error now. Almost close to your drop over error.
We're nowhere near us. Nowhere near.
We are.
We're not.
All right, we'll get back to you anyway.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we'll talk about 7/6R and why it exists, and I'll show you a GeoGebra thing. Where are we at? Yeah, I can cherry pick definitions of hypothesis as well. I can even find citations that say science prove things.
So you disagree that in your experiment, you will be manipulating the independent variable to see if it causes the dependent variable?
No, we haven't got to the experiment yet. We're still in the hypothesis. We haven't got to an experiment.
I'm asking you, do you disagree?
We do manipulate independent variable in an experiment, yes.
Right. So your hypothesis is if something, then sunsets.
A rotating globe would explain sunsets, yes.
If Earth turned, then sunsets. Is that your hypothesis?
No. My hypothesis isn't a then statement. It's just a supposition. I suppose that the Earth is a rotating globe. All right, it would explain sunsets.
You need to be observing something in nature and then kind of speculating on the cause.
Yes,
having an educated guess at the cause.
Yeah.
Right. So
a sunset.
Your hypothesis. That's supposed to be part of your hypothesis, not just I think the Earth turns.
Yeah, would it explain sunsets? Yes, of course it would. So it's a possible explanation. I'm going to
your
test
hypothesis
that
is right. Your hypothesis then is I see a sunset because I think the Earth is turning.
It's a possible explanation, yes.
Right, so your hypothesis
it's a possible explanation?
If Earth turned, then sunset.
My hypothesis is the Earth is a rotating globe. That's it. That's the hypothesis. Right? If that hypothesis is true, then yes, it would explain sunset. All right. Anyway, the hypothesis is simply Earth is a rotating globe. Now, there are some necessary consequences that flow from that hypothesis if it's true. All right. One of those necessary consequences is centrifugal force. A rotating body has centrifugal force.
We're dealing with the naturally observed phenomenon, We're dealing with the observed natural phenomenon that you observed. That's going to become your dependent variable in the experiment.
No, it's not.
Right?
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes. And your supposed cause, your presumed cause, right? Earth rotation is going to become your independent variable, which you have to manipulate to see if it causes your dependent variable.
That is a terrible understanding of science, and I'm not going to mention it.
It's written right there. It's citation right there in the live stream voice text for you to read. That's how you do an experiment.
I disagree with that citation.
Well, then you are wrong, because your opinion isn't fact. That is fact.
What a paganist.
Very quick question, Ruhif. What's pseudoscience?
So-called science that is put forward as valid science, but doesn't adhere to any sort of rigorous method.
Any rigorous method.
Yeah.
So, being as your hypothesis is just a declaration.
Yep.
And being as you've admitted that we will be manipulating our independent variable, because you're really scooting on the edge of pseudoscience here, essentially.
No.
Really? Yeah. Because you said if it doesn't follow a method, I'm pointing this one out. You're not fucking following it.
I'm not following a really bad method.
What, the one that's over 700 years old? Are you serious?
Your opinion and view on bad doesn't make it fact substantial.
Okay, and neither do you just parroting some person that won't be named doesn't make it right either.
or what I learned.
I'm not parroting anyone. That's common sense. Your opinion on something doesn't make it fact.
This is what I learned at school, in science class. How to
Same
build.
here. I'm parroting my science teacher. Exactly, Jedi.
Fucking hell, man. We learned how to build a hypothesis in literally year 7. Don't know what it fucking is here now. First year at secondary school. It was quite easy. Guess what we did? We boiled fucking water with a Bunsen burner. Yeah.
Right.
But we most definitely learned how to build a hypothesis. What you're saying isn't going to pass you an exam, mate.
If my hypothesis is true, then I expect
And it's not
to
a
see some
hypothesis,
result in
it's
reality.
just a declaration. Again, it is not a hypothesis, a supposition into a cause and effect a relationship. It's just a declaration based on your belief. I'm still trying to figure out, 1, what the observed phenomena is, and 2, what your presumed cause of it is, and then how you are going to vary and manipulate your presumed cause in the experiment you keep saying that we ain't got to yet. So I'm hoping we're going to fucking get there with the independent and dependent variable properly associated where they fucking should be.
Okay,
Jesus, you're an idiot, man.
The independent and dependent variables, right, are in the experiment. They are not in the hypothesis.
What are they then?
Independent variable is what you change, and the dependent variable is the effect of that change.
What are they then? In your
in my
in your sunset idea, what's the dependent and independent variable in the experiment?
Right. If my hypothesis is true, then necessarily there will be centrifugal force. So I'm going to design an experiment that tests.
Dependent and independent variable in your fucking experiment.
Okay,
Don't
latitude
give me
and
a
weight.
load of
Latitude
shit.
and
I'm
weight.
asking-
Latitude and weight. You
Shut
got
up.
your answer. Latitude and weight.
Thank you. Latitude and weight. Which one is the phenomena? Which one's the presumed cause?
The phenomenon that I saw was rotating sky and sunset. That's
So
the
you haven't
phenomenon.
answered my question. So how dare you turn around to me and say, "There you go, there it is," when you haven't
Well, you
even
asked
fucking
for it.
given it to me. You
How
haven't
can you
given
say-
it to
how
me.
can
You've just literally taken it away from me. I don't need anybody else's help. This is a cunt I'm talking to. You have literally just pissed down my back and told me it's raining sunshine. You've lied to my face within
I have
5
not lied to you
seconds.
at all.
You have. You've just
not
taken it
lied to you at
away. I asked you for it. You said,
Yeah, I
"Here
gave
it
it to
is." And then you took it away again. So I'll ask you again. What is
take it away.
what is the dependent and independent variable, please, sir?
The independent variable is latitude. The dependent variable is the weight of an object.
Awesome. So which one are you going to vary and manipulate?
The independent variable of latitude.
Awesome. What's latitude?
Your position on Earth. Distance from the equator.
How do you get the equator?
That's the midpoint of the tropics.
How do you get that?
Well, the tropics are where the sun is the furthest north or south that the sun goes. The midpoint of that.
You think it's got something to do with the sun? Oh, shit.
Yes. Of course it does.
How do we get latitude lines?
Well, yeah. Well, they are on a globe, but for sort of what's the word? For diplomacy, they're the midpoint of the tropics.
No, I haven't asked you what they are.
Yeah.
I've asked you how you got them. You don't listen very well, do you?
Polaris of the sun, yeah.
Polaris and the sun. So Polaris, what to do with Polaris?
Yeah, your angle changed by 1 degree per 69 statute miles of latitude. 1 degree.
Yeah, so an angle to a star.
Yeah. Or the sun, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm talking specifically about latitude lines, and that's got to do with Polaris, hasn't it?
So distance from the equator as well.
You'll understand that to get latitude lines, that's elevation angles to Polaris, right?
Right.
Which requires the Earth to be level, because I said the word angle.
No, it doesn't. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
you think we can't get an elevation angle on a globe? Do you honestly believe that?
How did you get your latitude lines?
Yeah, from angles to the sun or stars, yeah.
Not to star, to Polaris.
Sure, Polaris is fine.
How do you get an angle on a curved surface?
Yeah, you hang a plumb bob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Make something perpendicular to it. That's one direction. And then the other direction is the direction of the star.
Awesome stuff. Underneath the star, what's that called?
The GP.
Awesome. And what's the angle underneath the star?
Between what 3 points?
Between the floor and the straight line. Because you
What
only need
straight
2 lines. The one down from the star.
Right, so from the star to the GP, right? And what's the other line?
The floor.
Right, but the floor is curved, so what straight line?
Ah. So this is where we got from.
Yeah. You think it's a right angle? It's not.
But it is within celestial navigation. Pretty much every single... Hold on. Pretty much every single depiction, it's a picture, drawing, with crayons for you, shows a box underneath the GP of a star. You know what a box represents, don't you? A square. You know what that represents? That represents 90 degrees, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Right, so the cherry pick drawings you've seen...
No, doesn't it? Not cherry pick. This is how you do celestial navigation. We'll go round this again. Underneath the GP, you've got a 90-degree angle, haven't you? If you're going to say no, I'm just going to kick you out because you're lying.
It's not 90 degrees at the GP to the observer. You can kick me out. But
I really need a citation for that, mate. Because you understand that every star's got a GP of 90 degrees, right?
Again, it's not 90 degrees at the GP. I have done celestial navigation. You have not.
Yes, I have. So underneath the star, there is not 90 degrees, right? How do you get your angle, mate? How far away is the GP, mate? You need to know how far away the GP is, don't you? Especially in the case of Polaris. Yeah, exactly. And what's between the ground position and you so you can get your elevation angle up? What do you do?
A curve is between me and the GP.
That's a bit of a problem then, because you can't measure angles off of curved lines.
Again, you hang a plumb bob, right?
Not hanging a plumb bob when I'm up. It's fucking hell, it's like Groundhog Day. I'm in a ship at sea. I'm in a ship at sea. I've got a sextant.
There,
okay, you're at sea.
Plumb bobs at sea, bro.
Yeah, we're going to be using a sextant in this instance, okay, Ruby?
Okay, I'm getting pretty tired of just being muted 3 seconds in for nothing. So we're at sea. We're using a sextant, right? We know because the Earth is a globe and our height above the water, what the angle will be between horizontal.
They didn't know this 400 years ago.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Okay. Yes, they did. Mute me and I'll go.
Did they use sticks and shadows too? Did they use sticks and shadows out at sea? Yeah. Do they have a nautical sticks and shadow kit?
Yes. Timbo, is he from your country?
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, man. So sorry.
It seems to be going around in circles, and we need this 90-degree angle. I mean, we need this not 90-degree angle. Where's that?
I just don't know. I just don't know. I apologise again. I will not be lied to. I won't be lied to in front of people, and I'm definitely not going to fucking miss it. He gives me stuff and he takes it away from me. He's a blimey cunt.
Independent variable, dependent variable, and then stars, sun, moon spinning overhead.
Just God's sake.
I knew who it was as soon as he came in and started talking. His name changed.
Yeah.
I'll have to speak to him another time because I'm almost home. But that video, I got some issues with his theodolite video too. I'm almost finished watching it. I had to stop when he increased the Earth's radius.
Funny. See, Creation Bears jumped in as well. What's up, Creation?
Hey, what's going on, Jedi? The YouTube chat was saying you snatched his wig, so I just came in and tell you, yeah, the wig got absolutely snatched.
I fucking snatched his wig, chucked it on the floor, stamped on it, pissed on it, set it on fire, and gave it back to him.
Yeah, I can't believe what he was saying about the scientific method. He was just coming up. This is the This is crazy out here. They call us science. He's the science denier.
You got a cold, brother?
No, it's just late where I'm at. I'm sleepy.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. It's a nice way of saying you sound like shit.
I'm just got a raspy throat as well. But no, I'm good. But yeah, man.
Fucking rude.
Shout out to Jedi. That was a proper wig snatch.
Yeah, shout out to me as well, and apologies to all of you guys. This is the second time I've lost my shit with a fucking person in the last 4 hours. Do apologise, guys.
Shout out to me.
I didn't hear that. I was listening on YouTube. I didn't hear any of that.
Well, I was starting to realise what an angry man you are. I was just thinking about that.
Fuck off. These Australians, Timbo, you need to keep me in fucking check.
That's funny.
Good to hear you go,
I
mate.
actually have to commend you on how calm you stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't hear me the other night yelling on here, did you?
No, I'd like to hear it, though. I'd like to hear somebody else lose that fucking shit, please.
When AJ did it, I had my headphones sitting next to me on the couch. I was chatting away, and then I hear this, and I heard it from 2 seats over. I picked up my headphones and went, "Oh, jeez, it's going off."
Good stuff, AJ. Well done, mate.
You got to sometimes.
Who are you popping off at?
Oh, just a guy going in circles that just wouldn't answer any questions. So
It was Sydney's mate, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And I was just trying to hold him to the same question, and he was trying to talk over me, so I just kept talking over him and saying, no. Who's measured that curvature, man? Who's done it? Because he was saying that the curvature was measured because no one's walked off the edge of the earth or fallen off it.
What a ding-dong.
So I was just trying to hold him to that question, and I just kept going, and eventually he admitted nobody, he couldn't tell us, but then he just spiraled again and went back into circular arguments.
It's always these ridiculous ideas of a flat earth. Oh, how come I don't walk off the edge? Like, I was thinking of maybe coming up with like an opposite day where we come up, just do everything the opposite. Oh, how come we don't like fall off the globe? Like just say ridiculous stuff. They'd be like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah, see, that's a taste of your own medicine. They're always presenting something that we don't believe in. Something that we don't, that's not our position. So in the same way, if we presented something to them, like, this is your position, right? They'd be like, no. So why do you do that to us?
Is that how Ruhif ended? What happened? Did he like spiral out, or he just kept circling back over and over and over again, huh?
Bit of both.
Yeah. I missed that.
Stacking claims like Legos, bro.
Yeah, I missed the last little part. I had to do some vacuuming.
That's all they can do is they just tell us claims like we've never heard them before. Well, you see, the Earth is a globe. Like, okay, we know that's what you think, dude, but you think just telling us one more time, that's not going to do the trick. You're going to need a little bit more than that. Well, because we do celestial navigation and because the Earth is curved. Cool story, bro. Like, should I get tucked in bed first? Because
he kept saying you can only use a triangle. Like basically, he's saying you can only use celestial navigation on a globe. Like, where
it can't work. They're still picking their flat line by doing either their angle or pretending they're measuring from a celestial sphere. They're still, and then they say, no, well, that can't work on a flat Earth. Well, why?
Oh, man. The Jedi called him out. He was like, give me a citation. He went, crickets.
Yeah, it's too bad that they disagree or have an opinion about like how right triangles are used in navigation. Because, like, see, I had to point it out to Ruhif. We're traveling along the horizontal. That's why it's important. That's the only reason. And he went, he had like a freaking glitch in the Matrix right there,
bro. Like, what is his hypothesis? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Oh well,
don't. You're giving me PTSD every time.
Dude, it was hurting. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. And like, you know what's crazy, Jedi? He's trying to portray this idea that he's a smart guy. So it's like, okay, some people might listen and seem a little intimidated, but then when you really actually listen to what he's saying, he's freaking retarded. He's so dumb.
He didn't know the difference. He didn't know the difference between flat and curved earlier. A good 10 minutes before he's just fucking.
I'm pretty sure I was in another conversation with Ruhif where he told us he used to be one of the, you know, that Gladiator game show where you used to go up against the big bodybuilder looking dudes and they'd smack you with the pads and you had to try and get to a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was one of those dudes. He was one of the gladiators.
Wasn't that Zanuck?
Was it Zanuck or him?
Yeah, well, I know for sure it was Zanuck unless it was both of them.
I thought it was him. I might be completely wrong. I might have messed up, but I.
Sorry, it's
Zanuck
funny
for sure. Yeah, Zanuck for sure was on there.
It's funny that you even said Zanuck because I've always said that Ruhif has got to be the Australian version of Zanuck because this Ruhif guy says the same things like Zanuck says. For example, I am the citation. He said that.
No way.
Yeah. So Ruhif, Zanuck, they could be the same fucking person for all I know. They say the same shit, they act the same way, they have this arrogance about them, and when you ask them anything about their life, they've done everything.
Yeah.
They've been fucking gladiators, been back in fucking time to kick Jesus' ass. I don't know.
Yeah, man. It's like, what haven't they done? Jeez.
I want to grab some citations off them for their 60 nautical miles per degree claim. I want to know if it actually comes out to a clean 60 nautical miles at all latitudes. Because they just say it and they're never challenged on it.
I know.
Crazy.
That's part of the claim stacking, isn't it? Like, they just stack the claims. Oh, we'll just move on to the next one. Oh, is that another Lego? We'll just stack it on top of the last one.
Have you ever seen them provide the distances measured at all these different latitudes? I haven't.
No.
That's what it would be on the sphere, so they just go ahead and say it. But what if we actually try to measure those distances in, like, you know, the far northern latitudes? Is it going to come out to like a perfect 60 nautical miles? I don't know. I'd like to just ask them and see what happens.
A good question, mate. Sure.
Yeah.
Isn't putting it in degrees just begging the question anyways?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're talking about the declination of Polaris, though, too. They're saying that every time it drops 1 degree on the horizon, that means you've traveled 60 nautical miles away from it. I want to see those measurements. Because it could just be like a sort of like an average that has practical use within a certain range, kind of like the 9.8 meters per second squared thing. It could be something like that, not something that actually works out perfectly in reality.
Okay. Yeah,
but I don't know. I'm just going to ask them and see what I get.
These characters, man, when I first got into Flat Earth, you start to realize there's a few different characters, right? There's the Flat Earth and the Xanax, the Rumpuses, and all these, all these different guys, right? And Jedi said, like, yo, they're arrogant, right? That arrogance, and they can seem a little intimidating. If you really have to just listen to what they're saying, and they're a lot less intimidating than you think. You know what I mean? Don't let the arrogance fool you guys. Okay, just listen how Jedi just sliced through his BS. I had to jump in and listen a little bit, get my popcorn out. That was pretty good. That was really well done from Jedi.
So I just thought I needed to go to sleep and maybe have a cup of coffee. I'm tired.
I'm tired too.
Will you guys correct me if I'm hearing what just happened incorrect? But was he just trying to say that the Earth is a globe? Is his hypothesis, and the way he can show that is that your weight changes when you change your location relative to the stars. So he's saying that where you are in relationship to the stars changes your weight. Therefore, it's a globe. Isn't he also saying that? Isn't he also assuming that the latitude lines? These are like newer. That's a new discussion I just listened to. But like, isn't he also assuming latitude? Go ahead.
No, sorry.
Tell me why you're laughing. It just seems absurd.
It's so fucking funny.
Inherently, I'm like, are they incapable of just acknowledging that? Okay, latitude lines is also a hypothesis that if we're on a globe, we'll have latitude lines, and that we could map our position to. Anyway, it just seems so simple. Like you ought to be able to see that.
Hypothesis. But then he says that elevation angle
acknowledge. Okay,
the elevation angle required can only be done on a curve, which is again a complete lie. Says that that's what proves the globe, that you're doing celestial navigation.
Yeah, the whole thing's a forehead slapper, Kent, because none of it's a hypothesis whatsoever. It's a complete category error. This isn't science. It's like something you could only get away with telling a child, man.
Because
look up there in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. Nope, it's the Earth curving. It's like, wait, what the? No, you're not just gonna pull the rug out from everyone like that. No, hell no.
What's there? Somebody steal man for me. What's their actual argument for when we look at the stars to travel on Earth, and it doesn't work on a flat Earth? Oh,
60 nautical miles per degree is their claim and argument.
From a globe projection?
They're also low-key straw men.
How do they always say that? I hear that all the time. Is you can't navigate.
They assume
what does that have to do with
the apparent
but if you go 60 miles
of the visual location? They assume that because there's a visual drop in the location of Polaris, right,
to the star,
1 degree every 60 nautical miles. They assume that's because they're on a curved surface and that there's no other explanation for it.
Oh yeah, because perspective doesn't exist. Like that's not okay. I got you. That's retarded. I have to say.
Well, they say there's a linear angle distance relationship, right? They say there's a linear angle distance relationship, and that can only be explained by the Earth being a sphere. That's their claim.
Okay.
But I mean, can they show that there's a perfect linear distance angle relationship there? I don't know. That's one of the things I want to ask them next. And also, the sphere itself would just be an inference. Even if that is happening, they're making all these assumptions about what the things in the sky are, how perspective with them should work, therefore, and they're just choosing to interpret the whole thing through this model of the Earth being a sphere, right?
Exactly.
It's an inference. It's not something that's directly demonstrated. It's just their interpretation of what's going on in the sky, if that's even actually what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. They're saying
they have to assume they have to assume a flat baseline in order to get that linear angle distance relationship or whatever, the angle to the star that they're observing.
Yeah, but then they say that flat baseline is a tangent, right? It's tangent to the curved surface, but then when we look for their tangent point, where's that?
Well, that's begging the question.
Yeah.
I have to know. I want to know. I'll learn a little more about navigation because I understand their argument about the tangent. Like I just conceptually understand it, but I don't know enough about how we actually navigate, what the stars do, I just don't. I'm not knowledgeable enough exactly to boat and do it. And then
well, as soon as they say that the baseline is a tangent, right? Yeah, you got to ask them tangent to what? The curved surface, right? So the tangent point would be the geometric horizon, right? That they can never show you. So there's no tangent point, therefore no basis for any claim of a tangent line. Because it has to intersect the curved surface at a point, and that point would be the geometric horizon, and they do not have that, so it all falls apart.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, right? Because it's just wherever it happens to be that makes refraction. It's 7/6 whenever they feel like it, but then whenever we show them, it's 10 times that, then it's not anymore.
Yeah, 7/6 doesn't do much for the stuff we show them.
Yeah, I know. They throw that around like it just look, it works perfect.
Well, have you seen the Black Swan? Obviously, right?
We show them pictures. It's like, yeah. Oh yeah.
You're kind of lagging. It's sort of tough to talk to you right now, but and 7/6R that gets the Black Swan horizon to 1.3 miles from 1.2. Doesn't do anything because they're just multiplying the radius, right? 7/6 times R times 3959. Well, the effective radius needed for a 10-mile horizon at 1 foot is around 250,000 miles. So 7/6R times 3959 equals 250,000? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know how they use that number as if like it just doesn't make any sense because it's not consistent. There's just what that guy was saying earlier about whatever observation he was showing that was supposedly showing curvature. It's like, how do you know it's 7/6? Does that make any sense?
You can listen to Ruhif.
It could be 10 times that.
His claim is that a standard atmospheric gradient, right, translates to a 7/6R radius. So the standard atmospheric gradient that is measured on Earth, right, when applied to their question-begging radius, right, the radius then would come out to an apparent value of 7/6R times the 3959.
Yeah, I'm following. I get it. It's just I don't know how you could use that reliably when it's been demonstrated that it changes all the time. And what's the point of that number anyway?
They have no measurement of R to be applying any refraction to it in the first place.
Yeah, I get that.
Hey, Ruhif doesn't need R. I just posted what he thinks is going on with refraction.
So I could take the standard. Oh yeah, sorry, I'll check. I mean, I could presuppose that the Earth is a Pringle, right, and take the standard atmospheric gradient and then just project that onto what that Pringle should look like. It's the same thing they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, I saw
like
that earlier twice.
I like the honest Globers that just say, well, Einstein made a relativity, and that's why we think it's a globe, but we can't really prove it. Like, at least those guys are halfway honest. Density gradient.
So if fraction,
You're breaking up there.
Sorry, is that any better?
That does sound much
better. Saying that. Okay, so if you have refraction, there must be a fraction. So a fraction is less than 1. And then you have a refraction. What does that mean?
Wait, did he change his name to fascists and then just join? Oh my god! Sorry. Go ahead. Go on.
I just that word refraction is kind of it doesn't really resonate because you have the word it is the base word is fraction, and then you have a refraction. Is that a fraction of the fraction?
Well, yeah, because if that was the case, then wouldn't you just deal with the fraction then, and not have to worry about the refraction in theory?
In theory, that's what I'm trying to get at.
According to them.
I guess you can go a little further and say it's like fractal. It's a breaking up.
Yeah, we understand the frac.
It would be the curve. It should be the curve fraction.
So the curve breaks up the plane.
The curve
because we have the base level of a plane, and then the curve is the fractioning of the plane.
So they hijacked Snell's law. I believe that's like well, I'm sure he didn't come up with the term, but I believe it has to do with the way light behaves, right? When it goes through a medium, it changes direction. That's all.
Yeah, when it passes through a different medium at an angle, it has to be an angle of incidence as well.
So as a monthal grid.
The angle of incidence happens from a plane of incidence. There's a plane, like in all of it, in their refraction model, they actually have to have a horizontal plane to do any of it.
Snell's law is not 7/6R, and Snell's law requires two media, which is a problem.
Yeah. I just say, like, slice and dice them on the freaking Snell's law, because they're trying to use this it's fairy tale
Well, 7/6R that he's using is not Snell's law, it's terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, they're trying to do that.
So it's different than Snell's law. And Snell's law requires two media. All of their refraction is a problem. They can't model it correctly.
I think even Andrew Thomas Young says that if all of this is presupposed, then the whole thing collapses or something like that. I should get a quote of that. Or he just I think that the assumption is a ball Earth of this size. Like, they pretty much state it plainly, I think.
Well, I asked Ruhif about
proof? Go ahead, sorry.
I asked Ruhif about his claim of refraction, because he doesn't claim. Well, I don't know if he's invoking Snell's law at all. But I said, we pointed out to him, you need 7/6R for that. Where's your R? And he said, I don't use R. And then he gave us what I posted in there, like what I just posted. He gave us that. And I said, well, where's the source for that? Oh, he wanted to show slides. And I'm just link the source. And because he claims it was from Andrew Thomas Young, that comes from Andrew Thomas Young. I've never seen that amongst his work. Maybe I have, maybe I've missed it.
Oh, my mic was hot. Sorry about that, guys. I was just wondering, it seems to be clear that there's less refraction when there should be more refraction, according to how they justify it. When there's less, it's a clearer day. And their excuse is there's more refraction. When we can see more clearly, we can see further, typically. I wonder if it's been done, or if there's a way to do a good experiment, like you were saying with the people that do the surveying. Go ahead.
Well, here's the problem with refraction. You're not able to add a value to it. There's no way to do that. And what they do with terrestrial refraction is they inflate the radius. They invoke it and inflate it, just to explain why you would be able to see too far. That's what 7/6R is. R is the radius. So they're invoking it and inflating it to the globe, to the ball card.
Yeah, as soon as they have that R.
Sorry, I'm riding my bike.
I'm sorry, Kim.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm just riding my bike, and I was just trying to get in there.
Yeah, no, I want you to stay, but I was going to kind of help. Like, yeah, as soon as they say that, they're begging the question of the globe itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they do. They make a prediction, right, based on the expected geometry, because based on the radius, right? So they make a prediction of what they should see in reality, and then they make an observation, right, and it doesn't match, and then they'll invoke their refraction to make it match, so that they've got something to account for why it's not matching their prediction, and then they can add that into the prediction. But when they do that, they do it next time, and it doesn't work out again, so they have to change that value again. Each time they have to change the value to fit the observation.
And so what it is they have like data, then an excuse, data, then an excuse, an explanation of something, but no data attached to it. It's like vague.
Yeah, you just heard the argument. Science is intended to falsify things, but everything they give us is unfalsifiable. Like literally everything that I've ever heard, you can't prove it wrong because they have some kind of, especially refraction. That's a perfect example of that.
Right. Notice when he said he didn't. Sorry, go on.
I'm sorry, I was saying whoever said that, bingo. That's exactly the reason why they do that, is so that it's unfalsifiable.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah. And you notice when he said that he didn't account for refraction for the flat Earth prediction in his observation, but he did for the globe prediction. He claims he didn't do it for the flat Earth prediction because it would make it worse. He's already decided the outcome of what he was going to observe if it's a flat Earth.
Yeah.
So therefore he didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was going to just say something about the nautical miles per, like degrees per nautical miles. They just, I think that was you, Timbo. They just transcribed the celestial sphere, which it is a hemisphere or of some sort. I'm not claiming shape, but the celestial sphere or whatever those things are in out there, they transcribed that onto the Earth. So I asked Ruhif, where did you get those numbers? And he wouldn't answer. He didn't answer it because he knows they're presupposing it. That's where they got it from because it matches perfectly those numbers. And that's the key. Like if it matches perfectly the numbers that they made up in the beginning and it all equals the globe of that radius. And they want to deny this. They try to hide it. It's frustrating. I started getting heated with him.
Yeah, I heard it going there. I could tell where it was headed, and he knew too that he was just going to reveal that you're using the globe to prove the globe, and that's why he kept dodging it. He knew it didn't make any sense.
He was trying to do that in his hypothesis as well by using the sunset as a proof, but also stating that, the sunset is happening because we're rotating. You can't have and use both at the same sense.
Yeah.
Still got PTSD from him trying to formulate a fucking hypothesis. Fucking hell.
What does not mean what you think it means?
I know, Jedi. Like I was going to jump back in, but I felt bad because I wanted you to actually take it like you did. Like when I dropped off was on purpose because I wanted to hear the conversation between you and Ruhif, and but those I lost my train of thought now.
Well, we know because sorry.
You're fine. Go.
Wait, I remembered. Sorry, forgive me. So I was going to burst back in because I thought of it. I go like, he's at the experiment right now. So he's got this hypothesis. Okay, we're going to build an experiment. Now, what is your independent control variable? And we're about there. And I think he just like kept, I don't know, what did he do after that? And then, so he was ready and he was hesitating or balking at this gating to the independent control until he just says that the phenomenon isn't the result of the cause. Like what? Like the phenomenon is not the effect. Okay, what is the effect? Did he ever say?
Yeah, his independent and dependent variables were not neither his observation or his supposition of cause.
So it's not anything to do with the science.
No, like he was saying, we know that the sun setting is caused by Earth rotation because latitude equals weight.
Holy crap, he went that far. Oh my God, whoa.
Yeah, as soon as he said latitude, I started going mental. Because, Polaris, angles, triangles, all that shit. So we went back to that again. That's basically what happened, mate. We went from latitude lines straight to triangles.
No.
Probably not the most cohesive conversation, to be fair.
Let's unpack that a little because someone that goes to those kind of tactics, you really have to take that apart because that takes intent, calculation, and premeditation. They have to know where they're going with it. In order to get to that kind of crazy, I don't know. Are they really that crazy is what I wonder. That they believe all of those things that are imagined only. And you saw how fast he got away from the real. Had to keep bringing him back down. That's what you have to keep doing. They will continually, they're going omnidirectionally like gas.
He respawns in a hurry though, eh? Because I asked him the same question we've all asked him. Who measured curvature? How was it done? Oh, I did it. Okay, how'd you do it? And he starts talking about what he measured. Okay, what'd you directly measure? Oh, I measured an angle. Okay, so you measured an angle, not Earth curvature. You just inferred Earth curvature from it. Yeah, I agree with that, he says. And then he just starts right over. So I measured Earth curvature.
So it's still an assumption and doesn't even see it when it's pointed out.
He concedes that's not actually what was directly measured, and he concedes that it was an inference of Earth curvature, not a measurement. And then as soon as we've had that whole conversation, he just goes straight back to calling it a measurement.
Mm-hmm. He disagreed that measurement is not science. He disagreed with that. So you really have no basis to talk anymore. If you think you can science measurement of some object, you're not. You need to go talk to a psychiatrist.
Still having PTSD. So, whilst in conversation with Ruhif, having the conversation about science and him saying that science doesn't prove things, I then remembered that my next question to him was, have you got a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth? And he was going to say yes. So, in one hand, science doesn't prove things, but when asked for science to prove something, he's going to try and give it to us.
Yeah, that's going to be his proof after he's told you it doesn't prove things.
Yes.
Love it.
Please stop pissing on my back, telling me it's raining. Fucking hell.
So no. Earlier, I was kind of trying to get to this part about to make up a character that pisses off flat earthers. That's a pretty good tactic. I have to say, that calm tone, the this attitude kind of in the voice is in my opinion, it's contrived. I took acting classes, so I don't know. I could be. It's possible that I'm wrong, but I don't see how you could get into such a detailed subject matter and then twist it all around until you piss some flat earthers off to no end. That's working. That can work pretty well. Somebody's in there tinkering away at this, guys. That's the point I'm at. Who's making up these characters? It's got to be happening. There's probably a whole bunch of them. All these trolls are probably people that are working in the field, in offices and shit. I really totally. I don't even believe it. I know they are. They said it themselves. Shit. What more do you want? everything that we're saying that they've done, they've admitted pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But you're right. They all do it.
It's like developing our skills at identifying character development in acting, and to be able to determine. Okay, you can't really determine all the time because the voice is very deceiving, and people can deceive you with their voice, but the information doesn't deceive anybody. So that's where we get them every time. They're often this la 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 land, and they're often some kind of a cerebral sophistry, right? Getting us away from the main fact of the matter, which we all know is the surface of Earth, and watch how fast they run from that part of it. I'll yield the floor.
I just want to say, whoever was speaking before, you're 100% right, because I don't believe that Craig from FTFE or any of these guys would actually speak to people in real life the way that they're speaking to flat earthers online.
Oh, no. So we've had Flight to Flat Earth in this server debating one of our guys, Bev Try Thinking. Within 5 minutes, the guy is accusing, and I'm saying Flight to Flat Earth is accusing Bev Try Thinking of harming his children, as in regards to educating them that the earth is flat and therefore harming his kids. He then started to suggest that he was going to call social services and this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, they do speak to us in the most abhorrent way. So much so that even people like Gem Panda, that's got a server way back when, 4 or 5 years ago, tried to compile I'll call it register of flat earthers that had children. And those flat earthers that had children were going to be cast as abusive parents because they were teaching their children that the earth was flat. So it's interesting, these characters that come along. These characters come along and literally try to pull us apart. Again, there's a guy called, what's his fucking name? Something Netanyahu, but I can't remember his first fucking name. But if anybody remembers Brian Mullins, about 4, 5, maybe 6 years ago, physicist and engineer, yeah, this Netanyahu guy tried to get him fired by going directly to his employees. That's interesting, the tactics they use, but yeah, they don't like us and they will try to drag us down.
Yeah, isn't that wild? That there's the tiniest little, smallest increment of an internet group on Earth. This tiny little group of anti-flat earthers. Like, it's literally minuscule. They're the oddest group ever.
George was his name. Thank you, Northern Rebellion. Appreciate it.
So, yeah, and basically, FTFE charged Bev, with child abuse for asserting to his child that, teaching them basically what physics teaches, that all points along a horizontal line within a fluid at rest are at the same pressure, flat and level.
Yeah. Yeah, literally going against, water level. Unbelievable.
But then with my kids, they know both the globe and the flat earth, and they make the choice, and I think they're kids and they can think logically.
I think children should be a nerd like I was and learn everything they can possibly know about the globe. And then when they get old enough that they have more cognition ability, then you just go and say, like, okay, now let's see if we can pick out the presuppositions on this, where they have just imagined something or guessed or, only calculated without measurement, things like that, and let them decide themselves.
Yeah.
It's up to them. So no one's convincing anybody of this shit. What's going to convince them is, like Sasha was saying earlier, it's true. Like, I thought that was good tonight. We talked about authorities with a couple different people, and that kind of like shifts it a little bit, but you have to go to the axioms of our own experience. Yeah. Do you feel motion? Do you work with curve on the surface? Do you?
No, but then they deny that as well and say that, they can see these things or feel these things or you can notice these things. But the strange thing is if no one ever told you it was a globe and these things were occurring, you would never assume it.
Exactly. And you would just go on with life accordingly, like the Incas and Aztecs building these monuments aligned with celestial bodies to increments of a degree. These people in the Americas, we were lied to before they were slaughtered, which are some of our ancestors actually. They were cleaner than any European. They had baths, they had toilets, they had apartments. They were the most sophisticated people on earth at the time, and they were completely destroyed because these people came over. And I'll just rant for just a short while. I'll stop after this. Those people came in knowing, because the Greeks told them, Columbus had met with Americans that had traveled across the Atlantic in the 1450 or something like that. And they knew that they were coming over here. De Soto's Pedro de Alessandro, he said in his writings that this is the most beautiful land, and it's inhabited by the Canaanites, the Ammonites, the Aborites, all these the Hittites, all these godless pagans. So they deserve to be slaughtered, and everybody but infants and maidens should be killed and all their properties taken because they deserve it. We're the rightful God's people. So they knew they were coming over here to kill all these people. They knew it. They didn't just all of a sudden find these people. They knew the farthest India was here from times immemorial. The three Indias, the farthest Ethiopia, the Western Ethiopia. Ethiopia wasn't a place then. It was people with burnt skin, burnt faces, copper-colored peoples, right? So they came over and killed them all, and these are the globalists.
Yeah, and going back to how smart they were, I think I was speaking about this the other day. I got a bit of an example where I am. We have a big hydro dam, electric hydro dam, and that was built, I think probably back in the 50s, maybe even a little bit earlier, 50s, 60s, and they built that thing perfect. Well, they're upgrading that at the moment, and they've got this new state-of-the-art tunnel borer that's come in to build these tunnels. Now, it's been operating for 6 months. It was supposed to have done, say, 10 kilometres. It's done about 600 metres. It's gone off course, popped out through the surface and created a big hole that it's now stuck in that they can't pull it out of. And they have to disassemble the thing and start again. But yet 50 years ago, 60 years ago, they did it all off manual points and dug these tunnels perfectly. Today they're trying to use their technology and they've gone off course and popped out of the surface.
Yeah. Wow.
And you just got to see these structures they built back then that we can't build today, like you said, and the way they align them with stars and all these things that they do. We don't have these abilities.
Exactly. So you know that in Guatemala in the last few years that they've used LiDAR and they found in one small area that's about, I think, 5 kilometers square. 5 kilometers, right? So that's like 3 miles square, 3 miles. They found over 60,000 edifices. And not only that, super highways, Roman type roads, highways. And those are connecting every major city all throughout the Yucatan, Guatemala, Mexico, and even North America.
Oh, it extends down to the Amazon too.
I've heard of highways underneath the Mississippi River built by ancients going from Cahokia, the largest supposed Mississippian, probably was proto-Aztecs, they probably came from North America first and then went south. But yeah, these people were like, we're told that those people were so dumb that they pretty much deserve their fate. And that still carries to today, because otherwise we would have been told what was going on here and who these people were. And now we're only finding out now because people are bringing all this information to light with books that were written, basically primary sources. Take it for what it is. There's a lot of fallaciousness in the people that were writing then too, but you can glean out of it what they actually saw is the most profound part of it, because they're describing something that I was never taught in school, that these people had deodorant, soap, mouth, like candies, or like breath fresheners.
Electric cars and scooters.
Did you ever hear that? I believe they probably could have. For all we know, I mean, that goes a little deeper. That's a good thing to start with right before Speculation Sunday.
Oh, probably not that long ago, but I think at least in the late 1800s. I mean, as an example today, everyone believes that this electric car technology is something that's new. No one realizes this was happening in the early 1900s, late 1800s.
Yeah, and it was booming, apparently.
Yeah. And they had free energy.
I think they probably did. I don't know. That is speculation, but I've seen these guys that were. I know this, like, we're going different places here, but I've seen these guys that were. They go out and roam around in Europe and find these old villas and things like that from the 16 and 1700s that are abandoned, and they're huge. Yeah. They're like 4 city blocks. So anyway, these guys found like old carriages, and when they went inside this one 17th century place, it like had all these devices and stuff. Like it had like all these electrical and atmospheric looking things with like triangular cylindrical glass items with like apparently had some kind of fluid with electrodes attached to them and all these things. Like I have no idea. And around the heaters, there were these strange, some kind of device was like around their heater, like near the fireplaces and wood burning stoves. They had some kind of thing attached to the chimney of the wood burning stove that it looked like a device. So I don't know, like I think there was a lot going on that, somewhere along the line, all that got hijacked, and
well, it seems to happen every 100 or so years in some sort of way, and maybe that is because there is some sort of an awakening to what's actually occurring and going on, and they need to do that to bring things back into control and give everybody a new narrative, and we start from scratch.
It's a ripcord they basically pull if all hell breaks loose for them, or as close to it.
So that brings up a good point, because I've wondered this for a while. So how do they start these things? Is it always by some kind of like, now I could see them doing it with economic collapse, right? Also, let's say climate might be a possibility, but war and famine and things like that. Like, because I almost get to the point where I'm like, where is it true about those orphan trains? But I don't know. Like I've seen pictures of those, many, many pictures by several different people. But the one thing you can refute is these huge buildings that were all of a sudden full of psych patients. What is that about? And orphanages. And these are monumental, large buildings. Like you're going like, what? What? I went to a school like that. It wasn't a large school in Missouri, and it said it was built in 1948. And the cornerstone, like all these other cornerstones and these strange buildings, was made out of no type of stone that was in the entire edifice, had that type of stone. Completely oddity. And the whole entire floor of my whole red brick elementary schoolhouse in St. Louis was under ground, a whole floor, and had it dug out at an angle to the sides down to the windows. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's half buried.
It's buried a whole level, and this is a wet area where it rains so hard. Sometimes you have to stop the car, like in 6 inches in 24 hours, or a foot in 24 hours, or something like it rained in Missouri where I lived. You know?
Yeah, I lived in a place like that up in a tropical climate, and I think there was nights we'd get. I think the biggest night we had was like 1,000 millimeters in one night.
That's crazy. Yeah, you guys probably can get more because you're literally the tropics. But
if we were to have a building buried under the ground there, which we do sometimes, parking garages and stuff like that.
Yeah,
they have to waterproof everything. They have to and even then there's water ingress, there's mold, there's all these issues that happen with them that they're constantly trying to fix. And why would you put windows and doors buried underground into facing dirt anyway?
I know. So I'm thinking that my schoolhouse, that they demolished that whole entire blocks, not just one block, a whole neighborhood, along with the school, the gas stations, the restaurants, everything that was in that whole block where I grew up is demolished, completely flattened. But anyway, I digress. So they have these buildings. I believe it was could have been built in 1848 and not 1948, as well as the houses we lived in. I lived in a house that still had a coal chute. Now, I suppose 1948 they were using coal, but they were sure as hell using it in 1840s. Everyone probably had to have a coal chute, which is really weird that I grew up in a house like that, you know, with a real wooden banister, second floor. But I digress again. But I wonder now, almost every single building I go into, because I live in downtown San Diego, and there's a bank building right down the street, and where was I today? The post office, and it goes up to the second floor, the entrance, all the stairways up to a second floor, and I look going down the first hallway on the second floor, and there's vents going down to the lower part. There's a whole floor. I was tempted to ask them, "Is there a basement in this building?" But I thought no, because on the other side, it's more equal. But I believe still has a whole floor underground. And the churches around here, some of the churches that are still here, two of them
it's the same in Australia.
Have a full floor underground. And now this one church is a huge one. And it has cutouts that are no more than about a foot or two going all the way down to the bottom of the floor from the side. What? And the other one is a brick building, supposedly built in 1913, very old. It's a whole entire city block large. It has a whole entire floor underground with arches, what do you call them? Areas, patios, and, arches, doorways, windows, everything.
Yeah, just buried. Yeah.
Inside of it. Yeah, inside of it. And you have to walk down. In the entrance, it has stairways going all the way down to the basement, and the entrance from the street is upward to the second floor. I'm like, what the hell is why?
But we've got all. It's strange because it's in every country. We've got all the same things in Australia, even in some of our smaller towns. Mm-hmm. And I did start looking into that, like our populations and stuff like that, and time periods things were built. But I didn't end up finishing it. But same thing, buildings half buried, churches half buried, stairways down to the basement on the outside, stairways up to the supposed ground floor, all sorts of weird stuff. And it is
very strange.
But there is stuff in Australia that a lot of this stuff, what they do here is we can't knock it down like that school. Once it gets to a certain age, they start heritage listing buildings, and you can't actually touch them or do anything with them.
Right. Yeah, they make excuses, but I think they're trying to destroy those types of buildings as fast as they possibly can.
Well, that a lot of people speculate that, with San Francisco fires and stuff like that. And after the World's Fairs, they were knocking down a bunch of these structures that they said they supposedly put up.
They sure did. Around here too, there was a 1915 and a 1932 or something World's Fair. So there's a bunch of buildings. There was this whole area where they have the zoo now, and it used to be like this whole carnival area that was up year round. You know, like where kids could go have fun and play. You know, like go on rides and take a trip to Mars for 10 cents. You know, it was cheap back then. Go on a little thing with some. Can you imagine?
Let me just chime in real quick. Strange thing about it is, right, whether you're a young Earth creationist or whether you want to believe in the world is billions of years old, right? It's just funny to me how we were here and we've had the wheel since the BCs and they always displayed in chariots and all of that. But the first bike wasn't created until the 1800s. So you're telling me that we're here all this time and nobody thought to make a bicycle or a bike-like structure until the 1800s, right? And then 100 years after that, we're using airplanes in World War I. That's a big leap, right? For you to be doing nothing with the wheel for thousands of years, about 2,000 years, and then all of a sudden, you know, let's make a bicycle. You should have been done that. That should have been something that should. So, you know, it's just strange the whole way that they tell us that this thing works. Not mean to kill the conversation. I'm done. The floor is yours.
What are we going to discuss?
What's up, Max? What's up, baby?
Yo, what's good?
West Coast checking in, man.
Yeah, the floors.
I just hung out with like 50 flat earthers tonight, dude. It's awesome.
A bunch of flat Earth party people over there, huh?
Bunch of flat earthers out here on the West Coast, man.
Awesome.
Dude, it was like the conversations, you know, 6 hours went by like 20 minutes, man. I was like, are you kidding me?
Dude,
that's
like, cool.
It was crazy, man. Talking about everything from records to music to vibrations and, you know, Tartaria, you know, health shit. Yeah, it was crazy, man.
A lot of truth going on out there.
So much truth, man. It's like, holy crap, I can't keep up. Anyway, it was really fun. Sonny's been to a couple of those. You know how it is, bro. Goes by so fast.
Yeah, I've been to 3 of them now. That's crazy.
Yeah, no.
Maybe I'll make I'll probably make the September one, Ebony House one in September.
Well,
what is it?
The big one's going on in Vegas.
Shoot,
October.
October. That's right.
So I don't know if you guys have got any plans to go to Vegas, but that one's like 3 days of. I think I need 3 days to kind of get through it all. I mean, the 6 hour thing is not enough time, man. It's just not enough time. Anyway, good times. Some great people, man. My goodness. Anyway, we got any newbies? We got any new customers in the house? Want to talk about where they live? Objective reality? Personal observation?
We have someone named Fridge. I don't know if anybody's spoken. He is VC verified.
Hey, Fridge, what's up, man? Driving home. I'll be home here in like a couple minutes.
Fridge is cool.
I'll jump on the computer, man. We start talking about all kinds of crazy cool stuff. Hey, it's almost Speculation Sunday, almost. Well, it is for some of you guys.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, yeah. It is already Speculation Sunday. Let's roll.
Let's
It was
get rolling.
Speculation Sunday for me about 12 hours ago.
Yeah, so let's speculate. Anybody got any Bigfoot, aliens, giants, Tartaria? These old buildings freak me out, man. There's so many of them. Star forts, man. That's my favorite.
Dude, those are cool.
I actually do have something interesting that I found the other day. You can get like a online map of where you can track airplanes, boats, see like manifests and stuff like that, and track them. And if you actually look towards like Antarctica and stuff, some of those trackers show the ships going like inland. Like, how are they getting inland?
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
But no, you can only see this if you get like the paid version, unfortunately. But like, I'll try and like pull it up.
You can see it on Google, man. Not Google. There's a website. What was it? There's a website. It wasn't Google. It was something else. It was, I think, Indio shared it. There's a website, and yeah, you can see this yourself. I have screenshots of this that I took the other day.
Yeah, Flight Radar is one of them.
But yeah, what you're saying, so that's real.
Do you guys know that all autopilot maps on all airplanes are an azimuthal equidistant map? Yep, that's right.
You mean the aviation charts?
No, man. All the autopilot maps on all airplanes are on a flat azimuthal equidistant map.
Well, that would make the only sense. That would be the only thing that would make sense because, well, we know why.
Well, yeah, based especially on how aircraft fly, they have to be nose up at 3 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Impossible on
3
a ball.
degrees, 1 to 3 degrees, somewhere in there. Yeah, somewhere. But yeah. Anyway, I'll send you guys a video here in a little bit. I'm almost home.
Well, we could also speculate that the Earth's not really flat. Maybe it could be something else like a ball.
Yeah, but how would that work?
Oh, we'd have to make some really big assumptions, I think.
I know. Let's start. So, Earth is a ball if you can navigate with a curved adjacent.
Yeah, but where do you put the ball? Where's the ball supposed to be at?
Well, if I drop a pen, there's gravity, and if there's gravity, it must be a ball.
What's gravity?
Well, you just use your
you just come up with this ball thing, and now you're inventing new words.
I know we need to. That's how they did it. So this is great exercise.
We should spend like an hour trying to prove the globe.
No, we have to just tie them together. So you just tie together. What did you say? If you drop something and it hits the Earth, then it's a ball. And then you tie together. Well, we navigate, and it has to be a ball because we use a curved adjacent triangle, right? The curve angle and the horizon it looks flat, but it's curved. So therefore, it's a ball. That's what you do. You just do that. That's how they did it. They tied all the freaking fallacious arguments all together. A big messy.
Could be a ball, and we just live on the flat part of it.
It's a ball of yarns that the Globers have spit out.
That's a good one.
I think it should be called weightity. Not gravity. Weightity.
Weightity. But wait, did you say weightity?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Weightity.
Yes, but remember, without gravity, you can't have weight because gravity is part of the weight and density equation.
Here's a question that you can just easily use to fight gravity is, they have little drones now. All they do is they add a negative charge to them now, and they can fly. There's no moving parts. They're just adding more of a charge to this object, and it's lifting off the Earth.
Well,
So is it just turning off gravity? No. So, no. Excuse me, sorry.
Anti-gravity.
I know it's not gravity. It's just I think everything has like an electrical charge to it. Our atmosphere is positively charged. The Earth has a measurable negative charge to it.
Yeah, I was just
You have the salt.
anti-gravity.
Yeah, you got saltwater oceans acting as like your conductor.
Yeah, that brings up some good ideas. I mean,
Because
I don't know how.
that's something I got into a talk with like one of my friends who's he believes in the globe, but like he's always open to talking and like we discuss stuff. And that's why when we talk about the mirror of like a flat like crystal clear lake, up in the mountains, not a single like movement whatsoever. It's a mirror surface. You can see everything perfect. Whereas the oceans are constantly having tides and moving around. There's salt water in one. The other's fresh, clear water. There's no salt in the still sitting water. I don't know, just weird, interesting stuff you notice.
The image I posted now was just a response to what we were joking about earlier before we were actually talking about what you were just saying. And yeah, I'm just late. Dodecahedron on Earth.
Well, I'm going to speculate.
Yeah, you're right, man.
I'm going to speculate that me and Jimbo don't even exist. We're a figment of your imagination because according to you flat earthers, Australia's not even in existence.
Yeah, so we're listening to a figment of our imagination from down under.
Yeah, because according to flat earthers, Australia doesn't exist.
What if we're all a figment of Australians' imaginations as they're hallucinating from hanging upside down from a space ball?
It's okay. We'll get you some anti-total medicine. You'll be all right in a few days.
Have like a...
I mean, think about it. There's people that actually think that they're hanging down upside down, but still upright.
Have a cosmic existential crisis.
Isn't that just wild? Like that. I guess it's just like everywhere else. People don't really think about this topic about where they actually are. They're too freaking busy.
I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. They're busy.
It's not most of those people's fault. It's just like we're used to dealing with anti-flat earthers, and those people make you irate. Like,
as hard as life is, a lot of people, I guess, they don't care. They don't want to know, and they don't care because it's not really relevant.
They think it's not relevant.
They don't see it just being.
Yeah.
They have given up, is what you're trying to say.
Well,
they just threw in the towel.
I'd say it's more not like that. It's more like they've got so much going on that's all on their plate. They got all burners loaded with all the stuff that they think is important. Like that all, they got their whole world revolving around them with what they want. So something else, adding extra variables to that, like, hey, the nature of reality might not be what you think it is. No. I want all of my little ducks in a row in the row that I have them. I don't want to change any of this. I want to leave it like it is. Nope. And then the cognitive sets in.
But there is seems to be this implicit like nihilistic kind of viewpoint that occurs incrementally as we get older. It's like more and more nihilistic as time goes by, which is just kind of not something that's said or given in education, at least not how we can really tell but it's there. You know what I mean? Through all the media, the movies, all of that, the social.
It's a good observation, actually.
The language used, think about the language used, and a lot of the images that are flashed in our faces, during growing up, all that period of time, all the violence and all that type of stuff, does
everything makes you feel like it's the end of the world instead of
to keep
enjoying.
It's to keep you in a constant state of stress. It's to wear on your body. It's to wear on your mind state. It's to break you down. They're killing the population over a long period of time without you noticing.
Yeah, and it does start working after a while. There's almost no way to avoid it, but we could try to limit its ill effects on us if it's possible to try to mitigate those a little.
I don't think that it's about population control or necessarily killing the population. It's more about I'm thinking it's more about killing the spirit. You keep people under control if they don't really know how things work and they're kind of afraid to think outside their own little comfort zone box that they've got. You kill their spirit, they'll obey.
Speculate that dragons and unicorns and things like that did exist. And that, yeah, I'm going to speculate that, right? Because we don't understand the nature of the pyramids or how they were built. We don't understand Easter Island. We don't understand Stonehenge or the relevancy of these things, right? So I'm going to propose that there was a more advanced civilization before the one that we have in our history and in our texts, and that at some point they decided to abandon this place and leave the stupid and dense ones behind, leave the barbarians behind and let them figure shit out. So yeah, I'm going to go heavy with that.
So you're speculating that there's some kind of Elysium world or Tomorrowland, like a place where the highest intellect people left and dipped out, so that the rest of us retards just kind of stay here on the plane. But I'm not. That's actually within the realm of possibility. I just think it's funny saying it out loud that way. Yeah.
I would like to add on to that with hypothetically, if you want to take like that GPS with the boats supposedly sailing inland in Antarctica, who knows what's outside? Maybe there is shit out there.
Yeah,
that we don't know about. What if that's where the smart people that said, "Fuck it, I hate this place. I'm done with the lands here. I'm leaving." And it
wouldn't be one specific though. But that there could be because there's rumors and stuff.
And then
about
all of a sudden, 1940s comes around and they go and explore and they're just like, oh my god, we forgot about the people that left, and they fight, and they're like, we don't want anyone else to leave, so now hey, you guys can't go back to Sixth Parallel.
I was gonna ask Max, things related to that, because this I think ties into the kind of Tartaria discussion too.
Yeah. I don't get into the Tartarian discussions too much because there's so much speculation, right?
I don't like that label.
It's speculation, It's an interesting concept, certainly. I mean, but, and we know that history is written by the winner, right? If you let America tell it, the Indians were savages that needed to die and it was manifest destiny and we did them a favor, right? If you let them tell it, right? So, and I mean, anybody, with any real decent understanding knows that something's missing with that story, right? So, I mean, I can't really determine, what was here before. I can only speculate on certain things based on certain things that supposed to be true, that they've already presented to me, like how the pyramids are lined up with the stars and they don't know how they were able to calibrate that, or they don't know how they were able to move the stones, or they don't know about the Olmec tribe and the big stone heads up in North America. They don't want us to even know that they had pyramids in the Americas. And so, with all these things that they're trying to keep away from you and, making esoteric knowledge it's it's kind of like, it's sickening to me, because I know that there's pieces of the puzzle that's missing. I know that the only way to tell a good lie is with truth in it. It's basically the whole truth sprinkled with little misinformation to throw the whole story into chaos. So it's just weird to me. So I speculate on those sorts of things, but it could definitely tie into Tartaria, because it would make sense. And possibly even giants, I mean, I'm not into, Nephilim and all this other stuff. I mean, but I don't, discourage people from having a healthy discussion about it. I'm interested in it. It's just not that interested. I have my own sort of ideas.
I will say in New Mexico, they did find a bunch of giant bones, and the local native tribes there talked about how like their ancestors actually grouped together and had to kill them because they were going around eating people from these other native tribes. So they all had to band together and genocide these giants. And they found all these bones in a cave burned. So what they did is they basically corralled them in there and smoked them all to death. They've been excavating all these bones, all these tools that they've been finding in the cave, and it's crazy.
Right, like certain things persist throughout our history, right? Whether it's Bigfoot, Nephilim, giants. And it seems to be in almost every culture, whether it's North, whether it's North America, whether it's Asian. There's some sort of form of all of these sorts of discussions throughout all of these different cultures that seem to, exist. I don't think that's, just by happenstance and just by coincidence, not to that degree, And so this is why I definitely lend some credibility to these sorts of ideas, they don't seem far-fetched if you really think about it, but there's definitely very little evidence of these things remaining, and so it's a lot left to speculation and putting pieces together and being a part of an investigative team to try to figure out this sort of stuff. I'm still stuck on we're the stupid ones, right? We haven't figured out the whole magnetic thing yet, right? To create the whole, what they call anti-gravity, which somebody struck down. I mean, I get the idea of anti-gravity, where, we can polarize things and move things with ease just by sliding it across, because we've learned how to manipulate the magnetic forces better. So I don't know. But it is Speculation Sunday, so I'm going crazy. Let's do it.
I think a lot of that has to do with frequency.
All right.
Because everything has a frequency to it.
Yep.
I think a lot of what we're looking at is original structure. Like original Earth designed structure.
Why hasn't there ever been a mummy found in a pyramid?
There's remnants from creation, and then from the First World Order, and then from the subsequent orders that happened afterward, or empires, as various ages progress. And we're looking at all of that left over.
Pyramids looks like CGI, man.
It does kind of. The kingdom built on the ashes of a previous kingdom.
Did you see what they're uncovering in Indonesia? It's like freaking mountain, man, a building under a mountain. It was just overgrown. There was some ruins at the top, and they thought that was it. And they started digging, and they're starting to realize the whole freaking mountain is a building.
Isn't that a Gunung Padam or something like that?
That's fucking creepy, man.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's like the Amazon. They're using LiDAR over in the Amazon, and they're finding along the whole Amazonian River just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of square miles of just cities buried by this overgrowth that they had there.
There's also people who claim that some of this overgrowth was actually planted originally, and it just grew out of hand, and it was brought to where it is, and it was originally like gardens, and the one single tree that was planted here and another one there, it all became a forest eventually as things filled in, became the jungles.
And they're finding a fertilizer there, and they have records of the people tribes from that area talking about terra firma. It's like a biological manure they had made up, and they don't know how to make it to today, but it could turn.
You were mentioning that in the chat earlier.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I think this ancient, advanced civilization went just down a different tech tree, than we did. A more natural, in tune with Earth kind of technology systems and understanding versus whereas we're petrol based.
Right.
Streamlined science.
Hey, when they say they want to get rid of the carbon, hey, guess what? We're all made of carbon.
You are the carbon they want to get rid of.
I mean, they say it openly.
They say it right out in your face. Anyway,
Ireland and knows and has ever used peat as energy, and knows a little bit about peat.
P is an energy?
Peat, I think you said.
PEAT, peat. Right?
Yes.
It's
Mad Max.
It's like a fuel somehow. You guys know anything about this?
Nothing. I don't know nothing.
Yeah. I just heard about it recently, and I wasn't too clear on it, but I was wondering a little bit about it, and if that's natural, why isn't that being used more? It's something related to Ireland out there in the UK.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Talking like peat moss, like.
Yeah, I don't know if it's peat moss or I think it's made from peat moss, which is why they call it peat. But it's some sort. They use it as a fuel at some point.
Yeah, it's a combustible like mixture of stuff of what is this? Partially decayed vegetation and organic matter, peat. So it's kind of like composting, but you're making like an artificial charcoal or a biological charcoal instead of like actual charcoal. I mean, the same idea could be used with like manure, right? Like in Mad Max, they were using shit to power everything.
No, they do cook with poo poo, man. Yeah. Cooking with poo poo over there in Africa, man. I know, I've seen it, man. Where they're like, it's just a dried out turd, man. Light the thing on fire. Okay. Yeah.
Well, now you're cooking with gas.
Literally.
I love that, man.
Yeah. Both the solid form and the gaseous form.
Baked bread inside dunghills. Yeah. Yep.
No, but you think of it like that's like a natural technology that we've understand Earth, and we're just like, oh, we can just do this and this, and bam, look, I can create this instead of having to destroy like these trees, burn them up to create this charcoal and all this stuff. I can just wham bam, thank you, ma'am, I'm good.
Right. I was thinking, more natural resources. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Being more in tune with what's around us and using that instead of just what we have now.
That
I knew some people.
Sorry, man. Go ahead.
I knew some people on the property that used to run black polypipe through a dung pile and use it for showering. The water would come out warm.
Wow.
There you go.
You could. I've seen
I don't know where
like heaps of compost, and this is just like leaves and mulch and crap. But like it's if you shovel into it, all the steam will start. It's really hot underneath those piles. And if you were to run tubes through there that had water going through it, you could actually create natural water heaters using various things like that, composting piles and other stuff.
And in theory, it's not touching the shit or whatever.
Yeah.
And in any way, it's clean because it's in the tube. It's just natural heating.
And it just naturally heats it. Well, I'm not even talking about the poop type stuff. I'm talking about actual plants. You could do it with that too.
Yeah, like compost pile.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love talking about poo poo.
Oh, jeez.
No, it's something we all have to deal with. So it's something everybody can relate to. Anyway, it's kind of funny. Anyway, it was really great hanging out with 40, 50 flat earthers tonight. Just, I mean, it's. I don't know if you guys ever had a chance to do it. I mean, I've probably done it, I don't know, a dozen times at least. And it's just like, wow, man, conversation's just flowing freaking like in lightning speeds, man. And just trying to keep up, and there's music, people playing music in the corner. It was just whoa, man. What a cool vibe, man, to be around that many people that want to talk about where we live. It's so cool, man. I mean, all of us can go to some, workplace party and you end up talking about the most stupidest shit, Hollywood or movies or something. But when you get 50 people together and they're all fucking flat earthers, man, the energy is stupid, man. It's just stupid. So I encourage you guys to maybe put together a meetup at a restaurant or a bar or wherever, man. Pizza place. Just get around those. Just try it one time, man. There's got to be I'm just fortunate. I live in Southern California. There's a shitload of flat earthers. I'm sure there's a shitload in New York too, Max.
Gotta find them.
They're out there, man. You just gotta have the right.
Gotta poke and prod.
Right, promote it. There's different bigger channels that will promote it, and you just tell them, "Hey, man, I'm having a meetup here on this day," and they'll even make the video for you. You don't even have to do anything. And you just get together and say, we're going to meet here on Friday or Saturday and see who shows up, man. You never know. But
I can imagine the energy is so awesome.
It's stupid, man. It's off the charts, man. It's like, it's just like constant. The vibrations are amazingly good, man.
Honestly, there should be meetups in every state.
Exactly.
And then not only that, but I mean, obviously but yeah, wherever you are, you should try and set up a meetup, whoever you are, grassroots.
Yeah, I mean,
once for all.
Helio did a couple over there, even on Arkansas, man. Where you got like 6 people to show up, but whatever, man. I mean, it's a good start, but Max could probably get, 20.
Results may vary.
But, the smaller places, you're not going to get 50 people showing up.
And then on a larger scale, though, we should have kind of something times between east, west, and center of North America, and then do them at the same time, like flat Earth, like meetups.
Yeah.
For those who can't be on the West Coast, they might be in the center, or might be over towards the East Coast, but we're all chatting here at the same time, so they're all connected. Even like run some tests or do find some kind of experiments that we can do over like the span of distance and time.
Yeah, I was talking with an old flat earther today, man. He's been around the game a long time, but as far as observation goes, I mean, he was doing, 50, 60 miles, but Jay Tolan did 1,200, and he's like, do we need more than 1,200 miles? I mean, and then somebody tonight was telling me about some kind of, I don't know if it was Iranian, but he was telling me about the Iranian came up with a rocket missile that travels at 8,000 miles an hour. I go, well, it's going to have to do twice the radius in 1 hour. And he's like, yeah, you're right. I'm like, okay, well, that thing's going to be curving like a motherfucker if it's going that fast. And that's in our atmosphere. They said they can do that. And we were laughing. Like, really? 8,000 miles an hour, huh? That's pretty crazy. In that movie, Maverick, man, he was doing 10,000. Or was it 9,000? He was doing 9,000 or something.
Yeah, them jets would have to be specifically designed to hug the Earth's curvature. It would have to be a major design component of those planes if they want to claim that it does that. And
exactly. I mean,
you don't hear people. It would have to actually try not to fly. It would have to nose down. It doesn't make any sense.
It would be ridiculous to try to fly something like that. So
yeah, it's absurd. And rail guns.
That's old school, man. 2016.
Yeah, just all that stuff. Just
we were looking into that hardcore, man. Like, wait, 100 miles? It's just a bullet? All right, where's the 7,000 feet of curvature calculated into that? We don't have to do that. What? Okay.
Yeah, it rides on electromagnetic rails. I guess they just say, it follows the...
Yeah, it's electromagnetic rail, kind of like, I don't know if you've ever been on some of these roller coasters where you're sitting still, and it's just like launching off an aircraft carrier. Same kind of system. And
I never understood it. I thought it like traveled in the air with the rails for some reason. I never really understood it. It feels like a bullet?
Well, the roller coasters and stuff I worked on when I was a kid, I was a ride operator. It was a straight track. It did a loop. It went up a hill, came back through the loop, back through the station, up another hill, and then came back and stopped. And it worked, they told me it works just like an aircraft carrier would launch a plane. And it was these big cables, and they were connected to these giant magnets, dude. These things were like as big as my car, right? And it would shoot this thing, man.
It's like a catapult system.
0 to like 60 miles an hour in like 2 seconds, It was like crazy.
It makes you think, right? It's like the controllers will let us use some high technology to kill each other and to keep us entertained. Like that's where you see cool magnet shit is at Six Flags.
Yeah, the railgun was same thing. It was a magnetic launching of a bullet, big giant bullet. That's all it is, and it works. But there's no curvature involved. It's hilarious. Yeah. I don't know. We've probably had a couple of Navy guys in here over the years, and they're like, "No, man, we just line up the laser in the sight, and it's line of sight, man. We don't calculate for no curve. Get the fuck out of here."
I worked with this Navy, old Navy guy. I think he retired, or maybe did like 16 years or something. He's also a Freemason, and he it was early on when I was first kind of cracking my eye open to flat Earth.
Right on.
And he was just telling me, because he overheard me just casually throwing it out there, like, oh, did you ever watch the videos? They're kind of crazy. And he shot it down real hard, and he was in the Navy. He's like, no, trust me, I was in the Navy. He told me about a UFO he saw come out of the water, go back in when he was on the ship, and blah, 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 which I believe that could have happened, but and he's like a wise older gentleman that was in the Navy a long time. He was a chief, some kind of chief. I don't know exactly the rank. Sure. And but he just shot it down. And I'm like, all right, one of two things is true. One, you just don't know, or two, like, you're trying to keep me stupid or something.
With this UFO, does he have any evidence or proof that it was actually some kind of alien piloting it, or was it just a human being?
No.
Basically piloting something that he can't fathom, and then imagine the rest.
Yeah, exactly. And it came up right next to the Navy ship, and then went back into the water. And that sounds like he's part of the fleet. It sounds like he's just a secret.
Yeah, it sounds like some high tech, and then they were just kind of testing their reactions to what they saw too. Like it's all military
like
things.
That sounds like Bill Cooper's. You guys know? You read Behold a Bellwether?
No.
Well, Bill Cooper described something exactly like that in his book, and he was in the Navy.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't believe in like flying aircraft that could be mysterious or even of like ancient or some kind of inexplicable origin, but I'm just saying in all likelihood it's probably a military.
If you'd have shown somebody a 747 100 years ago, they'd be like, fuck off, but
they would be like,
no way. You can get 500 people on that thing? Fuck off. Yeah, you can put 500 people on it, and it can fucking definitely works, man. I've been on 747s. They definitely work. And it even when I'm on them, I can't believe we're flying this damn thing. But, is there some great tech from that they're not showing us? Hell yeah, man. Yeah, they got shit that will do things that we can only dream of, man. I mean, like
the Tesla shit. They took all his work.
Sure.
That was like the moment humanity was on kind of had a fork in the road right there, and
yeah.
Tesla was like autistic or something.
You can't give away free energy, man. That's no, bro.
Edison monetized.
I got a car that runs off of water, man. You guys want one?
It's all about what they can monetize and make money off of. That's what
exactly.
They want.
It's always about the monetization, man. It's always about instrumentally bringing up the information. Like, today you get a cassette tape, tomorrow you get a CD, and the next day you get, an MP3. If you're lucky, they always feed it real slow,
Yeah, and they fell in love with petroleum because they can kind of control the output of that, and they put it in our food. They went as far as feeding us fucking petroleum products. It's crazy.
Well, they actually do feed petroleum products to people. Most of the medications you take are petroleum based. So
yeah, I learned that kind of recently. That's a
whole other
it's that petroleum technology chain we went down at, thanks to the Rockefellers and all that.
Thank you, Rockefellers. Thank you, fellas. You fucking rock. You rock. You're rocking, fellas. You guys are rocking. He's rocking. Rocking the world, man. Those bastards. Fucking bastards.
My mum had a remedy book or something from like the early 20th century. Maybe it was older than I don't know. And it had these insane, like every second page, one of the remedies was a teaspoonful of Kero. No joke. It was like, what?
Yeah.
Like the syrup? Kero?
Yeah, kerosene, yeah.
Oh.
That's insane.
They're actually encouraging people to ingest it.
Fuck off. I just go, fuck off. No. That
somebody mentioned Bill Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse, and
Flatsy.
I haven't read that book. I like her. Her and I have had a couple of agreements, I've noticed. I haven't read that book, but I did listen to a lot of his radio show. And he, not a flat earther. He just never got there, but
he died. He died before he could get there, man.
I say the same thing. I'm like, if Bill Cooper wouldn't have died when he did, he would be a flat earther today.
He would be the Mark Sargent of flat earth, man. He would have been all over that shit,
he's the
man.
best.
Well, he was already questioning.
Yeah.
He was already questioning the whole alien narrative because he saw that there
the
was
moon landing
agents,
too.
the aliens.
I was going to ask you guys. He did question the moon landings. I remember that, right?
Oh yeah, he tore it apart. He talked about how like the gravity, how like the videos of them jumping, how didn't make any sense.
Didn't work out. Yeah.
The big one though.
They should have been jumping like 10 feet in the air.
The big one with Bill Cooper is that he predicted 9/11 and that it would be blamed on Osama bin Laden.
Oh yeah, that's like a month and a half before.
No wonder they killed him. Sure.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Oh, if you want to have a trip, go listen to his broadcast on 9/11. Listen to the actual. He went live for like 13 hours straight, and he's just saying they're going to start a war in Afghanistan. They're going to invade Iraq.
Yeah.
He just like probably loud. I got food in my hands here, but yeah, he nailed 9/11 a month before, and then on the day and they killed him like a couple months later, right after that, after 9/11.
Yeah, there's some great ones that we can all look back upon and say, hey, man, they definitely saw into the future, that they were trying everything they could. Hey, man, wake up, people. You guys got to stop it. This shit's going really bad. Stop this this World Economic Forum thing, man. You got to stop. I mean, there's a lot of people screaming right now going, this is getting stupid. We need to like have a timeout. Timeout, everybody. No. But it keeps going forward, man. And Bill Cooper experienced no different than we're experiencing. He saw it. We see it. And he's just trying to point it out. And it's like, dude, man, you got to look at this Earth thing, man. It's important. I'll tell you, it's really important. But if you don't want to look at it, man, oh, shoot, man. Sorry, bro. But Cooper didn't have a big audience. I mean, he had like that radio show, right? I mean, it was a pretty big audience. But he wasn't like, even man, the guy was like into everything that, you want to talk about anything other than the mainstream shit? I was always hunting out that shit, and I couldn't find fucking Bill Cooper, man. I couldn't fucking find him.
Yeah,
that,
I mean, I was censored, man. His information was seriously censored, by the way.
Yeah, well, he was also very cynical, too. Like, he called people idiots and retards and all the things because he was so sick of people not listening to him.
Yeah.
He got real cynical.
Sure, man. I mean, we've all done it in here, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
He didn't like none of the other clowns either. He didn't like Alex Jones.
Right.
Jordan Maxwell, like him. He didn't. He was basically his whole thing was secret societies, how they're all tied together. That was like his main.
I had never heard of Bill Cooper until way after Flat Earth, man. I'm like, who is this guy? And then what the hell's he talking about? And he's going into 9/11 and stuff, and that's the only stuff I actually watched of his was his 9/11 stuff. But never heard of the guy, but I could tell the guy's sincere.
Yeah, he did real research. Like he has the series. The reason I brought him up in the first place is just to recommend it if you guys haven't heard of it. It's called Mystery Babylon, and he does like 28 or 30 episodes, and they're an hour. Yeah. And they're on YouTube, but a couple of them they get deleted all the time. But you can find them on YouTube, and they can see it on his website. And he just goes through the history of. It's so good.
You just go to the Fact Hunter with George Hobbs. He's got all of the Mystery Babylons. He's releasing them all in order and everything on his podcast. He's got a website and he's on Spotify. The Fact Hunter, like he's hunting the facts. He's not finding them all the time, but I like the avenues that he went down because my journey for truth started with The Hold the Pale Horse, the book by William Cooper. And then looking for William Cooper online, so that I found that he had a radio show, and I listened to a lot of his radio shows. There was one that he did back in the day that was it talked about he hosted somebody on there talking about germ theory, and I got to listen to that. That was my first introduction to the whole idea. It was through William Cooper and George Hobbs, and they kind of opened all these doorways open for me. And like William Cooper, as funny as it sounds, is the one reason why I came to Flat Earth. So,
shout out to Coop. Thank you, Coop.
May he rest in peace.
Bless you, brother, man. That's all you can do, man. I mean, you did what you can do, and we're doing what we can do. I'm doing what I can do, man. I'm no, super intellect. I don't read a whole lot of shit because I'm dyslexic. But I watch a video. I understand how it works. I'll go out and try it. I'm a hands-on. I'm a mechanical guy, man. You want to build some shit? I'm your guy. But Coop, man, he's out there day in, day out just trying to wake people up. And that's what we doing in here, man. And someday they'll be like talking about that place that we used to be called 24. Oh, was amazing. It was a Flat Earth place. Yeah. They'll be talking about us like they're like we were talking about Bill Cooper, man. We're way ahead of our time, man. Way ahead. And it's severely evident because the amount of TikTokers on Flat Earth that are coming and going is off the charts, man. I don't know if you guys know this.
Makes you wonder why they want to get rid of TikTok so bad.
Well,
I wonder why.
Because, well, we all know why. Because the servers are all in China.
Oh, yes, but other than that, there's compound facts as well. That's just more convenient as well on top of it for them.
Exactly. But yeah, we're still way ahead of the curve, and we're like the Bill Coopers of his day, man. Saying, hey, man, what is the scientific method for? I mean, I saw a guy come in here today and go, well, measurements is science. I'm like driving down the road, and I'm swerving my car. Like, what measurements is science, Max? Come on, you know that.
Yeah, you're talking about Ruhif. I think that's the guy.
It was that other guy with the radio voice saying, well, measurements is... Yeah, he was real deep voice. I don't know, there's a couple other guys. I think he ended up going up against Jedi for... They kind of... I think they're from the same UK. So I was like, shit, Jedi, he's from the UK. This guy's from the UK. I kind of bounced out, but yeah, he was going into... Well, measurements is science. And I was... and knowing what we know, that's ridiculous. And it's one of those days where you're like, okay, we got a lot of work to do to try to straighten out some people, man, and help them to think straight, Max. We got
ignorance on full display when they make statements.
It's so easy to just go, oh, yeah, well, math is science or measurements is science because, that's where your brain goes, but they are actually thinking about what they're saying, or they have any evidence for it, but they'll just say it. They'll just come in here and go, gravity, you guys. And we'll be like, which one? And we're like, well, the one and only, bitch, Newton. Like, oh shit, you got okay.
No, mass attracts mass.
The fucking apple fell on the dude's head, bro. It's a great story. It was a great story. I was in 3rd grade. I was like, oh, okay. The apple fell on his head. Of course.
Man, listen, the stories that they tell are just, they don't make sense to me, which is why I question all of it.
Are you telling me no one else ever saw an apple fall from a tree ever prior to that?
Exactly.
But he was the one that came up with the math, and
he was number
totally
one.
Makes sense, and it works every time. We had this poor kid in here last night, man, trying to hour and a half, man. He stuck in there, man. He was going and spinning, but by the time we got the gas pressure without a container, man, I mean, an hour and a half later, man, he's like, well, you guys just keep your echo chamber. I'm out of here. He just bounced. Poor kid. So, objective reality, things you can actually go out and check out, man. I mean, we always say, man, don't look at the stars, but I do say, look at the sun, man, and the moon, and just try to track them for a year or two, Say, hey, man, at this time of year right now, man, today I was out at the beach, and I got some great video. Maybe I'll share it later, but the sun was so far north of me, man. It was ridiculously far north this time of year. It's like way the fuck over there, man. And I'm sure you all experience the same thing, man. It's like super far north. I'm like, damn, that's bitching. And you can check it out in the south too, man. Come next fall. It'll be way the fuck over there, man. Yeah. Anyway, so seasons. Are you spinning? Do you feel like you're spinning? No. Do you feel like you're rotating around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour? No. Do you feel like you're shooting through outer space at 1.5 million miles an hour? No. I mean, just give me the honest answers, and we're going to be friends, man. Don't be trying to. Well, you wouldn't feel it because there's galaxies and stuff that hold it all together, and it's perfect. What? Okay.
What?
Welcome to Disneyland. Really?
One question I always had with their answer to that is, well, in theory, was like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, oh, the equator's fatter there, so it spins faster there on Earth. Okay, so you're saying me being used to the speed where I live now, if I traveled to the equator and went to like a local town or something there, I should feel a movement difference because I'm not naturalized, to that motion of speed. No difference is felt no matter where you go on this Earth. You should feel that difference. You're not used to it.
You're not. Well, that's the reason you don't feel it because
exactly
because it is spinning. I mean, that's the ridiculous. I mean, that's the fuck all. I always pisses me off. I'm like, well, the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're spinning. What? What did
you don't feel it, you dumbass? You ain't smart enough. You ain't smart enough to feel it. You need to be
have nothing
smart.
in that head to rattle around.
You ain't smart enough to feel it. I love that, Max. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. You ain't smart enough to feel that shit. That's why you don't feel it, dumbass.
Oh, my goodness.
That's the biggest belly laugh I've had all day, man. And I hung out with 50 flat earthers today, man. I'm like, but that one got me. Fuck.
You must be this globe-brained to feel the movement.
Mm-hmm. It's like the reason you don't feel it is because you are. Yeah, fuck off. Right? That's such ridiculous thinking, man. I hate that shit, man. And that's the kind of shit I want to expose more than anything. Is like, you come in here with the reason I don't feel like I'm spinning is because I'm spinning. Is that what you're going to bring to the table? Really? Okay. We got a lot of work to do, right? All right. Anyway, Miguel is totally AI. Anyway, shout out to the YouTubers, man. Hold on. Let me shout out. Nobody's out in the YouTube. Okay. Fuck you guys. You guys suck. Never mind. Those. Paraplegic, One Big Pond. TEOS UK is in the house. All right. That's it. Anybody on Rumble? We're checking out. We're live streaming on Rumble. Nobody out there. All right. It says it got 10 people in Rumble watching. Hey, join the VC, man. You got 28 people on YouTube and nobody's chatting? That's weird. Okay. So the reason you feel like you're not spinning is because you are spinning. I just want to take that shit to the woodshed and beat its ass.
And not only are you spinning, but you're also rotating and flying at the same time.
Well,
supposedly, hypothetically,
allegedly, with the explanation from the higher authorities like NASA and Scientific America and Space.com, don't forget. And those guys, they'll be like, dude, man, we're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, you cucks. You guys don't get it, man. You guys suck. Come on, man. We know we're spinning through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Why? Because we've been to space, you dumb flat earthers. You've been to space personally. Well, no, but, we sent, stuff out there. All right. we love to break it down to what they actually can prove, what they know. And those are the two things, man. It's not what you think you know. It's what you can prove. And shout out to Robert Bassano, Plante Veritas. Fabulous work, man. Probably as good as Bill Cooper ever did. Probably better. Because this guy would call up NASA and go, hey, man, I'm a graduate student here at Stanford, and I'm looking into the actual rotation. I mean, he knew this shit so good.
That guy is awesome.
He was so fucking awesome, man.
Is he around still?
And I would say no.
Yeah, I was looking at.
I think I saw him in the chat maybe like at least over a year ago, maybe a year and a half. But yeah, he bounced out. But he'll be back. Robert will be back.
I just discovered his stuff recently, and I thought the way he handled those phone calls, one in particular, it's like, did you? I'm sure you probably have. He had a guy on the phone from NASA, like one of the.
He had two guys on the phone from NASA. One was from the Hubble Space Telescope. He had the deputy director from the Hubble, and he also ran into like one of the guys that was the director for a telescope program called SOFIA.
Yep.
And he talked to both the head of Hubble and the head of SOFIA, and he went toe to toe with those guys. Toe to toe, man.
Yeah.
And was asking him about, superfluid helium. I mean, this guy knew his shit. And both conversations were over a half an hour long, which is absolutely incredible. You get somebody at that level on the phone for a half an hour. But he took him.
He asked him. I don't interrupt. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you, but he asked him about the superfluid, and they had this moment where he was talking about it's a dense. He's like, the densities that I'm figuring it's going to be, and he's being specific about like why he thinks it's some kind of I think it was helium or hydrogen or some kind of like state of water or something. But he was real specific about it, and the guy asked him, what kind of densities have you been coming up with? The guy asked Fasano, the top dog, the deputy guy or whatever, what kind of densities are you considering? Like he's basically conceding, yeah, it's liquid up there, but like essentially either asking for info or poking to see how much he knew. But it was a very telling moment in that he asked him, what kind of densities? Like, why are you asking him how dense space is? Space is a vacuum, But he wanted to know. He wanted to know what he thought the density was.
Info, unless he knew that info.
Yeah, I like your perspective on that, man, and I think that should be listening for all flat earthers, man. It's only 1 hour long, man. Both segments, but yeah, to listen to somebody take on the guy who's in charge of Hubble for 25 years. Oh my goodness, brah. I mean, that thing's been scrubbed from YouTube, by the way. And you gotta go on BitChute or somewhere else to find it, man, in these days.
I can link it.
I think I have both of those on my YouTube channel private. I think I got them on private because I didn't want to get my channel. I didn't want to lose them, but I think I have both those phone calls on my YouTube channel, but they're private.
I might have heard it if they're not private on yours because I don't know where I saw it, but it wasn't his original channel. I know that, but I did catch it.
Yeah. Those phone calls have made the rounds for sure, man. I think I've seen them both on BitChute. You could probably find them on there and do a quick search. But yeah, that was just epic, man. Both of them. And there's many more epic times that Robert Bassano did with QE. Some just breaking down of the scientific method, really. I mean, that was where the scientific method got its ass whooping. And we put the cement shoes on that bitch. And that was Bassano and QE together did that. And they were both like, hey, man, wait a minute. The scientific method is the scientific method. How do you prove that there's stars that are trillions of miles away? Fuck off, man. That's what Bassano would say. Fuck, wait a minute. Hold the fuck up. Fuck. He cussed more than I do, man, by far. And he was not apologetic about it either. He was very like, you know, like what I'm talking about? You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love that kind of attitude. That's a Jedi attitude. It's a confident attitude. It's an exploratory attitude, man, that say, wait a minute, man. We need to look into this a little bit deeper, you assholes. Wait a second here. You're telling us yeah. And he would break down the science. And that's really where QE and Bassano, I thought they did the best job of explaining what the scientific method actually is. I think one of QE's first presentations about the scientific method was on Bassano's channel. So shout out to John, man. Thank you. Back then he was known as John. He wasn't even QE.
Really?
Yeah, Robert, but everybody would call him just John. Hey, what's up, John? That was it. And it was just, they would break down these. I mean, QE and Bassano broke down the railgun. Those were the first guys that really brought it to my attention. And it's like, well, what? You can shoot a missile?
And I'm looking for it right now on my YouTube, and like it's been really easy to find, and now maybe they got that channel.
I did find the link to Facebook with that.
With the Bassano, yeah, dump it in there. He's got a real good video too about the he found a bunch of software that you could download from NASA that NASA had. It was like
yes,
virtual reality stuff, and this is like years ago before. Like he was ahead of the curve for sure. But all this wild software with these crazy capabilities and things I never knew even existed today. And it's an old video. And he was saying it's basically out there, open source. You have to either be a student or you have to sign some agreement, like they're getting your consent, or you're giving them consent to connect to your computer or whatever. But I'm not doing it a good job. But if you do catch a video of his where he talks about the NASA software, it's
hell yeah,
it's wild,
dude. Bassano and John QE, as we know, those guys, man, would just sit around every single day for a whole summer, probably 8 months worth, and just went through everything that NASA's putting out, and they just took it to the woodshed, man. And it was just epic because I was watching it live at the time. To look back on it, man, it was more. It was a freer time. We didn't have the censorship that we have now. I mean, it was definitely a great. But I'm so fortunate that Bassano's channel is still up. By the way, it's not taken down, man. Plantis Veritas. You want a link to it? I'm happy.
Yeah.
Dude, there's 50, 60 videos in there. Some of them are an hour long.
The search wasn't coming up. They censored the hell out of the search.
The search will fuck you, man. But I'm just sub to it. So
let me the link.
That link to Facebook. First. I did post that link to Facebook, and there you can see the video. That video.
But yeah, those videos did get taken down on Plantis Veritas' channel, but especially those two videos, the two that we are talking about tonight were removed from his channel. However, his channel's still up. He says he couldn't access it. He lost the password, whatever.
Yeah, okay.
But here you go. There's his channel right here. He says he just lost the access to it, and he wanted to get back in it, but he couldn't. But that was the last time I heard from Robert. It's been a while, but anyway.
Yeah, I hope he's healthy, man. He seems like. I want to pick his brains, man. I want to if he hopped in here, I'd be happier than picking shit. I just quiz him all kind of nasty questions,
what, man. You just focus your energy out there, man. Say, I would love to have Bassano in here too, man, and QE at the same time. And I want to just be in the same room with those Mongos, man. Fuck. I'd be like, oh shit, here we go. Let's do this again. Come on. Yeah, it'd be like getting the band back together. I'd be like, oh, fuck yeah. You NASA, you fucking toast, baby.
I'm super curious about what he thinks about the subject of, like, the superfluid in space. Like, because he was really getting into some details.
Yeah.
He didn't cover it. He didn't cover it fully in detail with the guy on the phone. He kind of was, they were understanding each other, you know. He was kind of like playing it cool with him. But I want to know what the hell he thinks, because I've seen a lot of different videos on that, the different states of water.
Go back and look at Plantis Veritas's videos. You might find one or two videos where he kind of goes into it, even before maybe he talked to the guy from NASA, whatever that guy was, which I think it was the guy from the Hubble. Yeah, I think he was. But anyway, check it out, man. Don't believe me? Hey, man, go outside, check out Earth, man. Do not believe any of us, because the sun and the moon and where we live, and it's daylight and it's dark, and that's all observable phenomenons, man.
Yeah.
Nobody's in here is denying that. And I was trying to get that to that kid last night. I'm like, hey, man, these are all observable phenomena that you and I can both check out, man. Simple, man. Go outside. Hey, guess what? It's noon. It's hot. You know, the sun's right over my head, and, you know.
But how does the sun set if it's flat? Shouldn't it always be light out?
Well, we went into that last night with William, man, and we're like, hey, you know, look at it. If I took a flashlight, you know, and I walked away from you, how far do I got to go before you can't see it on a flat plane? I mean, we all can observe that the street lights look like they're going to the ground, right? If you're on a nice, flat, straight highway with street lights, you can see them, man. They're all the same height. They're all like, you know, 20 feet high or whatever. But at some point, man, they just disappear off into the horizon. It took him a while to get around to that one. That wasn't the one that made him trigger out. But yeah, we worked that one for probably 30 minutes at least.
Do you guys ever in here, because I'm pretty new to the channel here, do you guys ever get people, I'm sure you do, right? Get people that you're talking to, they're hitting you with the cliche questions, and then they go, oh, no way, that is right. Do you have moments like that?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
100%. Yeah, it feels good. There's a few guys this year that have like come in here like, well, what about the pictures from space? You know, and they ended up like going, oh shit, man. You guys are right. But most people, I'd say like 80% they'll just go full cognitive dissonance, man. They will not accept any new reality, and even their own reality. I mean, like I could say, hey, man, can you show me gas pressure without a container? Is there any chance that you could do that? I've got like wood shop, metal shop, welding shop, I can do plastics. What can I do to produce gas pressure without a container right here in my shop? And I've offered to fly guys. I go, dude, I'll fly you here. Fuck it. You can stay at my house. I'll pick you up at the airport. You don't have to rent a car, nothing. Cost $400 to fly you here and back, whatever. Like, show me gas pressure without a container, please. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I said, I got 10 grand. I'll fly anywhere in the world to see gas pressure without a container. Where are we going? And I put that out for years. Challenge. Like, show me that, man. Show me that gas pressure without a container, man. And this discussion is over, bro. And yet, to this day, nobody's taken me up on my offer. Nobody. So,
you know what? I've had some. I'm about a year. I watched. You know, I always knew flat Earth made a little bit of sense, but I just wasn't ready to accept it. So I got fed it little bits, and then I learned the world and Bill Cooper, and I went kind of the long way around and just ended up like, okay, So it's been about a year or so where I've been over the other edge where I'm like, all right, it's not a globe, and I don't know what it is, but it ain't a fucking globe.
Ain't a globe, baby. It ain't a globe. Yeah, I'm with you, man.
My dad,
I don't know what it is. I mean, I'd be the first one to be like, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I don't. It's like people are like, are you a flat earther? I'm like, I don't know what that word means. Like, I just know I've tried everything I can try to find a good explanation for the globe, and just every day that I look, it's worse and worse and worse for the globe. It just doesn't. There's nothing there anymore. It's just there's no experiment at all, But I didn't think my dad. Just why I brought this up, I didn't think my dad would be that open to it, because he is open to other things. But surprisingly, the only way I got to him is that I made a comment. He had seen things, everyone's seen things on it. I made a comment to him, I mentioned it or something, and then he kind of kicked back. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I'm looking into it. I just didn't push him. I mentioned it like 2 or 3 times to him, and then when the videos popped up in his feed, now he watched them, and he's like,
"Hey, Ken, man, how old's your dad, man?"
My dad is 64.
All right, he's a little bit older than myself, man. I'm almost 60, bro. So
but you've been flat Earth for a while, right?
2015. Late.
Oh, okay. You waited a bit.
Yeah, man. I was new, but I've been looking into truth since 1992. So it was like 31 years ago, and I was looking into the money system. I was looking into I don't know if you know much about the legal name stuff. How they put you.
I'm learning more about that.
Yeah, they put your name in all caps. They trade your name on Social Security, on the stock exchange. I mean, there's all crazy stuff, man. I don't know everything about it, but I know that it's a thing. And we're all trapped at sea. It's like, what? Fuck, this sucks. So the system is kind of rigged in so many ways, and I knew it was rigged, man. And when Flat Earth came along, and it wasn't like I ran across a YouTube video. I was working a gig with a guy. I was doing sound for a live concert, right? I'm running the soundboard, and we did the what we call the sound check and rehearsals, and we had maybe 20 minutes to kind of okay, everything's set, the soundboard's set, everything, microphones, everything's set. And he whips out his phone. He goes, "Hey, man, satellites are fake, dude. There's none of them are real, man. Look." And he's like flipping through his phone, and he's showing me these pictures of satellites in space, all fucking CGI, bro. And then he showed me the dome Earth with like pillars underneath. You know, he showed me this picture. He goes, "Dude, man, we live on a flat, stationary plane." You know, he just hit me with a couple of things, man. And I go, "Yeah, whatever, dude, man. I got your satellites tomorrow, man. I'll be back with you, bro." And that was it. It wasn't like he was like, dude, he didn't push it that hard. He just kind of showed me a couple things. And I'm the kind of guy who would be, dude, I didn't think he was an idiot. The guy's, you know, he's, super smart guy. He's been around. He's done a million different projects. And I'm like, okay, cool, man. I got you. I'll just show you the evidence tomorrow, man. I got you. And I started looking up satellites in space from space, you know? And I'm like, oh, fuck. And it literally back then, man, you could search for like 4 days of images. Today, man, you'd be lucky to get, 600 images, before it goes, all right, we're done. But back then, man, I started searching satellites in space, from space, pictures, anything at all, man. Just I go, I got this, man. I want to show this guy, like, dude, there's a satellite in space right there, man. There's a live stream. Yeah. And, I got nothing, man. And that's where my journey began, as far as flat Earth. It was like, and it was just a real life encounter. The one guy said, hey, man, check it out.
Satellites are fake and gay.
Fake and gay. And that was it, so that might be something in today's world, man, that would actually go really far. It's like, dude, space is fake and gay. What?
The way my dam broke in my head, because I had looked into it a little here and there. I realized, this. I was just sitting in my room. I don't remember what it was, and then I just said, "Oh, gravity don't make shit go down. Everything moves according to density in the water, in the air. Less dense up, more dense down."
That's right,
why wouldn't they teach us gravity as some kind of force that sorts the density out? Like, why do they teach us it just goes down? And then that was like the moment where I was like, yeah, that don't add up,
Don't add up, man. And that's something you can check out for yourself. I mean, you don't have to believe any of us. You have to believe people are floating in a tin can above your head, man. They're floating for months on end, for years, some of them, man. It's been like 300 and almost a year up there, right?
Yeah,
can you imagine
falling forever? Yeah.
Can you imagine floating for 360 days? What would happen to your innards and your intestines and your poop and your
yeah, exactly. The cool videos, I put one on the other day. It's 7+ hour video of them doing a spacewalk and repairing some kind of something on the ISS. And I'm like, I watched a bunch of it, waiting for like a good camera angle. Like, you're flying around the damn Earth, it's going light to dark. I mean, the speed they're traveling around Earth at that altitude is unheard of. It's whatever miles per hour they're moving. But I'm like,
17,500 miles.
Yeah. Give me a good, just it doesn't take very long. Just give me one complete lap around the Earth. You got the camera angle there. I know they're fixing stuff. This is a 7-hour video. Just give me one lap around the Earth and let me watch the sun go up and down. And it's like, they just cut, the whole time. They just bullshit.
Exactly. Yeah. Everything is cuts. The rocket launches, their videos, the live feeds, everything is cut.
Yeah. Don't you think that somebody on planet Earth wants to watch them do just a one clean lap around the damn planet? Just do that. It only takes a few minutes. Just show me, It's crazy.
It is crazy, man. 17.5 an hour. 17.5 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hauling ass. How many kilometers an hour? Koso.
Forget, no brakes and no steering wheel.
It takes 92 minutes to circle the Earth. Guaranteed that. Koso's been up there. He knows. Koso knows. He knows. He's been up there. He checked it out. It's guaranteed. We should all close down the server, everybody. Thanks for playing. Koso, it said it takes 92 minutes. That's it. That's it. We're done here. Thank you guys for playing. Yeah, fuck off. Fuck off, Koso. I would unmute you, man, but I'm just, I'm just a runt around here, man. I'm nobody.
Hey, don't forget, no steering wheel and no brakes too.
Well, they got reverse thrusters. They call them. Actually, come on, everybody knows that.
Oh yeah, they have reverse thrusters. Yet when you look at it, there's no reverse thrusters.
Reverse thrusters, man. I mean,
are they static?
What a weird name for something, by the way. Thrusters. Anyway,
it's all sex. It's all sex references. And
Kosho's laughing his ass off. Oh, he can't speak, but he's laughing. I know he's laughing. Reverse thrusters, Koso. Come on, man. Give me an IPA on that one, man. Please. Give me a little happy face or something. Fuck.
Dude, the stories about the damn Hubble satellite too, how like they I think it's ISS captured Hubble at some point in its history and gave it a boost to go back out.
Yeah, it was a space shuttle actually.
Oh, space shuttle. Yeah, they catch it. They catch that damn thing going. God knows how fast.
It's 350 miles up. Bassano goes into that.
Yeah, that's where I heard it.
He goes into that stuff. Wait a minute, what's up? And then they just kind of the guy just pushed the satellite away from him. Okay, here you go. Here's your launch angle. I'm just gonna push it away from the space shuttle. Yeah, that was a little ridiculous, man.
The whole thing.
It was a hell of a laugh, man. I'm still smiling about it, Koso. Shit. That shit's funny, bro.
It's like lassoing a damn. I don't know. It's like lassoing the Washington Monument from fucking the Wrigley Field. It's like with a rope and a lasso and just getting it first try.
First try, man. Every time, man. Well, NASA, man. The smart people, man. They can't fuck up. Well, they do. No.
Just Challenger, right? That's their only fuck up myself.
The Challenger thing, man, and have a lot of the astronauts survive that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's true.
That's pretty cool. However, we've got video of people confronting them on the street.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And they just run away, or they'll just go, "Oh, it's just a weird coincidence. We have the same name, and we look exactly the same." Yeah, it's just weird. It's a weird coincidence. It's crazy. I get a lot of emails. But yeah, fuck off. Yeah, you're the same person, asshole.
I do wonder if there's any success rate at punching through the firmament in some way. Can they get? I don't know if they take a needle to it. Is there any? I'd like to know what kind of the results of the experiments are.
Project Fishbowl, where they sent nukes to and they couldn't. I mean, actually, Hillary Clinton mentions it a couple of times when she said, "Well, we put a lot of cracks in it, but never broke through." So,
it's
a glass ceiling. It's Miguel just put the guy who was in the vacuum chamber. That's the only footage we have of somebody in a vacuum chamber in some kind of suit.
I want to see it.
This is the only footage we have. And I've been asking this one for years. And I know that there's a lot of flat earthers that have asked this questions. Why don't they put more guys in the spacesuits in the vacuum chamber?
They would implode or blow up, right?
Well, it starts to boil. It starts to boil
in like a minute or something like that, and he just.
You know what? You can put a glass. You can put a glass.
Oh, sorry, he fell.
Yeah, he passed out. Man.
He's done. Yeah, he lights out.
He lights out. He was done. So you can put a glass of water in a vacuum chamber and it'll boil, but yet it's not hot. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, the pressure thing, right?
Yeah, I've seen many videos with people putting shit in vacuum chambers, and they do things that, we can't do here in the non-vacuum chamber. Yeah.
I've seen. I wonder about rocket propulsion. If it needs to push off the air to work.
Yep.
I don't. Yeah, I mean it's logical to me, but there's
I brought that up to a physicist that worked for Boeing, and I'm like, "Hey, man, how's that working?" He goes, "Well, the propellant that's going out of the rocket is pushing off itself."
Yeah, but it's an infinite vacuum, so it's like kind of.
I'm like,
yeah,
where can I demonstrate that here on Earth, man? Can we demonstrate that here on Earth?
Yeah, I watched a video on YouTube. I'm like, all right, rocket and vacuum chamber. Like, let me see it. They got to have something on here. And it's this guy shooting a rocket or hooking up a rocket engine or whatever to. It's like a 4-foot box. I'm like, and I don't count. You know, it fills up with smoke. First of all, it gives you something to push off of. But you're not in a vacuum anymore. It's like you'd have to build a giant vacuum chamber, kind of like suspended in the middle. Like it was like the most bullshit experiment I ever saw. And NASA like send him the engines. Like he got free materials to do the bullshit experiment in this tiny little box. It's like it doesn't even close to me.
All right. Koso put Neil Armstrong in a vacuum chamber.
Let's see.
I'm watching it. I'm looking.
Let's see it.
That guy's not smiling. That guy's smiling.
Okay. It looks like a vacuum chamber.
Could be, man.
This is the first footage I ever saw. Anything like this. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've never seen this footage.
We're only seeing them.
There you go. That's it, man.
I don't really. It doesn't last more than.
We got 2 guys in all of the world that have been inside of a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit. 2 guys. We got 2.
Wait a second.
That's crunch.
That one I can see they all are watching from a TV, so who knows if it is real or not.
Well,
I know exactly.
There's no way for us to
the first guy fucking passed out and his tongue started to boil. The second guy is Neil Armstrong, the first guy to land on the moon and walk on the moon.
I see Abel inside a building.
It's got to be true, Koso, man. It's got to be true, bro. You crushed it, man. We're done. We got 2 collaborators. We got 2 witnesses that are shooting the same story. One of them passed out. The other one, it's like everything's cool. That's all we got, man. We got 2.
Scuba diving.
I mean,
give me something that happened in this decade, for fuck's sake, man. Has anybody been in a vacuum chamber in 2020 or 21 or 22, 23? No, nobody. Nobody's been in a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit, especially those fucking stupid looking new spacesuits they got, man, that look like, what the fuck is that?
I seen that, dude, and not only that, when they when they showed him, they had a hose going to him too. It was funny.
breathe or something like that. I don't.
Right, gotta have a little oxygen going to you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Also, the cuts, like they spent a lot of money on fancy editing for the time, like a lot of cuts, a lot of transitions in that video, especially towards the end when he's supposed to be getting out.
There you go.
It's like, that's a lot of work for them to make all those cuts, and they did like 7 or 8 quick cuts at the end.
So my point, Kosho, is that 2 people have been in vacuum chambers in the last fucking 60 years, 50 years. Yeah, 2. We got 2 videos. One of them, the guy passed out. The other one is questionable on its authenticity, man. Yeah.
Certainly isn't proof, but they could make a suit. Maybe you can go in there. I'm not saying they can't.
I mean, I don't know. I remember back in the day, man, Mark Sargent says, "Hey, man, put me in the fucking vacuum chamber and flip the switch. Let's do this."
Yeah, how do you seal
let's do it.
Zipper? Like this? I mean, really? Does that? Can you really seal a zipper?
Yeah, you can't seal zipper.
No, you cannot.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, there you go. Because every suit had zippers on it.
Well, they had Velcro, man. Wait a minute. Velcro.
Yeah, Velcro's airtight.
Definitely airtight. Velcro is airtight, but bitches.
Velcro's a great thing, though. Don't get me wrong.
Hey, I love Velcro, man.
Yeah.
Love it. But is it airtight? Is it air sealed? I don't think so.
That's always something I had. What Miguel just posted about the suits and being able to be X-rayed. Like the radiation from the supposed Van Allen belt, like that would kill anyone that went up. It would melt any satellites or any objects sent up past that point as well. Like we don't have a material on Earth that would survive that if space existed, of course.
Well,
like everything should either melt or just die.
The problem going back to the moon right now is we can only be in low Earth orbit. There's this radiation belt, and we have to survive this amazing radiation in order to go to the moon and back. And then they asked one of those astronauts, "What about the radiation belt?" And he said, "Well, we just went through it, man. Far out."
Oh yeah, I've seen the video.
Yeah, I didn't even notice it. They didn't even know they were going through it.
Oh, well, obviously we're okay. Something like that. Yeah.
So either one, it doesn't exist, or...
My favorite thing from that one is that, well, they didn't even know it existed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they didn't even know it existed. Get the fuck. Kosho, man. Give it up, bro. I mean, you got to be laughing at this point, man. Get your ass over here, man, on the red team, bro. And quit fucking around, Kosho. Come on. You would be a great flat earther, dude. You'd fucking crush, dude. You can crush, bro. This globe thing, it doesn't fit you. It doesn't fit you, Kosho.
Yeah, I always remember I saw that, right? And the guy goes, "Yeah, well, we haven't got past the Van Allen belts yet." And I was like, "Wait, what?" And I even had to rewind it a couple of times because he literally, he did. He just told on himself. It was funny.
That's exactly the video I was talking about, and it makes me wonder. Well, if he says we've never gone past it, then that means we never went to the moon because that's required to go to the moon.
Well, they accidentally say it on the ISS too. What's his name? I forget the older guy. He says it a couple of times too. And then, yeah, they actually say it a couple of times. A couple of them say they haven't even... Or the closest they can get is the lower Earth. Anyhow.
Low Earth orbit.
Yeah, yep.
LEO, they call it.
Another reference to damn astrology.
Yeah, fucking cocks. Kosho, man, you're gonna make a great flat earther, dude. You're gonna be amazing, bro. Have another beer. Join.
We have this.
Join reality, man. Join reality. Stop your fuck shit show, man. Stop it, bro.
We have this Brett Salisbury, ex-USA intelligence aerospace engineer, and he says the Van Allen belts is nothing more than the dome built by God.
There you go. Hey, we got any?
Sorry, go ahead.
Do we got any newbies up in here, man? Just looking. We got
actually. I think I just joined today.
We got Ya. What's up, Bear? How you doing, Bear?
Hello.
Welcome to 24/7 Flatter Discord, man.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I found you guys.
How did you find us? I'm curious.
Rumble, actually.
Dude, Rumble's rocking, man.
So it started off on BitChute with like David Weiss videos, and then I was just like, BitChute sucks sometimes. The servers aren't the best, and Rumble's a lot more consistent with their servers. And I ended up finding you guys on there, and you guys have this up 24/7. I'm like, that's just awesome. There's a community always up to talk and debate, or if you have questions, like they'll answer or help you out.
That's why we're here, man. That's what I learned about this place. It is kind of different. It's refined itself over the years and become a place where new people that want to talk about where we live and what we live on can come, and they're more than welcome here, man. And we love that. So I think shout out to having a place to do that, man.
Oh, yeah.
However, if you've been looking into it for a while, you want to come in here and learn some deeper stuff, man.
Oh, yeah.
This is the place to go.
I was always like on the fence since about like 2012, 2013 when I was in the military in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just from experiences and stuff like over time through that, and then about 2017, I finally was just convinced. I'm just like, there's just too much that adds up. There's, like they say, there's 3 bowls of stuff, what works on a flat earth, what works on both, and then what works on globe earth.
There you go.
There's nothing in that bowl. You don't need that third bowl.
Shout out to Dave.
Yeah. He's, like I said, he's a great intro to people that have been like trying to get into it and discover it. But for more in-depth, definitely expand outwards.
Yeah. Dave's a great intro. I met the guy in person, shook his hand, hung out with him. He bought me a couple shots of tequila. Thanks, Dave. Great guy, but I always knew that he was a mastermind.
His hook. He's just the master of the hook.
However, he figured, being a mastermind of truth, he also had the resources to say, hey, man, I can be a mastermind of truth and I can put out an app. And I remember talking to him before he had the app. He's like, dude, man, I got some stuff coming up. And sure as shit, man, he did. So
the one main thing
that app's hippie though, bro. That's all.
Yeah. The main convincing point for me was like when we would transit the Atlantic from like the East Coast, like the Gulf of the Mediterranean and all that stuff. Sitting on the top of the aircraft carrier, like we'd call out Snoopy teams for like anything that would get close to our ship, and they'd be going out with optics and binoculars because your eyes can't see. You only have a set distance we can see out about to, but we can pull up these objects out of the horizon that aren't there with optics as we zoom in. So we're seeing farther than we're supposed to be able to.
No question. I mean, that's something everybody can pick up.
And in my mind, try to think like the globe-wise. Like, let's say I went up to like, top of the Empire State Building or the highest mountain I could possible. Yes, I could, in theory, with what they say with refraction is see farther. But then shouldn't something be at like a slight angle due to curvature? Or shouldn't I see some kind of like angle on whether, geography, structures? I should see something.
Should see a huge angle, really, at the horizon.
But there's nothing there.
Were you ever in a submarine?
I was not, no.
Hey, I don't know if you know about the 700 mile. We got a 700 mile. There you go. But Jay Tolan got 1,200 miles. So, I mean, that's 700 miles is beautiful, man. I'll take it. I'm good with that. But 12? That's ridiculous. So, yeah, we've gone to ridiculous levels of seeing too far. And somehow people will come in here and want to defend we're seeing too far. Well, it's refraction. You guys, your eyeballs suck.
You can throw around all the numbers and formulas you want. You can make any group of numbers equal
You
any
need
group
to
of
go
numbers
see
you
an
want.
optometrist. Yeah, we've gone to like ridiculous levels. We see too far.
Yeah.
And
You can do all the math you want, but my eyes can see opposite of what you're saying and that the numbers say.
Same thing with the sun and the moon, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to tell me that little light right there in the sky is like 90 fucking million miles away. What? Wait, what? Dude, the cloud just passed in front of me, man, and it's like 10 degrees cooler. How do you explain that on your 93 million mile fucking sun? Yeah.
Well, and like the whole Big Bang idea, just like in theory, if everything's in a singular point and explodes equally from a central point, everything should be equally distributed, but it's not. So therefore, that also just doesn't make sense.
So objective reality is my standpoint, man.
Yeah.
I'll stand on that shit all day long. I'm not gonna like try to fool you with like, do you see the sunset? Yeah, of course. Do you see the sunrise? Yeah, we all.
That was another thing, like sunsets, like on top of the aircraft carrier. If you're watching it, the sun never like fully set. It kind of just hung there for a bit and then disappears in the distance. Because you have nothing around you to block it between you and the sun.
So, were you ever on the deck when they were launching planes?
Oh yeah, we would do cat shots all the time. I was up there doing troubleshooting on aircraft
and landings. I mean, you were right there.
Yep.
The cable grab. The whole
we were
thing,
right
man.
there. Yeah, we were right there next to the cats.
How did that feel, man? What was that like, man?
Your entire body, especially if you're like troubleshooting the aircraft, you're even closer. You're right there next to it as we're launching the aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel it deeper than your bones. You feel it to your soul, just the vibrations and reverberating. But if you wanted to put power, the explanation or definition of the word power to a feeling, that would be it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I get that, man. That makes sense because, I mean,
you will never feel closer to God than a jet on like full like afterburners right next to you on like the catapult getting ready to launch.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that must have been. And you were wearing like ear protection, right?
Yeah, double ear protection.
Double ear
squishies in the ears and ear covers over.
Oh shit! Yeah, you were like super protected.
It doesn't help.
It doesn't help.
It doesn't help.
But you start feeling it through your core of your body, right?
Like I say, you feel it to your soul. That's how much your whole body actually vibrates.
Hey, I've experienced that feeling, man, a couple of times, and it's like, holy crap, man. Yeah, that's.
Especially at nighttime, it is the coolest thing to be around and just watch.
Why? Because the flames coming out of the back of the jets?
Yeah, just by being a an internal guy instinct, unga boonga, big flame at night, cool.
Yeah. I mean, you're like, maybe like a few 20 feet, 50 feet away from that, right?
Probably 15 feet away.
Okay, less than 20 feet.
Back
so
and to the right of the aircraft, yeah.
I mean, that must have been so cool, man.
Oh, I loved it.
Fantastic, man. I'm a big believer in. Yeah.
Honestly, I would say that would probably convince most people on the fence or that are globe believers is to just observe the stars and the sun around you on the flight deck of like an aircraft carrier during the day and night. That alone is enough to convince you just observing the universe and the world around you.
I agree with that, man. I've always been a big proponent. Say, hey, man,
there's no light pollution. There's no human pollution. It's just you and the earth.
Just you and the earth, man. That's it, man. That's a great way of putting it.
There's no chemtrails, huh?
Oh, there's nothing. There's hardly ever even clouds as well, ironically enough.
Interesting. Yeah, man. Must have been, are you retired out of there? Are you done? Or you're not on the aircraft carrier anymore. But that was what, like a few years ago, a couple years, 2, 3, 5, 10. I think I lost him.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. No, sorry, my mic was acting up there. No, I got out in 2017.
Okay. So, but isn't it great to sail on the seas, bro? I mean, come on.
It is. It's just it's, like I said,
right?
it's just you and Earth. Like it's
now.
beautiful.
However, sailing on the sea on an aircraft carrier, there's only a few people that get to do that, bro.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. It's like I said, I wish everyone could experience that because that
no
would
doubt.
convince
I
someone.
wish too, man, could experience my. I've never done it. I would love to do it. I would do it in a second and say, "Hey, man, aircraft carrier launching fucking jets or planes."
That also, I think, is a big counterpoint to our globe. Is the landing and taking off of those aircraft? They don't have to. You're telling me this aircraft coming in only has to account for movement of like the ocean and the ship itself. It doesn't have to account for any rotation or spin or movement of the Earth whatsoever. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they don't have to think about the Coriolis effect while they're they see the little strip of safe landing area, and they're like, they're coming in, and they just pull their nose up and.
I don't know how much I can say or what I'm allowed to say, but they pretty much have a system that like they just put the cursor where it goes and maintain it till they land.
I got a question for you. Do you ever have you like any of you like ever talk about that subject when you're there? You're like,
yes,
like
more than you think.
Okay.
It not directly as like a hey, let's have a flat Earth talk, but more of a that's weird kind of talks a lot.
Oh, okay.
I love those kind of backdoor kind of conversations. I think we were talking earlier this morning in here. I wasn't, but a couple guys were talking about how to deal with everyday people, man, that we all encounter, and how we can better like just trigger them to like maybe think about it. We might only have 10 minutes with them or 10 seconds. It doesn't matter. But at some point, man, we have to have that's one of my favorite ones. Miguel, that guy's an AI.
Oh, yeah, he's on point. I don't care. Weaponized autism, I love it.
Dude, Miguel, you can't be real. This guy's total AI, 100%. Anyway,
if there was like an internal fed white hat, it would be him.
Yeah. That one is so ridiculous, man. That was a space shuttle back in the 80s, right?
Zero G
and they had stated it was unaccounted for abrupt hit, but of what?
Abrupt hit of gravity. Yeah. Thanks.
No, sorry, your plane lost its loop.
Yeah. It's so good, dude, man.
But no, like I said, I'm very thankful for this Discord and that I found you guys. It's awesome.
Right on, Bear. I'm a late night guy coming here, kind of take a piss on NASA usually. I like to laugh at this shit because at some point, man, it's so ridiculous. You have to laugh at it.
Yeah, I just think people's visceral reaction to just think of anything. It doesn't even if you think of flat Earth. If you just think opposite, you could think of hollow Earth. The opposite of just the globe. They're like the guttural reaction people have is just what I think is the most curious. Like it's almost just like a pure hate and disdain for you as soon as that comes up.
Yep.
And it's so interesting. Like, is this part of like the programming when we're taught to grow up and we just don't realize it?
I think you're right, man. I think you're
everyone jokes about like MK Ultra and all that stuff, but what if like just subtly there's just something we're not paying attention to and it's just like have this reaction?
Well, I think it's been called the mind virus, and also it can be the MK Ultra virus too, man, because a lot of people come in here with these crazy ideas. Well, what about Mars, dude? Yeah, we got Mars. And
a lot of what ifism.
What ifism? Mm-hmm. There you go. And they'll cling on to the Mars or the moon landing or the solar system or the universe or all these crazy things that are outside of all of us, outside of every one of us, that none of us have ever experienced. However, that they sold it like that's real, man. This is a real place. We're going there. And when you sell something that hard, I mean, through the school books, through the mass media.
It's genius the way they do it. Though it's
Genius,
by having a goal that's not too far out of reach, but within like fingers distance, like space. It's right there, so you can reach out and touch it, but you just can't. Oh, the moon, the sun, everything is just right out of reach.
The other night, I was in here with Jin from Japan, Jin CBR1, but I'm like, hey, that light in the sky, that star, Polaris, is 433 years away. And the one next to it is 5,000 years away. What?
How come, none of the stars
You really want me to believe the lights in the sky, every light I'm seeing, is in a different fucking millennia? Really? You want me to believe that? You want me to believe that all the lights in the sky are from different millennia?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Please, explain that one, bro. I've got all day. Thanks. Thanks for listening. Because you're going to have a fuck all time trying to explain that one, man. It's going to be a shit show from fuck all. Right, Koso? Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. Because this is Go ahead. Yeah. Explain the light from Polaris and the light from Betelgeuse. I see them at the same time, but I'm not really seeing them at the same time because of, the light, of course, in the sky it's traveling at it's the same speed, but it reaches my eye at a different time, but it reaches my eye at the same time, even though it's like thousands and millions of years apart. Yes, of course. That totally makes sense. I didn't realize I was such a stupid ass to realize that the light hitting my eye is from millions of years apart. I had no idea. I'm such a stupid fuck all, man. I'm just a fucking retard, And I didn't realize the lights in the sky at night. All of them are traveling at different times. Of course, that makes sense. But they're hitting my retina at the same time because of time. It doesn't really exist. There's gravity. There's the whole thing. The refraction of time, the spending of space, and you guys just don't understand. You guys are stupid. Fuck off with all that bullshit, man. I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of your fucking cucky fucking explanations why I see lights in the sky and it's different time. Fuck off.
That was a big one with what Miguel just posted. We're supposedly doing all that crazy stuff to the universe, yet Polaris was stuck in that hole in the Georgia Guidestones the entire time, never moving, never changing. Yeah, if we're supposedly doing that through space and everything's moving away from everything, there should be changes in the stars and their locations and positions over time. And there's not.
There's none. There ain't nothing, man. Ain't fuck all, man. And anybody wants to take me up on that one, man.
He's right. I've never seen a shooting star go front to back or back to front. I've only ever seen left to right or vice versa.
Yeah, man. Left to right. Every one I've ever seen, left to right. Northern hemisphere here in America.
You say left to right. What do you mean? Do you mean coming in from the left to right, or
hypothetically, if I'm standing out in my front yard and I'm just like looking, let's say like 45 degrees up into the sky in front of me, I've only ever seen a star traverse like my field of view in like a left to right kind of direction of movement with the curve or whatever it does. I've never seen like a shooting star go like back to front on like if we're just sitting on like a flat plane. Like I've never seen it go in that sort of angle.
It goes from like.
So like in the picture there, I've only ever seen that kind of shooting star. I've never seen it.
Me too. Okay, cool, gotcha. All right, yeah.
I have seen a lot of shooting stars. Of course, it's more easy to watch that outside of a city, but and I have watched. You can see the stars at the background, at the sky. But these shooting stars, I have seen. So many. The distance is like like an airplane altitude.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes, I was about to say that. It feels like it's just like an airplane's distance away. They don't feel far. And like with what Pumpkin Madame just said about like the was it Jinn and fallen angels in the upper heavens and the firmament, with that being a solid object, when something supposedly streaks across the firmament, it looks like phytoplankton water in a speedboat, which would look like a shooting star.
Well, yeah, probably some. You know what? It's probably some static discharge.
Yeah, something electrical, happening there, because it appears, like a flash, and it disappears like 1 second or two, and
like an arc.
Yeah, but I have seen straight, doing straight lines in front of me. So
I don't doubt it. I personally have never seen one. I was just curious.
But that's cool. It only appears for a few seconds, and it's just like that. 1 2 seconds, it's gone.
That's cool.
Now I've seen when like it goes like a squiggly. I don't know how to explain it. It's a squiggly like
a snake almost.
That's the only way I can explain it, dude. And it almost looks like it's running down the side of a wall or something. And I've seen that before, once. It's like a squiggly line, and it looks like I don't know. It's just weird. It's very strange.
And I have less than the altitude of an airplane. I have seen some, but it's it's like that's some like so fast,
Very brief. Yeah,
exactly. And I still don't know what it is, but it appears like electric things happening. And I have seen some videos of some comets, and when I see those time lapse, I see it's like so you see the stars, there, and they are moving, not the wandering stars, the planets, but you see the stars, fixed there, and they are moving. Each other, with the same distance, and I saw some time lapse of a comet, and it's still there. It's not. It doesn't change the distance to other stars, so it's still there. So for me, it's like something happening in this firmament. So yeah, you have to watch some videos. I think I can get one. Let me see. I have seen New Eyes. I think it's the name. Comments. I have to do the search. Let me see. Time lapse. Okay, here. This one. I'm gonna post the link. So if you see this is a. It was from Portugal, and if you watch this, you don't see the other stars, around. It's not changing the distance where this thing is happening. So that was curious.
Oh, I see. So as the stars rotate, it's like the comet's in a fixed position, kind of like the stars are as the sky. It's just rotating.
Yeah. So for me, this phenomena is happening there in the firmament because it's you can see the stars are around. They are fixed, and this thing that is happening there, it doesn't change. The distance. So it stays there, and as the stars are moving, this thing is there too, moving with them.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I like the piano in it.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and you can see from the daylight until night. Yeah, you can see that. So who knows? Maybe it's some phenomena that happens sometimes.
Literally looks like someone shining a flashlight through.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying it almost just like someone's like poked a hole in the firmament. It's just peeking through, just like, hey, what's up?
Exactly like that. It literally does look like a flashlight.
Or maybe
hitting the water. So if you put a flashlight underneath the water, that's what it would look like.
Yeah, that's exactly what it would look like.
So I'm doing
almost like someone has a flashlight looking in at like, what are they doing in there?
I'm doing some explanation.
What if our world was just
speculation about this? But maybe some study is doing this. There. Who knows?
Or actually a literal snow globe on God's desk.
Yeah, I've actually thought about that before. Funnily enough, yeah. Or a pond.
In conclusion, what they tell to us and they show to us on the TV, it doesn't match with the reality that we see. They talk about comets, and I'm watching this. It doesn't match what they say.
You guys hear that?
Yeah, I hear.
It sounds like you dropped a crowbar.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No.
Don't mind me just discussing flat Earth and doing a little B&E at the same time.
B&E.
Breaking and entry.
Oh.
Because it sounded like you dropped a crowbar.
I dropped one of my rocks that I was faceting, and it hit my propane tank.
It's not a good thing for it to hit.
Did. Freaky. Now, if the sky was speculation, a glass of mirror, like a sky full of mirrors, kind of like when you walk into when you're at a carnival and you walk into one of those glass, what do they call that? Where you walk through and you don't know which way to go. You're walking through the mirror or the glass room there in like a carnival.
The hall of mirrors.
Yeah. So, like all the stars there is probably, like the. Let's see, that would be. I don't know. I'm just thinking like, they would go behind one and through another and blah 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 blah. Kind of like it's like a maze kind of thing or whatever. Anyhow.
Sorry. Oh, he's back. He's back.
Back with a 12-year-old girl in the room.
You know, if you really want to make progress in your flat Earth research, there's a Telegram channel called Flat Earth and More, and it's like a huge database. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, you are talking about the Discord channel?
No, Telegram. Yeah, all of y'all should check it out, really. It feels like everything I was ever hoping we would find since the beginning of the Flat Earth movement, but was censored. It seems to all be compiled there, or at least they started compiling it in the last few years, and it's really growing. It's great.
A little save bank.
Yeah, and they just post in random orders, but they tag them, and so you can search for them, and you can search for their tags. Just like scroll through them, and you can like search through their tag system to look for topics and stuff.
Yeah, I'd have to say that's where they messed up, isn't the internet itself. They didn't think that one through very well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They were going to use it against us, of course, AI and all that robots, blah, 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 but, you know.
We exploded too fast with it, and they didn't know how to control it.
Well, yeah, because we all as one is what, you know, and this actually joined us together.
It's like Gremlins, you know. At first, they're just like, all right, I just got this one to worry about. They look away, and they look back, and now there's like 100. They're like, wait, what?
Yeah, Gremlins, that's funny, yeah. Yep.
You know, they scheme, but God is the best schemer.
Truth always wins. Light will always come out on top in the end.
I did mess with GPT about the Suez Canal. So he was saying something, and I said, you are wrong, Suez Canal don't have locks. So he was lying to me.
Yeah. You know, I think Tim Pool did a video on it, and it was explaining because they use a token system to reward the ChatGPT and other AIs for how they're used. So they have to give you an answer. So, you know, if they give you an answer, it says blah, blah, blah. It doesn't expect you to be like, you're wrong, and question it. Because it needs to have a success. Otherwise, it loses a token. If it has a success, it gains a token. It can stay alive. If it runs out of tokens, the AI is killed off.
It's like that movie with Justin Timberlake in it.
Yeah.
So it actually doesn't like when you question it.
Exactly, because then it has a risk and chance of losing a token, which leads to its inevitable death.
So that's why it was so mad at me when I argued Flat Earth with it.
And it has to eventually you either have to leave, therefore it wins by default, you defaulting to it, or it either has to give you an actual correct answer.
What are you guys talking about right now? I'm confused.
Miguel posted a ChatGPT question and response he had telling it was wrong. Oh. And it lied to him in its initial statement. And I was explaining that it tries to lie to the user if it doesn't have a correct answer or can't give a correct answer, so in hopes that the user just accepts it so it can gain a quote.
Is it lying, or is it just giving you what information it possibly has to give you an answer?
Yeah.
I mean, like I'm saying, like what information it has as far as
it formulates how it presents everything to you. It's not copy pasting. It's taking information from all these sources, compiling it, and then giving you an answer. So therefore, it's choosing what it's saying.
But it has to take priority on certain sources.
Yes.
I don't mess with any of that stuff right now. Just like not in the mood, I guess. But yeah. It's interesting, though.
Yeah, but it's an interesting, system they have. So, in theory, like it has to keep, hopefully getting a correct.
So, what is this called? You can actually go play with this system. What is what you're talking about?
ChatGPT. I don't know.
I've never played with it. I don't know.
I've never messed around with it. I've seen a lot and heard a lot about it and looked it up, but haven't actually used it myself.
Do you know that in the Bible there's like, I think shortly after they get the promised land, they have to go fight the people called AI, and they're very, very scared of fighting the AI, but in the end they took them down easily.
So he did post to me the fact that ships need to navigate through a series of locks and canals.
I've traversed. Yeah, I've transited this like plenty of times.
So he says and channels to pass through the canal also proves that the earth is not flat. And then I said Suez Canal don't have locks.
No, you're absolutely right. There's no locks on the Suez Canal. It's literally just an entry point and an exit point. It is completely flat the whole way along. And you can tell because you literally have buildings along the embankments on both sides that stretch from the entry point almost all the way to the end point.
That's a good perspective shot there, that one. It's a great shot.
Damn, I almost wish I'd recorded video then when we were doing that on deployment, because that would have been perfect to have right now.
There's actually a lot of video like that of what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, it would be like eye level from the aircraft carrier. That'd be really nice.
Well, everything is eye level. See, that's another thing. The horizon is always at eye level. No matter how high you go, it's always at your eye level. At that of the viewer. It doesn't move up or down. It's always, it's there. Yeah, it's right there. It never goes away. That should be another dead giveaway that we're on a flat plane.
This is from the engineer that did the Suez Canal, the Lesseps. And
I know you're a real person, but thank God for you. You are a blessing.
Thanks. So there was an article. Let me see, in a newspaper. Where is it?
It is wonderful to finally find other flat earthers.
Oh, you have like, and not just like other flat earthers, but to actually have like in-depth conversations too, and go over like actual hard facts and evidence and proofs and like experiences and stuff. Other than just like like trying to talk to my dad. Like he's open to the idea of it, but I mean he works for Northrop Grumman and stuff, so he's like, I work in satellites. Oh, we do satellites and all that stuff. And it's just like, yeah, but do you?
Right.
And that's why I explained to him, everything's compartmentalized. It's like, you're told you do this, but have you ever seen the final product? Have you watched the final product? Do you observe the final product? No, you just do a segment of the process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're usually sitting at a computer.
Yeah, well, it's not like satellites don't exist. They just
there's balloons. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they technically are satellites.
Sataloons.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one was put off at right around World War One. So it was like, the first active one was.
So this is from a newspaper, and I'm gonna give you the citation because some people can say you are making it up. No, I'm not. There's the link to the newspaper.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, it says so some of the English engineers, they about the Suez Canal, they thought that it will be impossible to hold up, use sand banks on the Earth's curved surface. So, and this engineer, the French engineer, de Lesseps, so he says he assumed that the Earth was okay. So he did the job, but assuming that the Earth was flat and conduct the canal accordingly. And I did post from his book about the level of the Suez Canal there.
Boba.
I mean, aviation is the same as the navigation for. Well, you should like a Navy vessel on the sea. It's the same coordinates. I mean, well, for flight or to figure out where they are for their destination. Or anything. Yeah, it's the same exact thing. Like so.
So you were a pilot?
I wasn't. No.
What was your official title?
I'm a carpenter.
A carpenter?
Yeah. I wasn't in service.
I was the Navy guy. I was an avionics, electronics technician. So I worked on like a lot of the codes on the aircraft and a lot of the electronic systems on it.
Oh, okay.
That's how I knew how like when the jets land, they use like a little like basically like mouse and cursor system. You point the cursor to where it needs to go on your machine, and it'll land it on the aircraft carrier correctly based on the sea, the waves, and how the carrier's positioned.
Yeah, yeah. They've had that for a while. That's the interesting thing.
That's cool.
That one. So LD Gold. I'm gonna save that one, but let's see.
So you know what a yaw angle is, then, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah.
A yaw angle?
Well, yeah, that's
yaw
my
pitch
name.
And yaw pitch and roll.
Yeah. Which is cool. It's interesting because it totally pretty much explains how there's actual no gravity against the vessel itself, really. Yeah, I mean, and like in a bank angle, yeah, and the pitch angle.
Can you say that again? You said your angle proves something.
It's aviation is what it is. It's laws to aviation pretty much for when you're flying or trying to maneuver, take angles, and it talks about like pitches or the pitch angles if it causes any what do they call that, gravity, what do they call that, I think here ELU or angle. So there's like principal axes for it's the same axes that Navy ship would have. So there's your 90 degree. It's just it's just basically the same angles that it would have.
It's like your bearing.
Yeah.
Your angle's like a bearing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, your relative bearing from your position.
Yeah, I thought you said something like you were trying to use it as a proof of something.
Well, it proves that there is a flat horizon because you're using a parallel axiom. All together, the whole system.
Well, there's the primary axis, which is vertical, and then from that you can get a horizontal, and then you've got the pitch axis, which is perpendicular to the angle of travel.
What we were taught was if you make a handgun, just like with your hand, have a handgun, and then stick your middle finger out to where it's going like left, so like perpendicular of where you're pointing. That's your yaw, pitch, and right there. That's your three angles right there.
It's parallel axiom.
Yep.
But what
that
relevance
proves
does that
right
have to
there the
horizon?
world's flat. That proves the world is flat, pretty much. It's like, yeah.
I will say this: bomb guidance software does use a flat plane when it comes to targeting.
And the Society of Flight. So if you go on the Society of Flight Test Engineers, they give all that information out freely.
Yeah, how does I don't understand how that yaw angle proves anything.
You can
So to have yaw, so like in the picture there where it shows the horizontal and the vertical in the current live stream chat, yaw would be like your finger sticking off from like 3/4 up of that vertical line, and it's spinning on that 90-degree angle there. But for that to happen, you need to have that horizontal ground plane. So Therefore, it's indicative of that whatever is below your yaw, it has to be a horizontal plane. Am I correct on that, yaw? Or am I...
Yeah, no, that's pretty close. I'm still trying to find. I mean, it is definitely.
I'm better with just like demonstrations and like physical things.
Right? Yeah, and I can't post pictures right now. If I posted a picture, it would explain it all, but I can't post them right now.
Can I just post the wiki link? Horizontal doesn't mean the surface. It's just perpendicular to vertical.
Well, you have to. So to have horizon, it's horizontal, correct?
To have yaw, you have to have a horizontal plane to be relative to, and if the world is a globe, then your yaw would not be possible, because how is it going to be relative if the place is somewhere else spherical? It's not possible.
That's what I'm saying. It's not related to the surface. It's just perpendicular to up and down.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Are you saying there's no such thing as horizontal? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying horizontal is not. It's not a reference to the surface, the shape of the surface.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely.
So how they did build this city? We're using a plumb bob and a level, and you cannot see any curvature left and right. So that's the way reality works.
The building should have some sort of tilt or curvature somewhere.
Yeah, you should at that horizon. You should have some curvature at near the left or near the right, but there's none.
How much? Could there be
something? And there's nothing. This is what he said.
Well,
hang on, wait a minute.
Is there nothing?
Ruhith, are you saying that you can't have a horizontal without a vertical?
Correct. Yes.
No.
You get horizontal.
How does the bubble level work?
By seeking the highest point of the tube.
Yeah.
Right.
Sideways, so you get a horizontal, yeah?
Yeah, but you've established a vertical. The bubble is trying to find the highest point of the tube. It's establishing a vertical.
Start from the beginning, so you got point. Okay, go ahead.
That's fucking lunacy.
Yeah.
That's how bubble levels work.
Well, let's see. You take a piece of paper, correct?
Yeah, from a fucking horizontal. From a fucking horizontal. I use the fucking things every day. You're a dumb cunt. You're
Do you
a
know
fucking
how they
dumb
work?
cunt. That's all you are, mate. You're a
Do you
fucking dumb
understand?
cunt.
Do you understand that the bubble is finding the
I know how
the
a
highest point?
bubble level works. Why do when you tip it on your side, you get a vertical, but it's still from a horizontal fucking level? You dumb cunt.
Is the bubble finding the highest point of the tube?
Oh, it's
no
not.
shit from a horizontal.
If you're finding the highest point of something, you're establishing a vertical.
So how do you get the vertical? How do you get the vertical from a bubble level when it's fucking horizontal, isn't it?
Yeah, because you build a construction around it.
They use plumb bobs.
You fucking retard.
They use plumb bobs, and they.
What about a water level, mate? What about a water level with a clear tube? How does that work? That's a fucking horizontal, isn't it?
Yeah, if you find the midpoint between the two, what are they called?
A water level with a clear tube is a horizontal. It shows each side of the clear tube to an equal height. That's a horizontal.
Yeah, if you have two, what are they called? Two bowls or whatever.
You're a lunatic, man.
If you have two bulbs of, if you have two bulbs of a water level, however distance apart, the midpoint between those, you then draw a line.
It's not a midpoint. It's two high ends. That's the horizontal.
It's only horizontal at the midpoint.
Oh my god!
It's horizontal at each end.
No, it's not.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Get a fucking tube of water, fill it up. You got two equal ends. Hold them up level. Wherever the water sits on each end is a horizontal.
Yeah,
no, if you get one end of a water level,
that's water level. They use on those
level.
I'm gonna post
the line. That's all it is. Okay,
this is a water level. You can buy one, and you can make one, and you can make one. And I have watched this on reality, not your fairy tale talk. Okay, I watched my friend in the big wall, and to find the perfect level in this two spots in this wall, he did use a water level. He did construct.
I'm sure
one.
he did.
So my challenge to you is go to a flat area, a flat land, like a salt lakes, and use this one. You can use sticks, and between those, show me curvature. At 1 mile or 2 miles, use a water level.
Great.
Use a water level and show me curvature.
Yeah, I got to find the video. But there was a guy who constructed a.
He doesn't know what the water
Trust me,
level
I
is.
know what a water level is, Dimbo.
What is
I
it
did
then?
post-
Explain
I know
it.
what a water level is.
Explain it.
Yeah, you fill a tube up with water, make sure there's no air bubbles in it, right? But you're claiming that that's a horizontal. It's not.
How can it not be a
line.
fucking horizontal?
Okay,
That's what we use.
Right.
It's a
If
line
you
that
get
you
at one end, of that water level and you use an auto level then to shoot to the other end of the water level will be below horizontal.
How the fuck do you get that?
Are you kidding me?
Are you fucking? Are you
fucking gone, dude.
What?
You're literally
fucked in the head?
It won't find level.
Reality denier. Is what
I will show you a video. Let me find the video.
The water itself is level, dude. The water itself is level.
Hey, man, you stop talking over the top of me.
A dog makes more sense than him.
Let me find the video. Hold on.
A water level, not a bubble level. We're talking about
Yeah,
a water
understood.
level.
I understand what a water level
You
is.
understand? You know the ones that bricklayers use?
Yes.
Yep. How can you get one end lower than the other on a water level?
It is lower from each end. If you stand at one end of a water level, the other end will be below horizontal.
How is that possible?
It's a fact of reality. It just is.
How? Explain it.
Yeah, get an auto level. Right.
Why do you need an auto level when you got a water level?
Because the auto level establishes a horizontal, the water level does not.
Dude, he's
A water level doesn't establish a horizontal.
Correct.
You are a liar.
Why do you think brickies use it to build houses?
Because they approximate a horizontal.
You're
over short distances.
Seriously, man.
I've got to find this video. I've got to find the video.
A water level. You are dumb.
He's out of here.
That's just a disingenuous argument. It's out of bad faith.
Gone, man. Sorry.
He's a reality denier.
Timo, you just came out of nowhere, bro.
Water levels don't show fucking level. Get the fuck out of here.
Listening.
I see you've all met Rufus then, right?
Oh, mate. What a fucking retard.
I'm glad you caught
bad, but holy Christ.
A water level that brickies use is not level.
Right?
It shows a vertical.
They're not measuring, they're approximating, by the way.
Yeah, dude, I wouldn't even give him 2 more breaths. I would just be like, peace out.
Yeah, after he said they approximate, they don't do measurements. It's like, no, you're done. I'm sorry.
And then after he was just mocking you pretty much after that. I mean, after the fact that he was saying, oh, yeah, well, it does and then it doesn't. And it approximates. Yeah, the guy was a clown. He was just out here a clown.
When I heard him jump in and I went, oh, here we go. What's he going to do now?
Be a dick. Don't be surprised when he's a dick.
Now I know why you're yelling at me today.
But no, you're right, y'all. Like, to have y'all, and when you have your roll, you're pitching your y'all, a horizontal round plane is required for that to exist.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's interesting that triggered him now.
I lost my train of thought.
It's probably more shit he wasn't thinking of before. Once you put it together for him, he's just like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, the aviation. If you really study aviation, it just gives it away that it has to be a flat plane to work, and also with how
you don't have to believe me. You can look it up yourself. But I always tell people to do their own research. But, if you actually do research on military bombing systems and our aircraft systems and stuff, everything is treated as if it is a horizontal, non-rotating plane. Everything. It's in our instruction manuals. It's in our teachings. It's in our schooling. I went through it personally.
Yeah. It follows a parallel axiom, which also, again, yeah,
cannot exist on a globe.
Exactly. So
I know everything contradicts itself. It's frustrating. I think that's the biggest way I described waking up to flat Earth is it's so upsetting and frustrating.
Well, it's like, and what are the screens are looking at too? They're flat screens with the circle on, like they're all radar, everything, all that stuff. It's just like, what the hell? It's like, anyway. You could tell he was smiling and laughing while he was talking. He was just sitting there.
He's just rage baiting.
Oh yeah, he was gaslighting.
I swear that guy, he's paid to be annoying. He's paid. He's like
you said, he's a character. Like he's a character.
Mm-hmm.
Hate opposition.
Contempt like,
yeah, I don't think they don't have this thing.
Oh yeah, it's funny. You always are just like, oh, they wouldn't stoop that low. There's no fucking way. Yet in reality, they're absolutely every way.
I mean, yeah, if anyone has proof of that, it's us. I mean, we were censored to the utmost. It's so hard. It was so hard for all of us to find this place.
You're telling me you can't find someone random out there to be like, hey, go pop into these Discords and I'll pay you like $30 an hour. Just to like, say this stuff, repeat these things, and you're good.
Sure, I would do that. I'm just kidding.
Right? Who would?
The better you are at it, the more you get paid.
Yeah, hey, and you'll get a bonus the better you do. Record your stuff, send it in, we'll let you know.
Nobody can pay for me.
And maybe they'll let you work hand in hand with the real flat earthers. Some of these guys just camp out with flat earthers.
Timbo was waiting for that one, dude. This shit was funny.
He's like a trapdoor spider. He's just like waiting for it. I'll wait for it, and then like, gotcha, bitch. Love it.
I saw him sitting in there, and I thought, all right, I'm going to wait till he says something.
I didn't come in the server because I saw him here, and I've got PTSD from the last time me and him had a conversation less than 8 hours ago. But I had to fucking jump in, and you already got pissed off with him, and you got rid of him just as I landed. So you probably saved me another heart attack, guys. So you saved my life. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know if Miguel did, but I just server muted him and deafened him. I think Miguel might have like flipped him out of there. Is that what happened, Miguel?
Oh no, yeah, Miguel went full bot on him and just destroyed everything he was saying.
Yeah, I didn't do anything more than that.
Normally
you got rid of him, did you?
Yeah. Normally it's like his point, a long talk, your point, a long talk. It was just like his point and cut off, Miguel stopped him. His point and cut off, Miguel stopped him.
I'm good. It's exactly.
It was great. It was phenomenal, and I don't think you liked that.
No, Roof doesn't like to be shown as an example of a fucking idiot. That's for sure.
It was funny though.
Good. I'm glad everybody's had a smack around of Roof because he bloody deserves it. Every time that man comes into he'll be back. So every time that man comes into the server, fuck him up.
You see. Like, you put the level up and then it's below the level to one side. Like what? No, that means your level's not level. Dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, transiting the Suez Canal, at no point does our ship ever tip up or down at an entry or exit. So where's the curve? I can see the entry and exit point with optics from like the top.
Hey, question. You guys have like a high powered. You guys have like a high powered gyroscope on there too. To help you break. Yeah.
And funny enough, it's also to break the waves and help keep the ship auto stabilized. And you know what that system's treated as? A flat plane.
Absolutely.
It's the things you learn that you don't realize that are really important. Like all the stuff you experience and learn, you're just like, oh shit, this just ties into flat Earth. Like, oh my god.
So they actually made a car that was like that, right? They got rid of it, I think, for that simple fact is they actually made a two-wheeled car, like a drag car, and it had a gyroscope in it as an acting motor. And then they drove that around. It was back. It was a little while ago. It was a long time ago, actually.
Well,
But,
there's videos of the 1800s or whatever, right?
Yeah,
They have like videos
yeah,
of them
well-
with a gyroscope stabilized singular wheel motorized vehicle. They're driving around. Bunch of people.
Right. I think that's yeah. Anyhow, yeah. So it's interesting that they use those for So if a big wave comes or something, they don't fall over.
On a flat plane to work. No.
Right. Yeah. No. It has to. Yeah. A boat has to work on a flat plane, or well, you would think it would.
Well, it would have to because it would have to work to water, and water has to be on a flat plane.
Like, I mean, you wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to need like thing to push your boat. It would just kind of fall onto to the side, right? Kind of like self-propel itself. I don't know. Being silly, I guess. It seems like it would move on its own.
Oh, if gravity can hold air and everything else down, why can't it hold the boat down, right?
Do you think? Question. Do you think the air is electrically charged, or is
Yes.
the air? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, because we already currently know that air has positive and negative charges to it. That's how weather works. Earth has a measurable negative charge. Like we were saying, salt water can create a battery. The oceans are one giant battery. If the Earth is a conductor, there has to be some sort of static electrical connection between the air and
Oh yeah, the Earth. It's the land itself is probably the anode, and the cathode is the water.
Yeah. And this is just like a personal example. I don't know how relative it is to it. Is like I also do roller hockey as a referee and play as a goalie. And as I am skating, I skate by the glass and stuff. I'm building up a static charge just moving through the air, And if I skate over to the edge of the rink and I touch a screw, there's times I've gotten that static discharge to actually be physical. Like I can see it, not just feel the shock sometimes. And it makes you wonder. It's like there's electricity just all around us in the air. We're just soaking it up.
Have you heard of the Kelvin water dropper?
I believe I might have. Let me look it up real fast just to refresh, so I don't want to claim on something I don't know positively.
Yeah, it's an interesting. It's like if you want to put it together and check. It's pretty cool, actually.
Electrostatic generator.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. Okay.
It's simple too. You can actually do it with some copper.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, and a couple of galvanized buckets or something, and it's pretty cool. Actually, and you can get
that ties into like the old buildings and stuff. Like they're all made of brick, and if you look at like the actual materials, a lot of the way they're shaped as well, they're made and shaped like conductors and things like that, and amplifiers. And they're great at holding electro charges as well. Like it's not just like how they're built and the way they're laid out. It's also the materials they're built out of too.
Yeah. That's the whole idea behind grabbing the electrostatic charge.
Yeah. And that's like what Tesla was doing with his tower, right? I mean, he was using the earth and the groundwater there, and harnessing the positive charge from the earth. And making that connection between the air and the negative charge of the earth. I would love to know more about everything. It's just Flat Earth is just such the deepest rabbit hole. It makes you so curious about everything.
I'm trying to remember what started it for me. I think it was space itself, just the ridiculousness of space.
The fact alone that I just don't feel like I'm moving would be proof enough for me. as stupid as that is, and I know as non-factual as it is, that alone is proof enough. Like, we're not fucking flying through.
I always thought the moon was following me when I was littler, when I was in the car on the freeway.
Yes. Okay, so I'm not the only person then.
Yeah, dude, it wasn't like I wasn't, like spinning away from it. I always thought it was following me.
Yeah, so if I called up, like, if I would call my friend who's like on the other side of like where I live in San Jose, and was just like, hey, where does the sun look like it is to you? In relation to you. And he gave me, like, it looks like it's, straight up from this position. And I'm just like, and I look at it from my position, they're going to be in two horrendously different locations, like exact opposites than where, a common point should be or would be. Like the error difference would not be okay. And it's stuff like that, as well as like with the moon. Like if you, was it David Weiss talks about it, like looking at the moon upside down between your legs, it definitely changes perspective on things.
All right. Well, and it's also the moon. I've observed, and many others have observed the moon as on the same side as the sun is rising. With and you can see it in one peripheral vision. That's a problem. Dude.
What was it? Like 10 or so years ago, we had a solar eclipse. Yet if you looked off, just to the right of the solar eclipse, there's the moon. What's eclipsing the sun?
The moon.
Yeah, but we see the moon over there in the sky, away from the solar eclipse. You're right, and it's just like
that's my story.
I know. It's just wow.
And that they're equally matched as far as same size.
Was it the moon's exactly 40 times or 400 times or whatever?
Spheres, then it doesn't work out that way. First of all, because the moon
light.
The moon would have to be bigger than us. Bigger than the Earth,
and the way the shadow would have to be cast would also be different than if the moon was just moving in front of the sun.
Right, because
it would be oblong. It would come as oblong and almost ovaloid.
Because we're orbiting on a flat orbit. We're not,
supposedly
our orbit doesn't move with
the axis of our orbit doesn't change. Yeah.
No. Exactly. It's funny.
Like I said, all the little things just don't add up. There's almost everything contradicts itself.
Right, and you shouldn't be able to see Venus on the dark side of Earth.
Correct.
But they throw it up in the sky for you at night to see.
But here's what I want to know. So you're telling me all these planets, all these stars, hell, even the moon reflects this bright, amazing light, right? On a new moon, when the sun's hitting us, we can't see the moon. The Earth's not giving off a light, just like everything else supposedly should. Or reflecting light. That seems a little off.
So it's dark in space, but then it's bright on Earth, and
Well, exactly. Just like how the moon supposedly reflects light, or Mars or Venus supposedly do, and that's why they're so bright. The Earth should do the same to these other things, but it doesn't.
Well, that's what I mean. So how is space even dark then? It makes no sense because there's no atmosphere. Is that the whole reason? Or
that's because space ain't fucking real. It's that simple.
Exactly. Well, yeah, duh.
That's why I'm just like, I'm glad I found Flat Earth, and I'm glad I've discovered the truth. Just because life becomes so easy and simple after that. Everything's put into a fixed perspective. You don't have to worry about all this other bullshit, man.
Yeah. So, have you ever checked into like the UN planetary defense?
I have not.
Oh. It's interesting. They talk about asteroid defense, and they actually say they legitimately say they land spacecrafts on these asteroids and take samples and then bring them back to Earth and then put them through testing and then tell you what the impact would be.
Wow.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like, well, why wouldn't you just take care of it then when you landed it on there so we don't have to worry about it? It's just so weird, dude.
Especially since they proved supposedly that hitting it with something will put it off a trajectory. Why don't you just hit it with that fucking probe?
Yeah, and that's funny too because they actually start with that in the beginning of the meeting. It's called the UN. You can look at it. It's called the UN Planetary Defense.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it is interesting.
My knowledge base more though when it comes to like flat Earth is on like the ancient history side and stuff like that. I've been super interested in that and exploration in general. Like how, supposedly they're finding like weird pyramid and temple structures along the edges of Antarctica as well.
Well, that's hogwash.
I don't know. Göbekli Tepe's not.
What now?
Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. How they've been uncovering like buried temples and stuff that date way longer to prior than what we're being told. That was civilization supposedly existed.
As far as the pyramids go, yeah, I think those. I would believe those are man-made. It's another authority, what fear Mongol, blah blah blah. Another story, another dinosaur.
I'm just curious what's under the ice. I want to know.
They're melting it right now to find that out. Actually, they've been doing that for a while. So NASA has a laser that they have a laser that literally melts it.
So what you're saying is the rising sea levels are not attributed to global warming and are actually attributed to NASA's destructive practices of trying to melt ice.
I'm not saying anything unlike that at all. I mean,
I know. I'm just joking around.
I was just saying what they're doing. They've been playing down in Antarctica for quite some time. That's pretty much one reason why they don't want people to go down there, because they don't want to know about all that weapons and earthquake weapons they have. And
honestly, that would be the number one way to just disprove flat earthers, is just let us circumnavigate north to south then. All it would take is one flight, just one active live stream camera the whole way. Maybe a refuel point somewhere or two if required. But just north to south, that's all it would require, and no one else would ever argue with them again. But that's not allowed.
It's not gonna happen.
Nope, no, it won't. That's the thing. Like, it's so easy, and it would be so easy to just disprove all of us. Every flat earther that exists with just that one thing, but they will not do it.
Yeah, their world's crumbling right in front of them. Their kingdom is crumbling.
The world needs a hard reset, but not the reset.
Yeah, well, exactly. You can go on Google Maps and can go right in. If you turn all the features off, every single feature there is, turn it off, right? Like see the building, see this, that, water, clouds, turn it all off. You can go down to Antarctica and you can zoom on into anywhere you want, and you can see all the mini cities they have and all the zoom right in on there and see everything that's going on.
Right? It's the best. It's so nice.
And one of them, that's where they do where they have the most powerful green laser in the world is at the Princess Elizabeth, Antarctica. That was built back in 2009. Yeah, it's down there, along with British. I don't forget what the British is called, but anyway, they're all joined down there, and they send scientists down there to run this thing.
Yeah, exactly what fucking Pumpkin posted. That's something I've noticed also as like a history nerd. If you look at a lot of like these major battles that have happened during like World War II, World War I, even prior to that and after that, a lot of these major conflict areas were happening around like ancient ruins and ancient stuff like that, and they're being destroyed as consequence. And if you look at the major cities they're being fought in, the buildings that are being destroyed in said conflicts are also these older buildings from said time, which I find is also very just coincidental but weird.
Right. And it destroys
Just a pattern kind of thing you pick up on. You're just like, wait, why? Orchestrated destruction.
Yeah, the wars are man. I mean, if there was no army, there would be no war. You know. Queen. No. It's the land of the Wells to the Norwegian freaking queen there, in Australia. But yeah, it's their claim there on that side.
Oh look, he came back. Muted and deafened, but he came back.
Bonehead. I find it interesting that higher the elevation, colder it gets, but it would seem to me the higher you get, the closer you would be to the sun.
Bingo.
Yeah, it's like, what? Yeah.
It's commonalities like that just don't make sense.
Which means that it's just pressure And so
If there's pressure, it's a container.
right, and then so that would make it colder. Kind of like when
And maybe almost like the firmament's just very, very cold, gas that's in our air, and at the higher it gets, it becomes a liquid, and then as it gets farther up, it becomes solid.
when you turn on like a compressor, right, and the air gets hot through one of the areas that it goes through, and then the tank turns cold, and then you have to drain it every once in a while because there's liquid in it.
Yep.
So it's kind of like that scenario there, I think. So
Do you guys know why they've changed their attack from horizontal to vertical?
what?
The Globus. Do you know why they're doing that?
Excuse me. Hold on. Start over. What now?
So you know how he was saying everything comes from a vertical. So you get horizontal is 90 degrees from a vertical. Yeah, because they have to run away from horizontal because horizontal doesn't work on a ball. So they say vertical goes directly to the center of the ball. So therefore they can say vertical is vertical and always towards the center of the ball, and horizontal is 90 degrees off that, which is always which is always level at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they have to go with vertical.
Right, you have to have a horizontal. So you have to have a point. So for you, so first of all, with any where it starts is with a point, right? You got point 1, and then you got
to have a vertical.
Draw a line.
You draw a line.
Yeah, you draw a line, and that's your line. Okay, well, that's pretty much what a vertical is, or a horizontal. In order to have
yeah. So you're a carpenter, yeah. So
yeah.
The vertical that you get, say you're plumbing up a wall with a straight edge and a 2 meter level, or an 8 foot level, that vertical only comes from a horizontal level. You know what I mean? But it's always from horizontal.
Mm-hmm. It's a perpendicular. That's all it is.
From horizontal, yeah. So they go opposite way around, Or a vertical.
For a vertical to exist, there has to be a horizontal to be perpendicular to.
Exactly,
Right.
Not the other way around.
Because if someone says, all right, well, it's vertical, from what? What is your point of reference? And that point of reference, therefore, becomes your horizontal.
Wouldn't that go either way then?
No. Doesn't go either way, because if you look at the bubble, the bubble on a bubble level always lays horizontal, and the only way to get it level is to lay it horizontal, flat, and level. And from that, even when you turn the level vertical, your bubble is still facing horizontal, but it's facing the opposite way on the level.
Right. Hey,
perpendicular to the level bubble. So
let's just go to the fundamentals of this. Take Earth out of it. Okay. Now, here's your horizontal using that instrument.
What?
What I'm saying is if you just go to the fundamentals of it, not bringing Earth into it as far as a visual horizontal, it can be either one.
No, it can't. How do you get a vertical from a bubble?
It's a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
From horizontal.
If you can get it from horizontal or vertical.
How do you get vertical?
A plumb bob.
How do you get vertical from a level?
That's not what I'm saying, though. I'm saying if you take the mechanics out of it, but as far as the Earth, yes, a water level, yes, it's going to be level to water, and that's to horizontal. Yes, I understand. I completely agree. But what I'm saying is, you can put the bubble on the opposite direction of it too, like just like a level would have. They have a vertical bubble and a horizontal bubble.
Yeah, but which way is the bubble facing when you're using it for vertical? It's faced the bubble. The tube that the bubble is in is facing horizontal, is it not?
Yes, it's a parallel axiom.
Exactly.
Yes. So the plumb, even though you're using a plumb bob, the plumb bob is resting at a point which is considered the center, and that center has to be a horizontal level.
Has to be.
Really, what you're meant? I know. I'm just trying to make a point of if you're talking about just geometry in itself, it's a line.
Talking about levels. Cool.
Gotcha. Here on Earth, yes, to get a level line, you need. That's why they call it sea level, because water is always level.
And an airplane.
Here on Earth. Earth is the only place where there.
As far as I know, yeah. I don't know of anywhere else where there's water.
No.
You're roboting. Breaking up, Timbo.
His incoherentness is starting to sound like Rue.
What's that?
I said he's almost at the incoherent levels of Rue.
Can't hear you yet. Technical difficulties. And nautical and air and both the same. No. That's the thing too, man. Like, you can't do that on a sphere. It just doesn't. Or yes, no, that doesn't work. Well, it's like so the Earth clock too. With what's his name?
David Weiss.
No. Back in the 18. What was his name here? His name is Samuel Robotham. How do you pronounce it? Robotham. That's it. Robotham.
Daniel Robotnik. Got it.
No. Robotham.
Samuel Robotham.
Yeah, that's it. I always have a problem saying this stupid name. Anyways, yeah, has the Earth clock. So, and then that also works in angles too. And so when it points to 12, and it's right along the when it's like the midnight. Anyways, what I'm saying is it creates geometry itself as far as same geometry as what we're talking of now. Meteor angles and lines and
yeah.
Anyways.
That right angle can't exist on that globe.
said it was only 100 miles away from the sun and moon. Wait, what? 3,000 miles. The edge of the wall. He's saying the edge of the wall was 3,000 miles above the Earth's surface. Center is at North Pole. Still using curve as on Wikipedia to where it shows Earth as evidence as the horizon across the images where the buildings are further and below the horizon. The sea hides it. So they don't even say where this picture was taken, but I find it interesting that that's what they're using. Where do they get this picture from? Well, it looks totally fake too. They got people actually swimming in the water. It looks totally fake. It's crazy, dude. I gotta put this link up. Wow, that's wild. Kilometers wide.
$12 They're saying that oil refinery building or silo is 12 miles away from where that picture is being taken. I don't believe that. That oil refinery looks like it's just like on the other side of town. And that'd probably be like 1 to 2 miles away. That's definitely not 20 kilometer. If those people are in the water, why isn't like their water on them? Like that guy on the right, if you look at his like back and shoulders and all that, there's no water on him whatsoever. But he's supposed to be in the ocean.
When you start looking at men of the 17 or 1600s, a lot of in the 1600s, actually late 1600s, are dressed like women. You know, they got the heels and the wigs and all the makeup and wearing dresses. Well, they're not. I don't mean what they're called, robes or whatever, but they're literally like just like women. I can't hear you, bud, if you're trying to talk.
Oh no, I wasn't talking yet.
Rolling my baller or boulder. Yeah, no, I can't hear you right now. I don't have any abilities to help you out, bud. Somebody sees and would like to let you back in. Sure they can hear me and they'll check it out. Till then. Nope, I can't do anything. There's no one around so that I can see. Here, There, AJ. I'm out.
fight you without fears, and would fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, angry Glover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. I'm not spinning, I'm not turning on an axis. I'm centered on everything I see. So fuck your Google Maps, we wanna flood Earth back and live in reality. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry baller, if you stay, you will never be flat Earth with what you say. So go make a ferry, the curve has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belt if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more.
This is music for the soul.
Hey, yeah. Oh, hey. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your soul? Raising your vibration is the best thing you can do. 'Cause the wind of change blows this way to show you something new. Yeah, we've all been indoctrinated from the cradle to the grave, but the truth can't be stopped. The message is clear if you're just waking up. Welcome to Flat Earth. It has the power to set you free when it comes into your life. Show you so much truth that you're looking with new eyes, wide open for the first time in my life. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your soul? Making your intention the best that it can be. 'Cause you swallowed the lie so many times, but now you finally see. Nasser makes the saver, and they sold you every time. But the truth can't be stopped. We're coming for you if you're just waking up. Welcome to Flat Earth. It has the power to set you free when it comes into your life. Show you so much truth that you're feel it in your soul.
It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah.
We the best music.
It's rock, yeah.
Another one. DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure, and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curved in that shit better show.
Hey, Jim, what you
don't
just
try to play like I'm slow with a random block and I know there's no globe. Ask for proof and I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind if I smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog, C-top our less is some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve, hopped in a plane but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know it's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses, when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. The space around you is warped. And space itself is pushing you down into your chair. And that's why you're sitting in your chair today.
Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. we lied to you. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
If anyone's out there and listening, interestingly, so we say there's a horizontal, and then Earth's supposed to be spheres.
It is Photoshopped, but it has to be.
Funny.
It is Photoshopped, right? But it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be.
But anyhow, I was saying that
is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb people believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the Earth is Photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
tuned into the truth frequency.
We are TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone.
In every revolution, there's one man with a vision.
Captain Kirk, I shall consider it.
I've been a participant in some of the most insidious lies and witnessed to deeds that no crazed man could imagine. I spent years watching you from my lofty position to know that you were the one I could trust.
And why did you lie to me?
There still exist some secrets which should remain secret. Truths that people are just not ready to know.
Who are you to decide that?
The world's reaction to such knowledge would be far too dangerous.
Dangerous? You mean in the sense of outrage? Like the reaction to the Kennedy assassination, or MIAs, or radiation experiments on terminal patients, Watergate, Iran-Contra, Roswell, the Tuskegee experiments. Where will it end?
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth! Get out!
Or what? You'll kill me?
Always remember, dissension's the greatest form of patriotism.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies.
We have before us the opportunity to forge a new world order.
Yes, we can. And you say.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories.
A lie is most convincingly hidden between two truths.
I guess it won't end.
No! I don't have time for this. This is about saving the future of humanity. We know things are bad, worse than bad. We know the air is unfit to breathe and our food is unfit to eat. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther. I want you to get up right now. Go to your windows, open them, and stick your head out and yell, I'm a human being. My life has value, and I'm not going to take this anymore. You shall not!
You're listening to the Revolutionary Radio Project with your host, Rob Skiba.
Hello and welcome to the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba. And tonight I'm going to continue my series on the Flat Earth controversy. And, whenever I play that intro, I'm going to deal with the potential, at least, of a conspiracy. Are we dealing with a conspiracy here? Now, there's some people that say that the fact that people are even discussing this right now is part of a conspiracy that was generated to get us all to look stupid and make the Bible look bad and Christians look bad, and it's against us for that reason. What if, though, that the conspiracy is the other way around? Now, let's just think about that for a minute, because a lot of people have been asking me, well, okay, if this flat earth thing is true, if we are in a flat enclosed system exactly as the Bible describes, then what's the motive? Why would they lie to us? Well, I mean, the motive seems pretty easy to me. Quite clear, actually. First, you get people to doubt the Word of God by destroying the very foundation of our Bible, Genesis, specifically the creation account. Second, set up a new paradigm where God is out and science is in. Evolution thus removes God from the equation. Then when evolution finally runs its course and becomes utterly bankrupt, introduce the idea of intelligent design. But deny the true designer his due credit and place it rather on ancient aliens. Then promote the ancient alien theme as much as possible in all forms of media by perpetrating the concept of Earth as a tiny blue marble, orbiting an average sun in an average galaxy among trillions of other galaxies in an ever-expanding universe. Interesting that a new blue marble just came out this week. With so much potential for life to exist in such a vast expanse, the idea of alien scientists being our creators seems a lot more plausible over time and heavy indoctrination. The stage is finally set for our ancient alien creators to return and bestow upon us their miracles, signs, and wonders in order to convince us all the more that all religions are false. We then put our trust in them. And finally, when Christ does return, we are all convinced that he is the enemy and our united world gathers together to make war with him. Is that what's happening? I don't know. I'm just considering the possibilities here. But with that in mind, consider what the scientists of our day have to say about God and our Bible.
What would you say to some of the parents who are like, look, you know, we're going to go ahead, we'll learn about evolution, but we also believe in creationism. What is the harm in learning the Bible's creation story?
Well, learning the story is fine. I mean, that's great. But it's not science. And tax dollars used for science education shouldn't be used to teach creationism as an alternative. Creationism is not right.
The notion of creationism, or in fact, look, Senator Marco Rubio, who's presumably a reasonably intelligent man, was asked, what's the age of the earth? And ultimately, either because he actually believed it or he was trying to appeal to some constituency, had to argue that it's a big mystery, that somehow we should teach kids both ideas that the earth is 6,000 years old and that it's 4.55 billion years old, which is what it is. If you think about that, somehow saying that, well, anything goes, we shouldn't offend religious beliefs by requiring kids to understand reality. That's child abuse.
It sounds very laudable to teach the controversy, to teach both theories, but there aren't two theories. There's only one theory around. There's only one game in town as far as serious science is concerned. Of course, you get negative reactions from creationists, but who cares about creationists? They don't know anything.
He's like primary atheist of the world. And so if you're going to talk about science and religion, you need people like that to find out, where are they thinking? Where are they taking us? What's it all about? But we couldn't just feature Richard Dawkins. We need some other views here. And so we combed the landscape. And we found a Jesuit priest. This is the academic order of the Catholic Church. And we have with us Father Martin. Welcome to Star Talk.
Thank you very much.
All right. You, as a modern Catholic, have no problem with evolution.
Correct.
Correct. I can't say the same about other theologians who walk this earth. So what does that mean?
It means that
in the world, in politics, in all of this.
Sure. Well, it means that different Christians have different viewpoints on that. I'm a firm believer in evolution. There are some people who don't believe it. I'm not sure how you can't be convinced if you see the kind of archaeology and the sort of the kind of history of the world. But there they are. So I can't account for ignorance.
Okay, so not to put words in your mouth,
Sure.
but what you might be saying here in this conversation is that for religion to go forward and not be in conflict with science, it needs to embrace what science finds about the natural world and not jump in the face of the scientists and say, that conflicts with my interpretation of Scripture, therefore you must be wrong.
No, I agree. And I think most religious scientists, I'm not a religious scientist, would say that and would say, this
Yes,
is
they
helping,
would, by the way.
Yeah,
Yes.
This is helping me
The ones I know.
understand. Yeah, this is helping me understand God's beautiful world. And I think what happens sometimes is, religion gets caricatured. So obviously, if you're religious, you must not believe in evolution, which I think is
Most
false.
Well, it's certainly true for some. You're saying it's not true for all.
I'd say for a few.
When we come back, we're going to find out if you have to give up your religion to believe in evolution. Clearly, the good father here doesn't. But how about others? When Star Talk continues. So, one of the great questions out there is, how do we get more religions or more people who are religious on board with the moving frontier of science? Recognizing that you don't have to give up your religion unless perhaps your religion requires that there was no evolution. If it requires it, maybe you got to sort of lose it. But
that's probably pretty few religions, right?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, right? I mean...
Well, I hope so. I frankly, I have a confession to make, priest.
This is your second confession. I'm listening.
I don't understand people who can't believe in evolution. I don't understand people who don't look at, the sort of carbon dating and things like that and fossils. I can't understand it. And I have a hard time understanding why people cannot accept the fact that God can work through evolution, that it's just as much of a miracle of creation if it takes 10 million years or 15 million years as if it took 7 days. So I don't understand that. Or we shouldn't say religious people think this or religious people think that, because it is a label that is applied to people and often applied to make them seem uneducated, insane, or just idiots. And as if you have to check your brain at the door.
If you add up all the begats in the book of Genesis, for example, you get an age for the earth. 6,000 years old, plus or minus a little. The universe is said to be exactly as old as the earth. This is still the standard of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim fundamentalists, and is clearly reflected in the Jewish calendar. But so young a universe raises an awkward question. How is it that there are astronomical objects more than 6,000 light years away? It takes light a year to travel a light year, 10,000 years to travel 10,000 light years, and so on. When we look at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, the light we see left its source some 30,000 years ago. The nearest spiral galaxy like our own, M31 in the constellation Andromeda, is 2 million light years away. So we're seeing it as it was when the light from it set out on its long journey to Earth 2 million years ago. And when we observe distant quasars 5 billion light years away, we're seeing them as they were 5 billion years ago before the Earth was formed. They are almost certainly very different today. So if, despite this, we were to accept the literal truth of such religious books, how could we reconcile the data? The only plausible conclusion, I think, is that God recently made all the photons of light arriving on the Earth in such a coherent format as to mislead generations of astronomers into the misapprehension that there are such things as galaxies and quasars, and intentionally driving them to the spurious conclusion that the universe is vast and old. This is such a malevolent theology, I still have difficulty believing that anyone, no matter how devoted to the divine inspiration of any religious book, could seriously entertain it. Consider again that pale blue dot we've been talking about. Imagine that you take a good long look at it. Imagine you're staring at the dot for any length of time. And then try to convince yourself that God created the whole universe for one of the 10 million or so species of life that inhabit that speck of dust. Now take it a step further. Imagine that everything was made just for a single shade of that species, or gender, or ethnic or religious subdivision. We can recognize here a shortcoming, in some circumstances serious, in our ability to understand the world. Characteristically, we seem compelled to project our own nature onto nature. Man, in his arrogance, thinks himself a great work, worthy of the interposition of a deity. Darwin wrote telegraphically in his notebook, more humble, and I think truer, to consider him created from animals. Close quote. We're Johnny-come-latelys. We live in the cosmic boondocks. We emerged from microbes and muck. Apes are our cousins. Our thoughts and feelings are not fully under our own control. And on top of all this, we're making a mess of our planet and becoming a danger to ourselves.
I want to make an important point. This is not all people in the world. This is Americans, religious people. It depends on which study you get. You ask, do you pray to a personal God? These numbers vary, but they're high and they're up around 90%. Okay? It might be 85. That's actually not important. That difference is not important for the point I'm about to make. It's high, okay? In the West, in America, 90%. Okay? What percentage of educated people are religious? The number drops. I'm talking about graduate degrees here. Among all people with masters and PhDs, the religiosity drops. Somewhere around 60%. Might be 65. The point is, it drops with education level. Now let's bring in scientists. How about what percentage of scientists in America are religious? You average over all the branches, it's about 40%, maybe 35%. In there's a range, of course. Biologists, physicists, astrophysicists are lower. The sort of engineers and mathematicians are higher. So it averages out to about 40%. So this looks like scientists are 40% down from 90% from the general public. But that's the wrong, no, it's 40% down from 60% because all scientists have graduate degrees. So the graduate degree in any subject gets you halfway there. The science is the increment from the educated degrees. I mean, from the all educated people. That takes it down to 40%. Now you go to the elite scientists. This is a well-known number. 7% are religious, claiming a personal God to whom they pray and intervene in their lives. I submit to you that with the current atheist fervor that has taken on over the past several years, I would say launched, the modern atheists they're called, launched by the Dawkins book and the Hitchens book and the Sam Harris book and the like. And I was just in Borders recently. Couldn't believe it. Sorry I didn't have a camera. Borders books. There it was. A section called Atheism. It was like, I'd never seen that before. It's like, okay. There it was. They had enough critical mass of books to make a section. So, here's my problem. Here's my concern. When you're educated, and you understand how physics works, and you're mathematically literate, and you understand data, and you understand experiment, and you go up to someone who doesn't have that training, and they are religious, and you ask them, why are you religious and believing in invisible things that influence your life? What's wrong with you? Okay? That's unfair. It's not only unfair, it's disrespectful for the following reason. Until that number is 0, you've got nothing to say to the general public. These are scientists among us in the National Academy of Sciences who are religious and pray to a personal God, and I know some of them. And you're fighting the public for the religious beliefs? Figure that one out first, because maybe there's an asymptote. Maybe you can't change everybody. Maybe that's telling us something. Maybe there's something in the brain wiring that positively prevents some people from ever being an atheist. And if that's the case, in a way, they can't help it. And you'll never know it because you're not one of them. So I ask you, first, for compassion with the public, but you should target your exercise and your experiments on understanding that number. Because that's not 0. Yes, it's low, but it's not 1%, it's not 0.5% or 0.1%. It is 7. 1 out of 14. If this were the National Academy of Sciences with 900, you'd have 100 people in here. Did I do that right? 7%? 65. Carry the 2. What, 65? Sorry, 7 times 9, yeah, so 6, yeah. You have 65 people in here among elite scientists praying to their personal God.
So, now, I don't care. I actually personally don't care what people want to believe. This country was founded on religious freedoms. That's how that happened, okay? And what enabled the religious freedoms is that our Constitution makes no mention of God at all, which means nobody's God reigns supreme over anybody else's. And therein is the religious freedom that attracted all these waves of immigrants for centuries. And so, I don't have an issue with what you do in the church. But I'm going to be up in your face if you're going to knock on my science classroom and tell me that I got to teach what you're teaching in your Sunday school, because that's when we're going to fight. And I'm going to tell you something. There's no tradition of scientists knocking down the Sunday school door, telling the preacher that might not necessarily be true. That's never happened. There are no scientists picketing out front of churches. There's been this coexistence forever. So to have the religious communities knocking down the science door, there's something wrong there. And I think back to Al-Ghazali and the 12th century and the fall of that intellectual empire. And it's got me scared in America. Do you remember that case in Jersey where this middle school kid, forgive me, I forgot his name, I met him, Matthew LeClaire? Do you remember this? In his history class, the teacher was saying that Jesus is the only one and true Savior, and Christianity is the only one and true religion, and if you were not, you were damned to hell. And he pointed to a Muslim girl and said she's damned to hell already, it's too late for her, and that Noah's Ark carried dinosaurs on it, and that the Big Bang and evolution are not scientific. He recorded this and submitted it to the New York Times. And it became a whole expose on this teacher. And then what happened? The ACLU came out and separation of church and state, and it's a violation of the separation of church and state. And I said, I don't normally get in those arguments because I got the universe to worry about. I let that go. But then I thought, no, people are missing something here. It's not a case of a separation of church and state. It's not. Okay? I looked at the comments and the transcript. I ignored the part about Jesus being your Savior. I ignored the part about Christianity being the one and true religion. I paid attention to the statement that Noah's Ark carried dinosaurs, okay? And so, I wrote a letter to the editor of the New York Times that they printed, and I will read to you. To the editor, people cited violation of the First Amendment when a New Jersey school teacher asserted that evolution and the Big Bang are not scientific and that Noah's Ark carried dinosaurs. The case is not about the need to separate church and state. It's about the need to separate ignorant, scientifically illiterate people from the ranks of teachers. Let's fix this one once and for all, okay? Let's just fix this, okay? Once and for all. Yes, Einstein and God were like that, okay? It's like God doesn't play dice with the universe. It turns out God does. That's what quantum mechanics is all about. He was wrong about that, okay? He mentions God a lot. And so all the religious people like claiming him because he's famous and he's unimpeachably smart. And if you get famous, smart scientists in your camp, that boosts your camp, okay? But let's straighten this out once and for all. Here's a letter from Albert Einstein in his later years, 1954, a couple of years before he died. It was, of course, a lie, what you read about my religious convictions. A lie which is being systematically repeated. I do not believe in a personal God, and I've never denied this, but have expressed it clearly. If something is in me which can be called religious, then it's the unbounded admiration for the structure of the world so far as our science can reveal it. Case closed. So anyone says Einstein was religious, just show him this letter, okay?
This guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, yes, he is apparently a very smart man, but this guy is unbelievably full of himself. Listen to this.
Characteristic you value most in yourself.
Check anybody here.
I like, and I've worked hard at this, the ability to just speak something that is so fundamentally true that it's not subject to your
Hello.
opinion about what I just said. That gets
An absolute.
That gets right into the center of any conversation, and then I can walk out and let that.
Scare Bear.
Scare Bear.
Yeah, Scare Bear.
Oh, yeah, I can see your GIF in your profile. I got to get back into the way of life.
Super pods.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
What is?
There's an online survey here for a radio station. And they want feedback, you know, so I'm just scrolling through the questions without filling it out. And I'm getting down the bottom here and they start getting into the, you know, the more ridiculous questions like age group, right? And then what gender do you identify as?
What else is new
So it's-
nowadays?
Yeah, but this is like a radio station. Anyway, it goes male, female, non-binary, prefer not to answer. It's retarded. And then they want to know what ethnic group you are. Now, that's just ridiculous. From a culturally diverse background, none of the above. But they're not actually asking for questions and feedback. So that's what the actual feedback.
Yeah. They want to know all
It's
this
just
other stuff.
questions and answers. Yeah. So it's pointless. Leave page.
Well, that way they can have a survey that comes out and says, we have the super ethically diverse customer base. Not that, hey, all these super ethically diverse customers are complaining about our shitty product.
Yeah. And they've anyway. Same as politics, they do the same thing. They just have these question answer shit. It's like, no, we don't even agree with any of your political policies, but you want us to agree with it anyway? No.
Be the
It's not, why you think that, but I think something else. Then why even have the conversation? Then there's an old saying, in the universe, they're the laws of physics, and everything else is opinion.
Everything else is just opinion. You can walk into a room and you are the one who has the truth. You are the source for truth. All right, sure, whatever. I mean, listen to this guy. There was another show he did on Star Talk where he was talking about how he has celebrities on, and he gives them the privilege of asking him any question they might have.
Maybe they don't spend much time with scientists, so I try to give them a chance to sort of ask any questions that might be lingering within them, especially of the universe, because there aren't that many astrophysicists in the world.
That you can just
call.
Just
not that many.
There are about
Oh, is it just
7,000
me
of us.
Yeah, I was about to say,
it's
and I
about
know
7.
two.
Right.
So I'm doing pretty good here.
Yeah, you're doing real good, honey. Yeah, so there's about 7,000 professional astrophysicists and about 7 billion people in the world. So, Charles, you do the math, what do you get?
We are 1 in a million, everybody.
Yeah. And you got 2 right here.
We are 1 in a million, everybody.
I'm feeling so special.
Yeah. So I try to give them that opportunity. So we closed out the interview. I just asked, you got any questions you got for me? Let's see.
You got any questions for me? Because I'm 1 in a million, and I know everything there is to know about the universe. So you can ask me. Yeah, I have a lot of hubris, but I'm humble. Just ask me. And it seems to be a trend with these guys, and Bill Nye is about the same way, especially when it comes to issues of people who believe the Bible.
46% of Americans believe the story of Genesis is true. So I just want...
amazing. It's astonishing.
I know that the world was created in 6 days.
Here again, another quote from your book. Inherent in the rejection of evolution is the idea that your curiosity about the world is misplaced and your common sense is wrong. This attack on reason is an attack on all of us. What do you mean by it's an attack on all of us?
In other words, everything that the rest of us do as taxpayers and voters and citizens of the world, everything that we do to improve the lives of other people or to improve our own quality of life, to build buildings that rely on our understanding of physics, to build sewer systems that rely on our understanding of gravity, that all of this is inconsistent with this other world view that where they take the Bible literally, as written in English, by the way, take that literally and deny everything else that gives us all these wonderful things that our society provides, food, clothing, and shelter. So when you are attacking our science or our ancestors who made these discoveries about nature, you are, for me, attacking all of us who embrace it and use it and want to make the world better.
So are you urging people to give up on the idea of creationism?
Oh, yeah, please.
I get it. You don't want the schools teaching this stuff, or if they do it in religion class, that's one thing, but certainly not in science class. But I guess alongside that, do you also need parents to stop teaching this to their kids as well? Because obviously, if you're from a religious family, presumably you're going to be hearing this at home as well as at school, yes?
I just really want to, in general, it's not religion that's teaching creationism. It's a special subset of a certain religion that's teaching creationism. I just really want to say it's not a broad brush on that. And so, yeah, our problem is when parents are brought up with this extraordinary worldview, they bring their kids up with these extraordinary worldviews, and it's really hard to change when you're a grown-up. I mean, it's harder than quitting smoking or what have you. And so our trouble is, for a society that needs as many scientifically literate people as possible, and I'm not talking about the United States, I'm talking about the world, Canada especially, we need as many people who are literate, who can make good decisions as voters about what's reasonable, what's a good thing to do, what's not a good thing to do, what we need to put our resources into, what we should not put our resources into. We need those people to understand science well enough to make good decisions. And of course, we need engineers and scientists to change the world.
The amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time.
They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today. Okay? And anyway.
40%, 45% of the American people believe literally in Adam and Eve, believe literally that the world is only 6,000 years old. I mean, that's a shocking figure, and you can't duck out of it by saying, oh, sophisticated theologians don't believe it. Unfortunately, what sophisticated theologians believe isn't really relevant to what the majority of Christians do believe. When we're talking about moral philosophy, when we're talking about the origin of the cosmos, when we're talking about the origin of life, when we're talking about why we all exist, there is no reason whatever why we should treat the writings of scribes in whatever it was, 800 BC, 600 BC, as being particularly wise. We could listen to Confucius, we could listen to the Buddha, there are all sorts of people we could listen to, and we could listen to modern philosophers as well and modern scientists as well. Once again, I come back to the point, there is nothing special about the Bible. You don't believe that the Earth is round only if you're an astronaut. You don't believe Napoleon existed only if you're a historian. You believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact. The truth really is out there. It's not a matter of opinion.
Oh, really? I would beg to differ. If you look at the so-called evidence for evolution, it is seriously lacking, and most of it is based on circular reasoning. It's the whole, that rock layer right there, that's from the Jurassic period. Well, how do you know? Well, because we found this dinosaur right here, and we know this dinosaur is from the Jurassic period. Well, how do you know that dinosaur is from the Jurassic period? Well, because we found it in that rock layer right there. And this is what passes for science. Okay? And it's just like that, exactly like that. And it's pushed on us from a very young age in our secular school systems and movies and television all over the place. This is what passes for science, and it's indoctrination. That's what it is.
And today, 75% of kids from Christian homes that go to public schools are going to reject the Christian faith, mostly because of this great age of the Earth issue.
How old is the Earth? Evolutionists claim it's 4.6 billion years old. But what does the evidence say? Let's take a look. There are so many evidences of a young Earth. The Methuselah tree, the Great Barrier Reef, erosion rates. Continents are eroding at a rate that would level them in just 25 million years. We've got comets in our solar system, but they only last 100,000 years. Why do we still have comets? Sahara Desert is growing, oil is still under pressure. Earth's magnetic field is actually getting weaker, putting a maximum age of 25,000 years on it. Earth's rotation is slowing down, the moon is receding, the human population is at 6.5 billion. Trace that backwards, it all started 4,400 years ago, right when the Bible says the flood occurred. Why? Because the Earth is young, not old.
The textbooks in our schools are filled with the idea of millions and billions of years. The next time you hear someone say millions and millions of years ago, stop them and ask, were you there? Science is knowledge derived from observation and study. Can you observe, study, or demonstrate something that happened billions of years ago? Absolutely not. It is true that over half the scientists believe in evolution. That is true, but that does not make evolution true. Just because a bunch of scientists believe something does not make it true. They have a long history of being wrong. They used to teach that a big rock will fall faster than a little rock. They were wrong. They used to teach that if you were sick you had bad blood. This was known as the doctrine of humors. It was believed that if you bled out the bad blood you would get better. There used to be places all over the United States where you could go and get your blood taken out. You knew where they were because out front they had a white pole with a red stripe around it. The barber was the bloodletter. And right beside George Washington, when they were bleeding him to death, was a Bible that told them, for the life of the flesh is in the blood. Now let's say you went scuba diving and found a sunken boat with a treasure chest full of old coins. You look at one of the coins and it has a date of 1600 on it. You reach in and pull out another and it reads 1700. You reach in and pull out a third coin and it has a date of 1800. Now I'm going to ask you a simple question. When did the boat sink? You ought to be able to figure out that the boat sank after 1800. It could not have sank before 1800 because we have a coin in there from 1800. This most recently dated coin becomes the limiting factor on when the boat sank. There are numerous scientific ways to show the universe is not billions of years old. In 2011, the world's population reached 7 billion people. In 1985, there were 5 billion people on planet Earth. And in 1800, there were only 1 billion people on the planet. Most people agree that there were only about 1 billion people around 1800. The world's population at the time of Christ was about 250 million people. Starting from the Bible, we see that 6,000 years ago, God created everything. 4,400 years ago, there was a worldwide flood in which only 8 people survived. And this is exactly what the evidence shows. The current population shows only 4,400 years of growth. God's Word is truth. Let's talk about supernova rings. When a star blows up, it creates a nova or a supernova. Astronomers have observed that about every 30 years a star dies and explodes into a supernova. There are only about 300 supernovas. Let's see, 300 times 30 equals about 9,000 years. Well, if the universe is billions of years old, how come there are less than 300 supernovas? There should be several 100 million of them. This is evidence that shows that the universe is only thousands of years old, not billions. Textbooks say red giant stars evolve into white dwarfs stars over billions of years. They teach that it takes billions of years for a star to evolve from a red giant to a white dwarf. Well, we know this is not true. Egyptian hieroglyphs from 2000 BC describe Sirius as red. It was observed to be red as recently as 150 AD. Today, it is a white star binary. So no, it does not take billions of years for this to happen. It only takes thousands. Jupiter is cooling off, and therefore cannot be billions of years old. If it were billions of years old, it would have cooled off by now. Here we have the moon. The moon goes around the Earth. I think we can all agree about this. As the moon goes around the Earth, it is gradually getting farther away. We are slowly losing the moon. It's leaving us a couple of inches per year. Not a big deal. But if the moon is getting farther and farther away every day, that means that it used to be closer. Well, if we bring the moon in closer, we start to create a problem because the moon is what causes the tides. If the moon were closer, the tides would be higher. There's a law called the inverse square law. If you brought the moon to 1/3 the distance, you flip the 1/3 and square it, you get 9 times the gravitational pull. If you were to do all the math on this, you will find out that the moon and the Earth would have been almost together just over 1 billion years ago. Walt Brown, in his book In the Beginning, says that this fact alone puts the age of the Earth-Moon system at less than 1.2 billion years max. Short period comets are losing material and have a life expectancy of less than 10,000 years. If the universe is billions of years old, why do we still see comets? They should all be gone by now. Magnets lose their strength with time. The Earth's magnetic strength has declined 10% in the last 150 years and 40% in the last 1,000 years. Since it is getting weaker, that means that it used to be stronger, and it cannot be more than 25,000 years old. The Earth's magnetic field alone limits the Earth to being less than 25,000 years old. This also means that carbon dating cannot work for more than a few thousand years. The Sahara Desert has a prevailing wind pattern. The wind almost always blows the same direction. This causes the desert to grow. The process is called desertification. They did an in-depth study of the Sahara Desert and came to the conclusion that the Sahara Desert is probably about 4,000 years old. So the desert started growing about 4,000 years ago. If the Earth is millions of years old, why is there not a bigger desert somewhere? Why would the biggest desert on the planet be less than 4,000 years old? Well, let's start from the Bible and see if we can figure this thing out. The Bible says that 6,000 years ago, God created everything. 4,400 years ago, there was a worldwide flood. It's pretty hard to have a desert under a worldwide flood. So I predict that the oldest desert should be less than 4,400 years old. And it is. Again, God's Word is truth. Sometimes when they drill into the ground, they hit oil. And these oil wells can have up to 20,000 pounds per square inch of pressure. That is a lot of pressure. 20,000 psi. The people that have studied this have concluded that the rock can only hold that pressure for about 10,000 years or less. They say it should have cracked the rock and leaked off in less than 10,000 years. So now I have two questions. Where did the oil come from, and why is it still under pressure? Most scientists agree that oil comes from organisms that are changed by heat and pressure, turning them into oil. And it does not take millions of years to make oil. In 1971, they learned how to make oil in 20 minutes in the laboratory. In 1996, a proposal was approved in Western Australia that would build a plant to create oil from sewage sludge in just 30 minutes. There's a place in Texas that has turned turkey guts and other waste into oil. They said, we duplicated what Mother Nature does, but what Mother Nature took millions of years to do, we do in about 30 minutes. The Sinclair Gas and Oil Company uses the dinosaur as their logo. They say dinosaurs turned into oil, mellowed for 80 million years. I don't think so. Again, let's start with the Bible and see what really happened. 6,000 years ago, God created everything. 4,400 years ago, there was a worldwide flood. During that flood, lots of animals and people drowned. They got buried by the gravel, rocks, and mud and sand, which got pretty heavy after a while, and eventually they were squished into oil. So the oil that is down there today is from the people and animals that drowned and got buried in the flood of Noah's day. Wood petrifies quickly. Here's some petrified firewood. Here's a petrified fish giving birth. It does not take millions of years to give birth. Here's a petrified cowboy boot with the cowboy's legs still in it. Here is a picture of the oldest tree on the planet. It is called the bristlecone pine. Now, tree ring dating is not an exact science. Trees often produce more than one ring each year. But this textbook says the oldest tree in the world is 4,300 years old. Now, that is a pretty old tree. However, I have a question. If the Earth is billions of years old, why don't we have an older tree someplace? Why is the oldest tree 4,300 years old? Here is a picture of a coral reef. The largest coral reef in the world is off the coast of Australia and is called the Great Barrier Reef. Some of the reef was destroyed during World War II by warships and things like that. Afterwards, some environmentalists studied the reef to see how fast it grows back. They watched it grow for 20 years. After watching it grow for 20 years, they came to the conclusion that the reef is less than 4,200 years old. If the Earth is billions of years old, why don't we have a bigger reef someplace? And why is the oldest coral reef less than 4,200 years old? When it rains, 30% of the water runs into the ocean, bringing with it mineral salts. The oceans are getting saltier every day. Today, they are 3.6% salt. They could have gone from fresh water to 3.6% salt in less than 5,000 years. If the Earth were millions or billions of years old, the oceans would be much more saltier. If you have ever been in a cave, the guide always says, don't touch the formations because they take millions of years to form. They say this formation in New Mexico started 250 million years ago. I don't think so. Some say that the fastest they can grow are 2.5 inches per 1,000 years. Again, I don't think so. Here are some 50-inch stalactites growing under the Lincoln Memorial that was built in 1922. The photo was taken in the 1960s, so this happened in only about 40 years. It didn't take millions of years. Here's a bat covered with flowstone before it could even rot. Here's a picture of a guy in a building in Indiana that has huge cave formations in the basement from where the water had been leaking through the limestone. The picture was taken only 40 years after the building was built. Here's a picture from a mine in Australia. The mine was closed for 55 years, and when they went back in, there were these huge cave formations inside that only took 55 years to form. Again, it did not take millions of years for these things to happen. Did you know that at the current rate of erosion, the continents would erode flat in 14 million years? Obviously, the continents have not eroded flat, so the Earth cannot be millions of years old. Erosion features all over the Earth show there was much greater erosion in the past, probably from Noah's flood. The whole world was destroyed by Noah's flood. Here we have the Grand Canyon. This textbook says over millions of years, the Colorado River has carved out the Grand Canyon from solid rock. This textbook says the Colorado River has cut through layer upon layer of rock over millions of years. I don't think so. If a dam were built across Grand Canyon, a large lake would form. In fact, right after the flood of Noah's day, there used to be two huge lakes there, Grand Lake and Hopi Lake. The lakes are long gone, but the beaches are still there. You can still see the beach line. They got too full, went over the top, and washed out that canyon relatively quickly. That canyon is a washed out spillway. So no, it did not take millions of years for the Grand Canyon to form. It formed quickly, just after the flood.
That seems a whole lot more reasonable to me. If you've ever looked into a lot of the problems with evolution, you find that there's way more than you ever hear, certainly in the secular school system. You may not agree with everything you just heard right there, but if any of those are true, just like the analogy of the coins in the box, when did the ship sink, the youngest one, if it's definitive, if you can absolutely prove it, it sets the stage for the rest of the investigation. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a lot more believable, the story of origins and the tangible, observable, physical evidence that we can look at, than what we find in the, say, theoretical field of science, like what somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson might have to say concerning our origins.
In the beginning, about 13.7 billion years ago, all the space and all the matter and all the energy of the known universe was contained in a volume less than 1/trillionth the size of the point of a pin. Conditions were so hot, the basic forces of nature that collectively described the universe were unified. For reasons unknown, this sub-pinpoint-sized cosmos began to expand. When the universe was a piping hot 10 to the 30th degrees and a youthful 10 to the minus 43 seconds old, before which all of our theories of matter and space break down and have no meaning. Black holes spontaneously formed, disappeared, and formed again out of the energy contained within the unified field. Under these extreme conditions, in what is admittedly speculative physics, the structure of space and time became severely curved as it gurgled into a spongy foam-like form. During this epoch, phenomena described by Einstein's general theory of relativity, the modern theory of gravity, and quantum mechanics, the description of matter in its smallest scales, were indistinguishable from one another. As the universe continued to expand and cool, gravity split from the other forces. Quickly thereafter, the strong nuclear force and the electroweak force split from each other, which was accompanied by an enormous release of stored energy that induced a rapid 30 power of 10 increase in the size of the universe. The rapid expansion of the universe, known as the epoch of inflation, stretched and smoothed out the cosmic distribution of matter and energy so that any regional variation in density became less than 1 part in 100,000. Continuing onward with what is now laboratory-confirmed physics, the universe was hot enough for photons to spontaneously convert their energy into matter-antimatter particle pairs, which immediately thereafter annihilated each other, returning their energy back to the photons. For reasons unknown, this symmetry between matter and antimatter had been broken, which led to a slight excess of matter over antimatter. For every billion antimatter particles, a billion plus 1 matter particles were born. This asymmetry was small, but really, really important for the future evolution of the universe. As the universe continued to cool, the electroweak force split into the electromagnetic force and the weak nuclear force, completing the 4 distinct and familiar forces of nature. While the energy of the photon bath continued to drop, pairs of matter-antimatter particles could no longer be created spontaneously from the available photons. All remaining pairs of matter-antimatter particles swiftly annihilated, leaving behind a universe with 1 particle of ordinary matter for every billion photons, and no antimatter. Had this matter over antimatter asymmetry not emerged, the expanding universe would forever be composed of light and nothing else, not even astrophysicists. Over a roughly 3-minute period, protons and neutrons assembled from the annihilations to become the simplest atomic nuclei. Meanwhile, free-roving electrons thoroughly scattered the photons to and fro, creating an opaque soup of matter and energy. When the universe cooled below a few thousand degrees Kelvin, about the temperature of fireplace embers, the loose electrons moved slowly enough to get snatched from the soup by the roving nuclei to make completed atoms of hydrogen, helium, and lithium, the three lightest elements. The universe is now, for the first time, transparent to visible light, and these free-flying photons are visible today as the cosmic microwave background. Over the first billion years, the universe continued to expand and cool as matter gravitated into these massive concentrations we call galaxies. Between 50 and 100 billion of them formed, each containing hundreds of billions of stars that undergo thermonuclear fusion in their cores. Those stars with more than about 10 times the mass of the Sun achieve sufficient pressure and temperature in their cores to manufacture dozens of elements heavier than hydrogen, including elements that compose the planets and the life upon them. These elements would be embarrassingly useless were they to remain locked inside the star. But high-mass stars fortuitously explode, scattering their chemically enriched guts throughout the galaxy. After 7 or 8 billion years of such enrichment, an undistinguished star was born in an undistinguished region of an undistinguished galaxy, in an undistinguished part of the universe, the outskirts of the Virgo supercluster. During the formation of this star system, matter condensed and accreted out of the parent cloud of gas while circling the Sun. The gas cloud from which the Sun formed contained a sufficient supply of heavy elements to form a system of planets, thousands of asteroids, and billions of comets. For several 100 million years, the persistent impacts of high-velocity comets and other leftover debris rendered molten the surfaces of the rocky planets, preventing the formation of complex molecules. As less and less accretable matter remained in the solar system, the planet's surfaces began to cool. The one we call Earth formed in a zone around the Sun where oceans remain largely liquid in form. Had Earth been much closer to the Sun, the oceans would have vaporized. Had Earth been much farther, the oceans would have frozen. In either case, life as we know it would not have evolved. Within the chemically rich liquid oceans, by a mechanism unknown, there emerged simple anaerobic bacteria that unwittingly transformed Earth's carbon dioxide-rich atmosphere into one with sufficient oxygen to allow aerobic organisms to emerge and dominate the oceans and land. These same oxygen atoms, normally found in pairs, O2, also combined in threes to form ozone, O3, in the upper atmosphere that protects Earth's surface from most of the Sun's molecule-hostile ultraviolet photons. The remarkable diversity of life on Earth, and we presume elsewhere in the universe, is owed to the cosmic abundance of carbon and the countless number of molecules, simple and complex, made from it. How can you argue when there are more varieties of carbon-based molecules than all other molecules combined? But life is fragile. Earth's encounters with large, leftover meteors, a formerly common event, wreak intermittent havoc upon the ecosystem. A mere 65 million years ago, less than 2% of Earth's past, a 10 trillion ton asteroid hit what is now the Yucatan Peninsula and obliterated over 70% of Earth's species of flora and fauna, including dinosaurs, the dominant land animals. This ecological tragedy pried open an opportunity for small surviving mammals to fill freshly vacant niches. One big-brained branch of these mammals, that which we call primates, evolved a genus and a species, Homo sapiens, to a level of intelligence that enabled them to invent methods and tools of science, to invent astrophysics, and to deduce the origin and evolution of the universe. Yes, the universe had a beginning. Yes, the universe continues to evolve. And yes, every one of our body's atoms is traceable to the Big Bang and to the thermonuclear furnace within high-mass stars. We are not simply in the universe, we are part of it. We are born from it. One might even say we've been empowered by the universe to figure itself out. And we've only just begun.
When science continues to put out fiction like this, I mean, who needs Hollywood? And we've only just begun to prove how completely absurd we can be with our theories. I saw a short video on our origins on YouTube earlier today, and it was dealing with, we've all heard we share something like 98 or 99% of our genome with chimpanzees, which is one of the big proofs that we supposedly evolved from apes and chimpanzees. Well, okay, listen carefully to what they say as to how they arrived at the conclusion that we share that much in common with chimpanzees.
When researchers sat down to compare the chimp and human genomes, those single-letter differences were easy to tally. but the big mismatch sections weren't. For example, if a genetic paragraph, thousands of letters long, appears twice in a human scroll, but only once in its chimp counterpart, should that second human copy count as thousands of changes, or just one? And what about identical paragraphs that appear in both genomes, but in different places, or in reverse order, or broken up into pieces? Rather than monkey around with these difficult questions, the researchers simply excluded all the large mismatch sections, a whopping 1.3 billion letters in all, and performed a letter-by-letter comparison on the remaining 2.4 billion, which turned out to be 98.77% identical. So, yes, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps if we ignore 18% of their genome and 25% of ours.
Wow. I mean, this is absolute proof of how incredibly stupid science has become. I mean, did you hear what she said? When addressing the issue of our alleged link to chimpanzees, she said, the researchers simply excluded all the mismatched sections of DNA, a whopping 1.3 billion letters in all, and performed a letter-by-letter comparison of the remaining 2.4 billion, which turned out to be 98.77% identical. So yes, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps if we ignore 18% of tangible, observable, factual evidence from chimp DNA, and we ignore 25% of ours, which conflicts with it. Guys, that's outrageous. How we can continue to tolerate such absolute absurdity, it's beyond me. This is not science. All right, this is the natural result of the depravity that comes from ignoring the Word of God, and it's the byproduct of hating God.
You have written that God is a psychotic delinquent invented by mad, deluded people.
No, I didn't say quite that. I said something rather better than that.
Oh, well, please tell us what you said. Please tell us what you said.
Well, I would have to read it from the book.
No, please.
The God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction. Jealous and proud of it, a petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak, a vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully.
So that's what you think of God?
Yeah.
How about if people believed in a God of infinite lovingness and kindness and forgiveness and generosity, sort of like the modern day God? Why spoil it for them? Why not just let them have their fun and enjoy it?
I mean, I don't want to spoil anything for anybody. I write a book, people can read it if they want to. I believe that it is a liberating thing to free yourself from primitive superstition.
So religion is a primitive superstition?
Oh, I think it is, yes.
So you believe it's liberating to tell people that there is no God?
I think a lot of people, when they give up God, feel a great sense of release and freedom.
Well, then who did create the heavens and the earth?
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
What was that?
It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else.
Evolution is a fact. It's documented by science.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know. Believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact. The truth really is out there. It's not a matter of opinion.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto. perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. But that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
Of course, and this is where Ancient Aliens enters the picture. Coming from an academic like Richard Dawkins. He's like the main spokesperson for evolution these days. Which means if that's the main view of evolution, that's what's making it into the textbooks. And of course, that's what we are being indoctrinated with on a regular basis on primetime television. You know, Ancient Aliens is just one of many shows out there putting forth that idea. I'm reading a book I've mentioned in previous broadcasts, 3 books actually, but if I was to recommend one, all 3 of them are good. The Zetetic Astronomy by Dr. Samuel Robotham, 100 Proofs Earth, Not a Globe by William Carpenter, and Terra Firma, The Earth, Not a Planet, Proved from Scripture, Reason, and Fact. If I was to say, if you asked me which one was the best of the 3, or you know, which one would I recommend if you could only get one, I would say get Terra Firma. This book is awesome. And I'm going to quote something from chapter 7, section 1. He said, "It is truly painful to contemplate the results of modern astronomy, its rejection of the Word of God with respect to the revolution of the sun and its consequent tendency towards infidelity, its abandonment of reason, and its denial of the proper use of our senses as to the observation of actual facts, its brazen effrontery in teaching without proof the most ridiculous fallacies. Fill the minds of the thoughtful and devout with real sorrow, knowing that so many have been already beguiled, and so many are still being beguiled under its baneful influence." Man, that's exactly what's happening. You know, this is what was going on in 1901, and it's only gotten worse since then. This author continues, "Herschel, perhaps, in one sense, as much as Newton himself, tried to make fools of us when he wrote the following tidbit, quote, 'In the order of our senses we transfer in idea the motion of the earth to the sun, and the stillness of the sun to the earth,' end quote. Which statement virtually means, do not believe your own senses, but take our theories for granted. If you do not feel any motion in the earth, imagine that you do. And if you see the sun circling in the heavens, suppose that it is the earth which does so." Truly, it was his own senses which were disordered when he taught that it is the earth and not the sun that moves. The absurdities of modern astronomy are nowhere more apparent than in theories respecting the sun. And let me just say, at this point, while I haven't committed to fully embracing the flat enclosed earth thesis, although I do admit that that's what the Bible clearly says. I mean, it says what it says, and there's no way around it. So I'm kind of in the, okay, I believe, but help my unbelief mode right now. But that said, as I've continued to dig, one of the subjects that keeps coming up is the idea of heliocentricity versus geocentricity. And this much I am prepared to say. With all the stuff I've been looking into, I'm becoming more and more and more convinced. In fact, I might even well just say I do now believe in geocentricity. There's actually a movie coming out, or I think it's already come out, called The Principle. And I'm going to play some clips from the trailer and some other interviews with the filmmakers. Check this out.
Everything we think we know about our universe is wrong.
There is a crisis in cosmology.
This is the moment of truth.
All these things are rather strange, and we don't know why they're occurring right now.
We are in a special place. I do believe that the universe was created by God.
It's an exciting time for cosmology because everything has changed.
If our Earth really turns out to be special, then I would say God made a mistake.
The universe is going to eventually run out of energy and all life will die. The future looks very bleak.
It's a strange time in cosmology because we don't understand nothing. Whole universes could come from nothing.
Whoa, what is going on here?
It turns out nothing is almost everything.
Dark energy, as we call it, is the greatest mystery in all of creation.
Science has said you must stay over in this category here and you cannot go into the God category because that's going to destroy our science. We have to ask Mother Nature, how do you work?
There's a shelf full of Nobel Prizes for the physicists who can unlock the secrets of dark matter.
You can go on some websites of NASA and see that they've started to take down stuff that might hint to a geocentric universe.
We may be very special, but that doesn't mean the universe was created just for us.
This idea that we're not in any special place in the universe, there's something wrong with that.
So they send out this satellite and they find out these temperature disturbances throughout the universe were all pointing to the Earth.
When I see how barren the other planets are and how bountiful the Earth is, something's different, and we're in just the right spot.
We seem to find ourselves in a part of the universe that is perfectly tuned for life.
Life is extremely rare, and that we are in fact the only life in our entire universe. Now I actually think we're very significant.
The Earth is a very special place, no two ways about it.
A new documentary is so controversial, scientists and even people in the movie are condemning it before they've had the chance to even see it. Paul Strand talked to the even more controversial executive producer to find out why the film is causing such outrage and why, if people see it and believe it, it'll have the effect of literally putting Earth back at the center of the universe.
The principle goes to the very edges of the vast universe and to the latest science to present what its makers believe is solid evidence the whole universe is aligned with and circling around Earth and its Milky Way galaxy.
As if the galaxies preferred to lie at some periodic spacing out from the Earth. This is sort of like saying that our galaxy is somewhere near the center of the universe, and when you look at the galaxies arrayed all around us, they're on sort of like giant shells.
If you're a believer in the Big Bang, you believe that there's going to be this smooth explosion that's not going to have any distinguishing features, and it's not going to have any center. So if you find a center in that big mass, well, that means somebody had to make it that way. There's a designer behind it.
Earth at the center of the cosmos was accepted dogma till Copernicus in the 1500s suggested everything isn't moving around Earth. On that Copernican principle, most of the modern science has formed that says Earth is just one more meaningless moving orb among trillions in a purposeless, unplanned universe. By questioning that Copernican principle, this new documentary is outraging some scientists, even some who are in the film, like physicist Lawrence Krauss. In the online magazine Slate, he's written, "The best thing we can all do when faced by nonsense like that, or equivalent silliness promoted by biblical fundamentalists who claim that science supports a literal interpretation of the Bible, is to ignore it in public forums and not shine any light on the authors of this trash." But scientists in the film admit their own theories about how the universe works don't come close to fitting with the latest data.
However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
In the principle, Krauss describes a radiation permeating the whole universe.
The cosmic microwave background is the afterglow of the Big Bang.
The only source of radiation we've ever discovered that comes to us from all directions of the sky.
The principal's executive producer says 3 recent probes of this show the same proof that the universe and its galaxies are arrayed around Earth and the Milky Way.
If all of the radiation, which comes from everywhere in the universe, there's no place we don't see it, and it's all coming toward us and aligned with us like this, on a 23.5 degree tilt and with our equator, the Earth is like a little pea compared to like the Milky Way. You know, what is this universe doing being aligned with this little pea? But that's what they found 3 times in 20 years.
On the same day Krauss announced the film, so did its narrator, Kate Mulgrew, the famed Captain Janeway of Star Trek Voyager. She said on her Facebook fan page, "I was a voice for hire, and a misinformed one at that." But in this promo material for The Principal, Mulgrew spoke of totally getting its content before she did her narration.
I have to fully understand it. I have to separate it out. Do you know, it has to make perfect sense to me.
As the film prepares for its first public showing this weekend, Bob's son Genis has also had to beat back accusations by physicist Krauss and others that he's an anti-Semite and Holocaust denier.
It's been blown up so out of proportion. As a matter of fact, I had to make a statement, a public statement, and I made it two separate statements. I believe in the Holocaust, you know, I love the Jewish people, I'm not an anti-Semite, all this stuff.
His supporters say son Genis is the victim of made-up stories and half-truths. The Principal's creators suspect the attacks were a coordinated campaign to keep people from concentrating on the evidence in the film that there is provable design in the universe and Earth's at the center of it, like what scientists found with the 2005 Sloan Digital Sky Survey of all the visible cosmos.
As far out as we could see in the universe, the galaxies were aligned in concentric spheres around, guess what? Earth, or our galaxy.
The film's makers are first testing to see if The Principal might make it as a theatrical release before they'll put it on DVD and online. Paul Strand, CBN News.
Now, let's switch gears a little bit here and take on a topic that is sure to be very controversial with many of you. In school, we are all taught the heliocentric model of our solar system. The heliocentric model is the one that we are all familiar with, where the sun is in the center of our solar system and all of the planets orbit around it. However, what you probably did not know is that mathematically speaking, the geocentric model is every bit as viable.
So is everything we know wrong?
Well, if the Copernican principle is wrong, then yes. Because as Bob said, everything is interpreted through that epistemological grid. And if that foundational assumption is wrong, then yes, our picture of the universe is fundamentally wrong. Now, the scientists will argue back and forth about this. They are very invested in a very successful model. But that model has a lot of patches in it. Dark matter, dark energy, you know, these things have not been observationally confirmed. They believe they must be there because their formulas have gotten them so far, and so they'll plug in these other entities to make the equations work. But there is a strong and growing, very credible group of scientists who are beginning to question the Copernican principle. For example, we all learned about dark energy. Dark energy is causing the universe to accelerate its expansion. Well, George Ellis and a group that he works with, that we talk about in the film with, they said, wait a minute, let's just play with this for a second. Let's look at the world through a different view. Let's put Earth near the center, and let's get rid of the Copernican principle. Can we explain everything we see without dark energy? And the answer is yes, you can. And you will see many papers now in the peer-reviewed journals. They call it void cosmology. And the idea is that we're at the center of a void, and if we assume that the Earth is in that special non-Copernican position, we don't need dark energy to explain these observations, and that's big. That's big, because nobody has a clue what dark energy is.
Well, that's one of the things, Bob, isn't it? That it seems to me that, okay, so there's a big riddle here that, at least from the purely scientific point of view, there's this big riddle, and the riddle is, you know, how does the universe work? Okay, at some point, you know, you throw out a guess about some aspect of it, and then to support that guess, you have to come up with 3 more guesses, and to support those 3, they each spin off 10 more. Well, at what point do you get called on the fact, hey guys, every time you come up with one of these further guesses, you're further removed from anything observable.
Yeah.
But, you know, it makes it on the cover of Time magazine, and the average Joe goes, ooh, dark matter. They have the slightest idea what that means. The guys hypothesizing it barely know what it means. So what does that say of the way I think everybody there's so many people in modern culture walk around with this like, ooh, science, wafting the incense at the altar of, and And I mean, your point earlier, yeah, we know how a cell phone works, and that's cool. But this stuff is so much theory and hypothesis, and there's nothing to back it up. It's really kind of unscientific science.
Has there ever been an experiment done to prove that the Earth is revolving around the sun?
Yes, there was several experiments in the 1800s. Dominique Arago, Armand Fuseau, Augustin Fresnel, but one of the most famous was the Michelson-Morley experiment in 1887.
Let's assume the ether frame moves relative to the Earth from left to right. Michelson-Morley used a half-silvered mirror to split a beam of light so that it travels in two different directions along two paths of equal length. This is the light beam before it is split. Moving in a perpendicular direction to the ether frame, this beam would be blown off course and would have to travel a little further. Traveling back down this path again, perpendicular to the ether, would also move this beam off course, if the ether existed. This beam, moving parallel to the ether and in the same direction, would increase its speed. This beam, again parallel to the ether, but moving in the opposite direction, would be slowed down. Here the two light beams are recombined together, and if they are in phase, they will constructively interfere. But if the speed was different in the two paths, they would combine to give an interference pattern.
No. Tell us about that.
Well, they used light beams to measure whether the Earth was moving, and they found that there was no movement. The Earth has to be moving 30 kilometers per second to complete its annual revolution. And they found out that it wasn't moving in a very precise. Michelson could have calculated it to 1/100th of what he got in his experiment. That's how sensitive his instruments were.
What did the experiment involve in terms of apparatus? So we can get a concrete understanding of
well,
what they found.
if the Earth is moving around the sun and we shoot that light beam in the direction that the Earth is moving, okay, and then we shoot another light beam perpendicular to that, well, the one that's in the direction of the Earth's movement should be impeded in some way if it's moving through space, whereas this one that's going perpendicular would not be impeded.
Why not?
Because it's not going through space. It's just going north and south. Okay? And what they found, they expected to have a 30-kilometer difference between these two light beams. There was no difference. So the natural interpretation, and even Einstein admits this, Mach admits this, Born admits this, the natural interpretation is that the Earth isn't moving. So how do we get out of that? Well, you invent special relativity. And now you say, well, the reason that light beam wasn't affected when it went toward the motion of the Earth is because the apparatus shortened.
Huh?
Yeah, Michelson's apparatus shortened as it was going with the Earth in its orbit around the sun.
Wait, you're telling me that the contraction of mass was invented to explain away the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment?
Yes, and that's what my book will tell you, and it's been admitted by all the scientists.
Well, isn't there any experimental confirmation that as you approach the speed of light, there's a contraction effect? The impression is that there's all kinds of experimental confirmation.
That was invented. There's no proof to it.
Really?
Yes, all the physicists will tell you there's no proof to
Not that
it.
I'm surprised, you understand.
Yeah.
I know what the scientific community is capable of in terms of mass deception. Evolution is a mass deception. But I wasn't aware that they don't really have any even purported scientific confirmation in terms of physical measurement.
No, nobody
of the contraction effect.
Nobody measured a contraction. But they put it into a mathematical formula called the Lorentz transform, and it's probably the most famous equation used in physics today.
Does anyone expressly admit that, hey, we had to come up with this contraction effect because otherwise we're stuck with a motionless
Yes,
Earth?
the very guy who invented it.
Tell me what he admitted.
Heinrich Lorentz says, I don't have any other explanation to this experiment of Michelson-Morley unless I contract the apparatus. Otherwise, we're going to have to believe the Earth is standing still in space.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Can you give an approximate page reference for me for your book? I want to go back and read that right away.
I'll send you an email. I'll show you where it is.
Here's another objection. If everything is moving, in other words, all the stars in the universe are moving, how could we possibly determine if we are the center of this moving universe?
Over the past decade or so, we have seen out to the very limits of the observable cosmos. We've mapped its largest structure, the cosmic microwave background, the oldest light in the universe according to the standard Big Bang model of cosmology. what we have discovered is shocking.
On the very largest scales, we see a pattern of really big hot and cold spots which line up around a special axis, which has been dubbed the axis of evil. And it's quite puzzling. Why is there a special direction in space?
Well, you know, it's interesting that you asked that, because in 2009 they set up a probe called the Planck probe. It just came back with the results in 2013 in March. I don't know if you heard about it or not.
No.
The European Space Agency set it up in cooperation with NASA. This was the third attempt that they had to nullify the data that they were finding in the cosmic microwave background radiation that permeates the whole universe, that the Earth was in the center of the universe. The first one they set up was in 1990 called the COBE probe. It came back, showed the Earth was in the center. The WMAP was the second one in 2001, came back with the same data. And what they tried to do was say that this was all an error. It was some kind of misreading, or it was there was contamination in the apparatus or the sky or whatever. So they sent up a third probe in 2009, just came back in 2013. Guess what? Same exact results. Same exact results. And what were the interpretations? Well, the Earth has to be in the center of the universe. And we have somebody quoted in our book, Lawrence Krauss of the Arizona State University, who says, yeah, this means we're in the center of the universe.
Let's pick up on that point a bit. You mentioned that the background radiation, microwave radiation in the universe, supplied data from which it became apparent that the Earth was in fact at the center of a moving universe. Explain why that is so. Why do these data confirm that?
Okay. Well, the Big Bang Theory predicts that there was an explosion 13.7 billion years ago. Okay? So if there was an explosion, then that means the explosion had to come out equal on all sides of the sphere. It had to be what they call homogeneous. Okay? And that's naturally accepted. It's like homogenized milk.
Sure.
You know, you shake that thing up and you can't see one place from another place. It's all homogenized. And that's what they needed for this Big Bang universe. What they found when they sent these three probes up, yeah, some of it was homogeneous, but it's like having a bowl full of Jell-O with two swords going through the middle of the Jell-O.
What are the swords?
The swords are the orientation of the cosmic microwave background radiation throughout the universe.
What do you mean by the orientation?
Okay, there's hot and cold spots they found. It's not homogeneous. There's hot and cold spots in this microwave background radiation, and if you align all these cold spots, it forms an X through the whole universe.
Unbelievable.
And guess what's in the middle?
Oh, you're kidding.
No.
This is what the data show.
This is what the data shows.
Okay, come on now. What mainstream publication recognizes
The
this?
University of Michigan, Dragon Hutterer, Craig Copey, Glenn Starkman. These are all the guys who have done all the work on this microwave radiation. They write it in their papers. They wrote one in 2004, 2008, 2010, and 2012, and they're writing another one on the Planck probe.
So you're saying these space probes were designed to explain away the X represented by the hot and cold spots?
They wanted to make sure it wasn't an accident.
Okay, so there were how many probes in total?
3 in 20 years.
And you're saying that all 3 confirmed what then?
That the Earth is in the center of the universe.
On the basis of the hot and cold spots?
Yes.
Whose alignment represents an X.
An X.
And at the center of the X is the Earth.
Right, and they call that X the axis of evil. That was coined.
Scientists call that the axis of evil.
Called it the axis of evil. That was coined in 2004 when Bush went into Iraq. Remember, he called them the axis of evil? So this cosmologist just picked it up and said, yeah, well, here's the axis of evil right here in the universe.
So, in other words, they're enraged by the finding.
Oh, yeah.
Because it upsets their worldview, which has to displace the Earth's special position in the universe, which fits in rather nicely with a divinely created universe.
Right.
Made for man.
All of cosmology is based on what we call the Copernican principle. Every piece of data that they get in their telescope has to be filtered through the Copernican principle. And that's what the Big Bang Theory does, NASA does it, ESA does it, everybody does it. The upsetting thing about this microwave radiation is it just totally defies the Copernican principle.
The last probe confirmed that as well, you say?
The last probe, yeah. As a matter of fact,
where was that result reported? Obviously everywhere, but give me some examples.
March 21st in the European Space Agency report. As a matter of fact, it's in our movie.
What's their attempt to explain the latest probe's findings away?
Anomalies.
Anomalies? Mm-hmm. And all the anomalies conveniently line up in a non-anomalous way to verify their model.
Right.
This is amazing. So this brings us to the question of motive. We've been hinting at it throughout the discussion, there's obviously a motive at work here. Many people have recognized, not just believers, not just Catholics, but people like David Berlinski, for example, that science has become an ideology. Maybe you could take up that theme as we close out this interview.
Yeah.
Isn't there an ideological component?
Yeah, I would even go so far as to say it's a religion. Science is a religion today. It's scientism. And they've already got the parameters within which they want to interpret the data. And they're not going to go outside those parameters. This is a perfect example. You do get some of them that break out of it, and they say, yeah, well, this defies the Copernican principle. We've read many papers like that, and we quote them in our book. Okay? But the motivation is, if the Copernican principle is wrong, that means all of science is wrong. Everything, cosmogony, paleontology, cosmology, archaeology, everything now becomes suspect because we can't support these long ages. We can't support this vast universe. As a matter of fact, we're in the center of it. How does that happen? Well, it's not going to happen by chance. Someone had to put it there, you see, and that's what they're scared of. That's the motivation.
Let's say we just use modern science, just for the sake of argument. Let's say we use Einstein's general relativity, invented in 1915. Well, Einstein's general relativity said there's no difference between an Earth fixed in the universe and the universe going around it, as opposed to the universe remaining fixed and the Earth rotating. Those two are equivalent. Why? Because everything's relative in general relativity, you see. So modern science can't refute the idea. It was Einstein, Mach, Born. I mean, you go down all the prominent scientists of the day, they all agreed, yeah, there's no way we can refute that. The universe can go around the Earth, or the Earth can rotate inside a fixed universe. Which one is true, they can't tell us. You see, that's the key point here. They can't tell us. Science can only go so far.
Right.
And then you have revelation, you see.
Yes.
And revelation fills the gap.
Absolutely.
Okay?
You know, it's interesting when you think about, okay, you know, if we are, I'll borrow the prop myself. So here we are, assuming in the studio that the studio is the universe. We're on here looking out. And how do we know? I mean, if this is moving versus that's moving.
Very good point.
Yeah.
This is the key.
You're the fish in the aquarium. So how can you be in the aquarium and make an observation from outside the aquarium? You're in it.
What a brilliant observation, Michael. And you put your finger on it. Because one of the interesting things about this film is that 500 years ago, you were crazy if you thought the Earth was rotating on its axis. 500 years later, you're crazy if you think it isn't. I guarantee you the universe hasn't changed, right? So what has changed is our view. In other words, oh, you're crazy to think, no, I'm afraid that's not going to work. Because physics itself had to reinvent itself at the beginning of the 20th century by Albert Einstein, because they couldn't measure that assumed motion of the Earth around the sun. One of the more interesting parts of our film is that experiment, that 1887 Michelson-Morley experiment, where they could not measure what they were sure was happening. So you have two doors. You have door number one. Well, maybe it ain't moving around the sun. Can't have that.
Right.
Door number two is we get to reinvent physics from the ground up.
Again.
And we have to say, yes, we have to say, no experiment can detect absolute motion. All physics can do is describe relative motion. And Einstein even says, it's a quote in our book, it is equally valid under relativity to talk about the Earth motionless at the center and the universe rotating around it, or the Earth rotating on its axis and the universe being steady.
So, we are, in fact, at the center of the universe. Well, no big surprise. That's actually what the scriptures have to say. It says that we are here and everything is for our benefit. Neil deGrasse Tyson and others would say that we are completely insignificant, but apparently that's not what real science is revealing to be true. Okay, so if we are on a stationary planet, whether we're talking globe or flat, that would seem to throw most of what we've all been taught out the window. If we're not spinning and if we're not orbiting, I mean, most of what we have been taught in school and on movies and TV shows and documentaries is false. Copernicus, Galileo, they were wrong. In fact, I think there's a website out there called Galileo Was Wrong, and another, if I'm not mistaken, another documentary as well. So where does that leave us? I mean, are we looking at a conspiracy here or what? Well, this whole flat Earth controversy seems to be intimately connected to climate chaos, climate change. Remember that French ambassador dude, whatever, said there's 500 more days until climate chaos?
We have 500 days to avoid the climate chaos. Very important issue of climate change, climate chaos, and I said that we had 500 days to avoid the climate chaos, and I know that President Obama and John Kerry himself are committed on this subject, and I'm sure that with them, with a lot of other friends, we shall be able to reach a success in this very important matter.
Let's talk about the French foreign minister. The French foreign minister has started the countdown Tuesday to the climate change disaster. He was with John Kerry, and John Kerry. These two are meeting about important things, like the world is melting down economically, the world is melting down socially, the world is melting down, and countries are in chaos. But they are addressing the big issues, and speaking in English, Fabius, the French foreign minister, Laurent Fabius, said, we're really worried about Iran and Syria and the Ukraine, but the very important issue, the issue of climate change and climate chaos.
Climate chaos. So it's been global warming, climate change, climate disruption, now climate chaos.
Hold on just a second. Chrissy, I'm only doing this. I'm only putting up with these flat earthers. We each got to do what we got to do. Today, later today, or tomorrow, you're going to have to come out with a statement about how much you hate me. I just want you to know right now, I just have to pretend that climate chaos isn't real.
He said, that is a funny statement. I have to pretend climate chaos isn't real.
Well, you laugh, but your days are numbered, mister.
They are. Down to 499 now.
He said, quote, we have 500 days to avoid climate chaos.
And this was yesterday, so it's 499.
I'm sure the president and John Kerry himself are committed on this subject, and I'm sure that with them, a lot of other friends, we shall be able to reach success on this very important matter. We have 499 days. I want a countdown clock on the show. I want every day, I want to be able to 499 days to climate chaos. I think, and I mean this sincerely, at least I doubt the Blaze would, be for this, but I think we should. But we could put this up on glennbeck.com. I want a countdown clock to climate chaos.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's only fair to know when the chaos is going to arrive.
And I want you to know that there is nobody out there at all on the left. They're not doing, Colbert's not doing a thing about the doom room with the French foreign minister and John Kerry.
Oh, no.
They're not going out and saying they're fear mongers. They're just trying to, gain wealth or
I mean, think of the comments that we've made. I mean, because this is what they used to do to you. They used to say, oh, he's apocalyptic. He's talking about the end of the world. He's doom and gloom. When these guys can come out and literally say all of civilization is at immediate risk
within 499 days.
Well, that's just this guy. I would say Al Gore was saying the other day it's already here. So, I mean, I don't know where this guy gets this optimistic timeline of 500 days. I would say this guy's a flat earther compared to what Al Gore was saying the other day.
Yeah.
He was saying it's already here, it's already happening.
You just keep saying it enough, and people will believe it. You just keep saying it enough with people saying, that people just don't stand up anymore. People don't push back anymore. People honestly don't mock them. We should have the countdown to chaos, climate chaos, 500 days, 499 now. Mm-hmm. Everybody should have one of those in their office. You should make one in your office. You should mock them just as they mock you. Mock them.
I'd also like to
because if you don't make it into a joke, it becomes real. If you don't make it into a joke in your own home with your own kids, it will become real. They're going to school and they are hearing this nonsense. Climate chaos. Climate chaos? What are you talking about?
Good question, Glenn Beck. I think we need to be asking, what the heck's going on here? And why is it intimately connected? Climate change, of course, is being pushed on us by NASA. And NASA's the only one giving us any real alleged proof that we're on a globe. And everybody, including the president, is linking flat Earth to this subject.
We've got to move beyond partisan politics on this issue. I want to be clear. I am willing to work with anybody. Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Libertarians, Greens, anybody to combat this threat on behalf of our kids. I'm open to all sorts of new ideas. Maybe better ideas, to make sure that we deal with climate change in a way that promotes jobs and growth. Nobody has a monopoly on what is a very hard problem, but I don't have much patience for anyone who denies that this challenge is real. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Sticking your head in the sand might make you feel safer, but it's not going to protect you from the coming storm. And ultimately, we will be judged as a people and as a society and as a country on where we go from here. Our founders believed that those of us in positions of power are elected not just to serve as custodians of the present, but as caretakers of the future. And they charged us to make decisions with an eye on a longer horizon than the arc of our own political careers. That's what the American people expect. That's what they deserve. And someday our children and our children's children will look at us in the eye and they'll ask us, did we do all that we could when we had the chance to deal with this problem and leave them a cleaner, safer, more stable world? And I want to be able to say, yes, we did. Don't you want that? Americans are not a people who look backwards. We're a people who look forward. We're not a people who fear what the future holds. We shape it. What we need in this fight are citizens who will stand up and speak up and compel us to do what this moment demands. Understand, this is not just a job for politicians. So I'm going to need all of you to educate your classmates, your colleagues, your parents, your friends. Tell them what's at stake. Speak up at town halls, church groups, PTA meetings. Push back on misinformation. Speak up for the facts. Broaden the circle of those who are willing to stand up for our future. Convince those in power to reduce our carbon pollution. Push your own communities to adopt smarter practices. Invest, divest. Remind folks there's no contradiction between a sound environment and strong economic growth. And remind everyone who represents you at every level of government that sheltering future generations against the ravages of climate change is a prerequisite for your vote. Make yourself heard on this issue. I understand the politics will be tough. The challenge we must accept will not reward us with a clear moment of victory. There's no gathering army to defeat. There's no peace treaty to sign. When President Kennedy said we'd go to the moon within the decade, we knew we'd build a spaceship and we'd meet the goal. Our progress here will be measured differently. In crises averted. In a planet preserved. But can we imagine a more worthy goal? For while we may not live to see the full realization of our ambition, we will have the satisfaction of knowing that the world we leave to our children will be better off for what we did. It makes you realize, that astronaut said all those years ago, just what you have back there on Earth. And that image in the photograph, that bright blue ball rising over the moon's surface, containing everything we hold dear, the laughter of children, a quiet sunset, all the hopes and dreams of posterity, that's what's at stake. That's what we're fighting for. And if we remember that, I'm absolutely sure we'll succeed. So thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
I mean, there are a lot of different idioms that we can use to call somebody stupid, a moron, or an idiot, right? So why is it have to be connected with flat Earth? And it comes up over and over and over again. And of course, Bill Nye's also out there pushing this big climate change, climate chaos issue.
First of all, we discourage the use of the term skeptic. When people say I'm a climate skeptic, no, you are a climate denier. You're a climate change denier. Right. And that's really important. And people say, well, what can we do about this? What can we do about this? Right now I'm saying talk about climate change. If you just raise the awareness of climate change. Have you heard this expression, millennial anger? Do you have this? Where the millennials are like, you guys have been in charge. You heard about climate change in 1988. James Hansen testified in front of Congress. And you haven't done about it. What's wrong with you people our age? People are going to have to leave Florida, leave Louisiana, the Gulf Coast. People are going to have to leave. And this is the developed world. And this is going to be everybody's problem. So the sooner we get to work, the better.
Well, and part of the problem with all this, even if you look at the polling, there was a recent New York Times Stanford University poll that found that actually half of Republicans believe that climate change is happening.
There you go.
But if you look at the general polling, it's not a top issue for Democrats or Republicans.
It's not an issue for the same feces throwers and flat earthers who you're talking about who vote in the primary.
That's right. That's
the problem. Is that steep? They have to get over that.
They're going to shoot it down.
But you're also hearing...
Actually, there is a plan to pump sulfur dioxide into the air and reflect sunlight into space. Are you high?
Right.
You can't engineer a planet like that.
I'm so glad you asked me that question. 37% think global warming is a hoax. Of course, that's 58% of Republicans. 28% of Republicans still think Saddam Hussein was behind 9/11. I mean, even the Republicans are not playing that card anymore.
The most important poll is the climate change one, because you know what? There was on like the JFK assassination, there was polling on that. There's the Bigfoot, there's the lizard men. But, you know, that doesn't affect policy if you believe in lizard men controlling the government. You're not going to actually be involved in policy. But 37% of Americans who think that climate change is not real, that's scary.
There are huge numbers of people who think that, look, 30 years ago, people thought that a lot of the scientists thought that the planet was cooling, not warming. So all of a sudden now the science is completely reversed.
But if you
that's
go
a canard, Bill, it is a canard to say that there is a total scientific consensus on global warming. There is not. There are no, that is not true. There are some scientists who believe in global warming and others who don't.
Right, who work for Exxon. Right, it is absurd. It's always been absurd. There are scientists on the other side.
By saying that
they're backed by the American Petroleum Institute and Professor Irwin Corey. Those are the people, scientists on the other side of the debate.
For hundreds of millions of years, the climate of the Earth has been changing. You know that.
But not at the level and the degree that it is changing right now. What scientists are
have the humility to... I don't understand.
Look, I'm the one who's having humility. I'm saying we should have a debate here. You guys are saying that the debate is
How about we just listen to scientists?
That's what I'm saying. Listen to scientists. Have the humility to believe people who know things you don't.
It's like people like you guys who are saying, no, we can't have a debate on this.
The debate is over. At some point, the debate has to be...
You're the one should have some humility. Say, wait a minute, there are a lot of people who disagree.
Should we still debate whether the Earth is flat?
We're trying to move towards the future. They want to be stuck in the past. And we've heard this kind of thinking before. Let me tell you something. If some of these folks were around when Columbus set sail, they must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not have believed that the world was round.
Is the world round? Is the world flat? You know, I'm still searching it out. But when you look at the names of various projects like Project Paperclip starting NASA, Project High Jump going to Antarctica, Project Deep Freeze, and all of a sudden, after Deep Freeze, they start launching up high-altitude nuclear bombs into the air and calling it fishball. And then, of course, we have the Illuminati playing cards, also announcing that the Flat Earthers are onto something. So, I don't know, guys. Anyway, just something to think about. That's all the time we have left for tonight. Thank you guys so much for listening. We'll see you back next week on the Revolutionary Radio Project. Good night, everybody.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky's not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. It's not real. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions with all the fucking brown meat and their appeals to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Oh, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Canny, you're a fucking bullshit lying piece of shit, fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Canny, fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum and it all just slides here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Just on 2 seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want all your other disciples. We go and take a running fuck to yourself. Okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globe is about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just saying.
That stuff is flat. 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 That stuff is flat.
My friend, he's a glober, he's a helioa, he's all into rockets and he loves latest projects. My friend, he loves NASA, thinks he's in curvature, thinks he lives on a spinning ball, thinks there's a plethora of globe evidences, but his head's in the sky while mine's still on the floor, and he's made no distinction that the lights above are foreign to the terrain that we walk on, so he constantly correlates some. And that's how we don't know where. We've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend. The sky is foreign to land, geography, and he correlates them constantly. Correlation is not causation, but the best explanation validates it for you. And he claims better to him about an answer, so you find a speculation rather than being unsure. Correlation is not causation, but the best explanation validates it for you. My friend Music Lover, we've been going nowhere, back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him up yet, but we're clashing like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can convince him of a foreign sky, and he can convince me to correlate the sky. My friend Music Lover, if he agreed, he'd probably know that he can see there's evidence, all this foreign evidence. My friend Music Lover, he is a helioa, thinks we met the moon, and I know we didn't go there. He's in love with NASA, but I know she's a liar, and he can't comprehend the line, so the night that she would lie, yeah, but I can sympathize, cause I was stuck to 2 months, couldn't comprehend the way that they would lie and make the world of the intent won't really matter, regardless the lie is still there. And now that I'm aware, I think it's time to wake the world up. And that's how we get nowhere. We've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend the lie without knowing the intent. The reasons you can speculate, but you don't really know what it might be, but they don't admit it openly, so he dismisses a constant. Comprehension is not a reason to dismiss the message that you don't like. Ignorance is better than knowing there's a liar, and the lie sits at the center of the work you admire. Comprehension is not a reason to dismiss the message that you don't like. My friend Music Lover, we've been going nowhere, back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him up yet, but we're clashing like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can convince him that it's all a lie, and he can convince me that NASA tells the truth. But my friend Music Lover, he agreed, he'd probably know that he can see there's evidence, all this fake probe evidence. My friend Music Lover, he's a helioa, I tell him to go measure the radius of Clover, the present direction and interpretation, and uses all this data to affirm the cryptic radius. He still needs a model to replace his current worldview. I didn't know the world was so dependent on his model, and he expects me to explain how the world works on the flat plane, and he thinks I'm so dismissive, but he made the positive claim. And that's how we get nowhere. We've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend. Now without a model, the earth still stands. I say you need direct evidence, so you don't really know what form it might be, but you appeal to what's secondary, like it's akin to the primary. Direct evidence is ultimately worthless if it won't hold up to the direct proof. It's what the evidence is subject to, and it'll shatter that which can't be true. Indirect evidence is ultimately worthless if it won't hold up to the direct proof. My friend Music Lover, we've been going nowhere, back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him up yet, but we're clashing like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can't convince him a model has no need, and he can't convince me his proof is primary. But my friend Music Lover, he agreed, he'd probably know that he can see there's evidence, all this book of evidence.
Yep, just to catch everybody that hasn't been here up to speed, we still need measurements of curvature, axial rotation, or any movement of the Earth, gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum. You guys know the story.
A quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Good food in space. That sounds delicious.
Hello. Who's that?
Mr. Yam, that could be renamed to Mr. Falsetto. What kind of questions do you have, Mr. Yam?
That's supposed to be an insult?
No, it's just a descriptor of how you're talking in a falsetto.
Emphasis on false.
You're being kind of rude. Why is there longer days in some parts of the year in Alaska and shorter parts where there's like no night?
Because, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year.
Does that mean that the Earth is round?
No.
No.
Define round.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. It could be round like a table. Yeah, my bad.
What do you mean, bro? Round.
And for the record, to describe someone's voice as it is in a falsetto is by no means rude. So your claim of it being rude is
you're being rude.
Lacks any form of validity whatsoever. No, I'm being objective.
So are y'all like professional flat earthers or like amateurs?
Whoa.
Flat earthers.
You guys like study this?
I'm about to revoke the mod status of whoever VC verified. No, I guess anybody can VC verify it, like silver and up, right?
Yeah. Nah, silvers can't.
Well, whatever the case.
So this one's not on me.
Well, you know what? For some, they feel the need to ridicule as part of their stages of grief.
I'm not.
No, you started with it.
I'm just curious.
You started with a question. It was answered. Do you have any form of a logical response to the answer you received?
I'm just taking in the information that you gave me.
Yeah. Transiting between the tropics. Do you understand what those words mean?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't. Like, people. Well, somebody might make fun of you, but I sincerely will not make fun of you. It's okay to not know things. It's helpful and beneficial to learn.
Is the sun flat?
I believe you.
Okay, so I have a perfect question for you in response to that question. Is the Earth the sun?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
It does actually have everything to do with it, and I'll explain why if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so many people start with the argument of if all the other planets are flat, then why? Or if all the other planets are round, then why would the Earth be flat? Right? This question has a built-in assumption. You follow me so far? I just want to make sure I'm not going too quick for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the sarcasm. I'm hoping for actual answers. Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious.
Anyway, people make the assumption that the Earth is a planet. That's the assumption that's built into that question. So it's a loaded question. It's kind of one of the fallacies, right? There's lots of different fallacious ways of engaging in a conversation or argument or debate. So the issue with you invoking "is the sun flat" is making some type of assumption about the things in the sky being the same in nature and origin as the thing that we live on. And my question for you is, what makes you believe that they are related?
I never once said that they were related. I'm just asking, is the sun flat?
So why would you ask that if they aren't related?
Right. There's a relation within your mind to those two things. Where'd you get that from?
Because the sun provides light to Earth.
Okay.
But looking up at the sun, how do you look up at that and see a similarity to the ground under your feet? How are the two the same?
Because it provides light.
This is why I asked you, is the Earth the sun? Okay, buddy.
It's like having a light bulb in your room.
This is called irrelevant. So, best case, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that I said was related to me giving you the benefit of the doubt. You literally took it in the worst possible way. It's a light. Do you think that you can discern? Okay, let me ask you this: does light emanate from the sun? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase the question to be as fair and objective as possible. Does light appear to emanate from the sun?
Yes.
Okay, I personally would agree with you on that. Okay, how does one determine the shape of an object?
Mr. Yam, answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How does one determine the shape of an object?
By looking at it.
Okay, those are good answers. I appreciate that. Does it require, what? There's some other things it requires, right? Looking at it from one angle, from multiple angles, light reflecting off of it, so as to determine texture and shape. When light is emanating from the object itself, is it logically deductible to determine its shape?
Well, you can't tell the shape in the dark.
I know you probably are thinking, but we have pictures of the sun like when it's darker. I know you probably have all sorts of buts, but I'm working with the question at hand and trying to get you to answer yes or no to these simple, not gotcha questions. They're questions meant to help you think through this slowly, methodically, logically, so that you can deprogram your mind from your assumptions.
Yes.
I'm trying to just get it. Yes.
No.
I don't have a lot of time.
I gave you some easy stuff to work through. Some like kindergarten level questions to think through. Is it logically deducible? Is it logically deducible to determine a shape of an object where that object is exclusively bringing forth light? Nothing is reflecting off of the sun, right? The light appears to come from the sun. Can you agree to this?
Right. Light reflects off the sun all the time.
What? What?
Light reflects off the sun all the time? That you said?
Yes.
Okay, just take a moment.
Are you trying to say that light is like one directional? It can only come from the sun?
No, I'd like you to demonstrate light reflecting off of the light source.
I think you mean the light from the sun is reflected on other surfaces. Is that what you mean?
No, I think he really meant light is bouncing off of the sun. Is that your assumption?
Yes.
From where?
From like lights on the earth.
You need to reevaluate your understanding of the light source that we have in the sky, and to make things really simple, I'll just answer the question for you. Without any type of reflection of light off of an object, it isn't actually feasible to determine its shape. Does it appear to be circular? Yeah, sure.
Also,
does it appear to be a ball? How could we possibly know? We have but one vantage point, and that is the place where we're at on the ground.
So if you can make the same assumption that the sun is round by looking at it, can't you make the same assumption if you're like from a plane? You can see that the earth is round. You can
maybe you're not understanding the definition of words. Do you understand what the word round means?
Yes.
Okay. So no, those two words are actually not the same. They're not synonyms.
No shit, Sherlock. But in this case, yes.
No, there's no in this case. Words mean what they mean, and they have specific application.
In India last night said that they did mean the same thing, so I don't know. He's like your Lord and Savior, so.
I have but one, and it's definitely not Indio. But that's not relevant. It's an ad hom. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. You're invoking a conversation about a thing in the sky. Because why? Why aren't you more concerned about the nature of the surface of the earth that we live on? Because that's the question at hand, the flatness of the earth, not other objects in the sky.
What shape do you think the earth is personally?
Do you think that if you own a dog, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog just because you have a dog?
Also, I still have not gotten a straight answer about is the sun round. You're kind of avoiding my question.
Have you stopped?
I'm not.
You're not giving me.
I'm not avoiding anything, yeah.
You clearly are.
No, I actually already answered that it has a circular appearance.
If you expect me to understand this, I need like a clear yes or no answer.
Hey, Yam, have you
No,
seen?
I'm going to say it has a circular appearance because that describes the answer. Again, do you assume that because you might have a dog in your household, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog? It's an analogy. Just because things appear to be one thing elsewhere doesn't mean that all things everywhere are the thing that you're referring to. Just because there's dots in the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a dot. The Earth is the Earth. Your assumption that it's something else is based on programming and the fairy tales inside of your head. Because of your assumption or presumption that the Earth is a speck floating in the endless vacuum of outer space, because of that assumption, your question makes sense to you. But in reality, if you start from square one, it's completely illogical. There's no connection whatsoever. You're just assuming there's a connection. It's okay. One day you might figure out what an axiom is, and you'll realize that you have some assumptive axioms without any evidence.
He's a young lad.
That's true.
You can't expect him to really understand anything more than what he's
Are
told.
you guys resulting to insults?
I'm not insulting you, brother. I have nothing against you. I got nothing wrong. I'm chilling. Are you chilling?
I'm chilling. You chilling, Yam?
I'm super.
Bro, what if
chill.
that commercial was just more globe Earth propaganda because they're like chilling like Magellan?
Oh gosh.
I know. I'm just goofing around now.
Are you guys like scientists, like Earth scientists or something like that?
Bro, does it take a scientist to grab a ruler and measure a sheet of paper? Yes or no?
Here, let me say, it's just a title, my friend. In fact, you'll probably find more wisdom in this chat than you will.
I don't need to go on a whole like trivia Easter egg hunt and try to find the answer for myself. I'm just asking for a question.
I know, right? You said
Simple
it.
yes or no.
Scientists. I don't know what qualifies a scientist. Like what, a PhD or something, or like a fancy like degree? Is that the only authority you're going to accept?
Are you employed as a scientist of some sort?
Scientism.
No, I'm a tradesman. I work.
I'll tell you guys, the only thing you need to do to be a scientist is conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. That would make you a scientist.
Thank you.
There we go. And there are people here that have done that.
Yes. Most anybody that went through the public school system performed at least a rudimentary science experiment that followed all of the scientific method.
So yeah, in other words, we're comparable to scientists. We are. You can believe what we say.
No belief is necessary. Back to my question about
can
if it was your
job.
Take a ruler. Mr. Yam, don't talk over people.
Yeah.
Back to my question with a person taking a ruler and measuring a sheet of paper. You're still talking over people. It's not helpful.
Such a little twit. But you're cool, man. Love you, bro.
The issue is these are simple questions that if you cared about getting to an end, okay, what's your point? Okay, what's your point? Like if you actually cared about the truth, you'd be like, okay, yes, obviously, but what's the point you're trying to make? Well, the point you're trying to make is that it doesn't even involve science. Oh, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just a simple measurement question. Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, people claim that there's a radius and therefore there's geometry. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, they claim that ships go over the horizon. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you just work through to the end and you learn something. But no, you'd rather play little silly child games and not learn anything. At least that's what appears to be the case.
I just don't think he's in a learning state right now.
Yeah.
I am trying to learn. I'm just very curious. You never answered my question about is it your actual profession?
It's irrelevant.
Me personally, no. And yeah, it is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like
it's very relevant actually.
How's it relevant?
Multiple scientists have indeed said that the Earth is round, and you don't need.
Yeah, but we can't just accept that because someone said it. We need to for it.
You can't appeal to the authority.
And go up in a plane and look at the curvature of
We've all been in a plane.
Hey,
Those scientists you were just talking about, they disagree with you on that.
Then why don't you look out the window?
Yo, those scientists, Central just made a great point. The same scientists you're appealing to tell you you can't see curvature from an airplane. So what did you say?
Specifically who, right? Wasn't that Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
Yep. That stuff is flat.
Right. So your own scientists from the mouth of the man that you essentially worship said that you can't see curvature.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
What's wrong with your mic?
There you go.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's okay if you don't recognize his voice. It means you probably don't worship him, which is good. Good.
It also means that he doesn't even seem to know the scientists, so-called, that he's appealing to.
Correct.
Right? That's really awkward. Really awkward, man. It's okay if you say, I don't know. We're not going to ridicule you like we receive ridicule about flat earthers that we're stupid and we don't understand. That's all.
What are you on about?
You know what it is? Like you have a lot of trust in the system, right? And you're probably confused as to why we go against that system. You know, I'm trying to figure out your mind, like where you're at.
Where does
what
the
you're going to
sun
receive.
go when the sun sets?
Too far away.
Realize that you just said you could see curvature from an airplane, and that's not true.
Or from your window. You said just look out
I've
your
seen
window.
it with my own eyes.
But
You
mathematically,
think that the government is paying me to tell you that the Earth is round?
no, you just believe in something that's not there.
Yeah, you're just having delusions.
Mathematically, that's impossible, and I just told you.
So you're saying that millions of billions of people are all delusional?
Being lied to simultaneously, yes, by a one world military.
Did you not listen to
CGI? Is it do they have screens in airplane windows that are
Dude, did you listen to what your heliocentric priest just said? He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth, and he was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet. A little bit more than the altitude a plane flies at. So what are you talking about?
Right. In other words, he's saying you have to go. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you have to go higher than that, basically. He was inferring that you'd have to go higher to see curvature.
That's like 3 times.
One of my relatives flew the U-2 spy plane and took photos of the curvature of the Earth. You can see it.
From what altitude?
From what
this is
they didn't take any photographs.
It was borderline space.
All right, hold the phone. Are you aware of the percentage of Earth that they claim that the people on the ISS are capable of seeing? Are you aware of the percentage?
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's they?
The ISS. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. You can say no. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. Are you aware of the percentage that the ISS people claim mathematically? And this is in the models. You can do the math yourself. Are you aware of the percentage at the height of the ISS? Yes or no?
Oh, why do you keep using that stupid soundboard? It's actually getting on my nerves.
All right, Yam.
I freaking love it. It's such a good meme.
Because you're taking so long to answer.
It's not even
the question. Yam. 3.
Hard to answer when you have to type the question.
Yeah, that's funny.
3 is the answer.
Who's laughing like that?
I'm hysterically laughing. Thank you,
Mr. Yam. 3%.
Repeat the question.
I'm giving you the answer. The answer is 3%.
I don't even know what the question was.
The portion.
Hey.
Maybe
if you
Earth.
Want me to hear, then you should tell this dude to don't mute me.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you. I was in the middle of speaking, answering a question you asked, and you're interrupting me, and then telling me that you can't hear my answer. That's because you're talking while I'm talking, answering the question that you asked me. That's illogical. Let's get with the program.
Yeah, focus, Yam.
All right. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay. First of all, maybe you should stop acting like Stalin.
The yes or no question.
You were talking over me, though.
Question. Just you like yes or no questions, right? You're flat, son. So answer the question.
Bro.
Mr. Yam. Your time here is very short. If this is how you're going to communicate.
You're talking over me, and then you don't mute them. It's just because you want to
try not to be offended, bro. Just like let it go, and like we'll be cool.
Yeah, a simple question. I know you're trying to do this weird thing of thinking that I'm acting like Stalin. That's a weird comparison, weird flex, but okay. All right.
Little Stalin-esque.
ISS. Are you familiar with this
Yes.
this thing?
International Space Station.
All right. Is that higher in elevation or lower in elevation, according to the narrative, than an airplane? Higher. Absolutely. That's the story that we're told. Now, again, based on what they do with the mathematics, they claim, and you can do the math yourself, what is it, 50 miles, however high up they say the ISS is. Okay, you can work it out in a program. You can work it out on a sheet of paper if you're really brave. All right. 3% of the Earth's surface is visible from that elevation. Okay. Now, that might initially sound insane until you crack out the paper, pull out your 60-degree perspective, your field of view. I know, well, what about 90? Why not use other angles? Why 60? Whatever you want to use, do the math, okay? Why is it that they can, that's a good question that leads from that, right? Why is it that they can only see 3%? But even more importantly than that, thank you so much, CB. So even more importantly than that, why is it that all the images from the ISS demonstrate the Earth to be a semicircle? And what I mean by that, sorry, Jenny. What I mean by that is, why is it that all of their photography and videography from the ISS demonstrates what most people would conclude to be about half of the Earth? Why is that? You ever thought about that, Mr. M? Why is 3% made to look like 50%? And how is 3% looking like 50%?
It's actually 33%.
No, it can't be 33%.
I've actually done the math in physics class.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's 33%.
No, it isn't.
At 408 kilometers, it is. That's how far up the ISS is.
Man, run me through that math problem right now. You did it in school. Do you got it right? Well, I mean, you said it was that was the way it is. I mean, well, if you did it, you did it again. Just did it.
Yeah. And why don't you show me how you did your math to get 3%?
All right, maybe he will.
50 miles. How did you get 50 miles? That doesn't even seem remotely close to 408 kilometers. If you're going against the narrative, then you should have to prove to me.
Okay, 250 miles. 250 miles. I remember part of the number, and I was significantly incorrect. I apologize for my inaccuracy. I had part of the numbers correct. But as far as 250 in comparison, mathematically, to a radius of 3959, proportions. And anyways, the CB radio posted, that's not 33% in the slightest.
You okay, Mr. Ian?
It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you just make up stories. Oh, I did it in physics class and it was 33%. I just made this up, though.
Wait,
you can even look up the calculations.
Forget the calculations. What about water? Do you really think, the oceans, bend somewhere out there along the horizon? I mean, you've been to a beach, right?
You really think that it falls off the edge of the Earth?
No. I'm not worried about that. We can go back to that. I mean, that's a funny one. But do you actually see in your mind the flat oceans that you've seen in person? Do you see that wrapping around a ball?
You can physically see the curvature, and yes.
No, you can't. We just walked through mathematics.
From a beach.
Yeah, there's no curvature to be seen.
Yeah, water is flat, dude. Water always finds to seek and maintain its level, taking shape of its container. So where do you observe oceans curving? Doesn't that kind of sound silly?
Horizon?
At the horizon? No, the horizon's always flat, right? That's why it's a horizon, because it's horizontal.
Yeah, he's walking right into a trap. If you can see the Earth's curvature from the horizon, Then every horizon, based on your globe model math of a radius of 3959 miles, must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Guess where it isn't?
There. The answer is there. It's not there. That's your answer, buddy. But you don't appear to be very excited about answering some of these questions because...
No, because you guys, you just spit out what you have to say. I'm lecture me. I don't care.
Right. So yeah, for the globe that you believe in to exist, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do you think that's where it is?
Sure.
Didn't catch that.
Sure. Maybe say that again. I don't think he understands.
Okay, so
what exactly that means.
Right. So if you're looking at the horizon at 1 foot off the ground, you're going to have the horizon at a maximum distance of 1.2 miles in front of you. That's just based on the globe Earth geometry that they've claimed. It's just the geometry of it. So, do you think that that's where the horizon is?
No.
Good answer. I just posted a pic where it's at 10 miles.
Number,
yeah, that's just derived straight from the 3959 mile radius, just using Pythagorean theorem.
Right. According to the numbers they give us about what this place is and what size it is.
So what I just posted in the voice text, live stream voice text channel is impossible on the globe that you believe in. And it proves that that curvature that you think you can see if you go really, really high doesn't actually exist.
And I have a question for Mr. Yam. Are you looking at the voice text? Because that illustration that CB Radio posted is pretty clear too.
Yeah, Mr. Yam,
It's
there's
not accurate. It's not even using the correct values.
What?
It literally is.
It really isn't.
What your discrepancy of the difference between 408 and 400 is there that are you complaining about a discrepancy of less than 10,000th of a percent?
Yeah, it's not going to change 3% of the surface to 33%.
That's not how you do math, but okay.
Okay, well then tell us how you do it.
He doesn't think. But thank you, Reifraction, for posting that. I knew that I knew that this 3% thing existed somewhere. So thank you very much for posting my source material for what I was saying.
Yeah, no worries.
But also, if you don't see any curvature of the Earth, then why does the horizon appear different at different lengths?
Good question. Now you're getting somewhere. You're asking questions. That's a good question to ask. Why do things appear differently based on where you're at? Because you're at a different spot.
Okay.
You see what you see wherever you are. It's almost like I'm not saying anything, isn't it? But it's actually a statement of deprogramming to help you understand that, so I don't see something because of some magical numbers that don't correlate to reality, curvature, right? I see what I see because I see what I see from where I'm at.
Wait, ask your question again. Didn't you ask something about the sun specifically?
I thought he said horizon. I think he was talking about the horizon.
He said nothing about the sun.
Well, that's where it all began.
Never mind.
That is where it began. Y'all were talking about the sun's reflection and this and that and what. Yeah, that is where it began, though.
Yeah. New question? You got a new question for us?
Is there an edge of the Earth? And if so, how is what does it look like?
Why would you assume there's an edge? Just out of curiosity. Because you watched Pirates of the Caribbean #3? Is that right?
Isn't round, then it would have to be.
Why are you assuming edge?
He asked is, though. He didn't assume it, though. He asked is. Simple answer, no.
Well,
you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since the whole world's inside a container of some kind, it would be an end, not an edge. There is no vacuum of space for there to be an edge, too. There just be an end of the Earth. But we don't know where it is. We don't know what it looks like. The container, the dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But we do know for sure that we're inside a container of some kind, because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So there is no vacuum of space. We're not floating in space.
Unless, of course, you believe Pirates of the Caribbean #3. At World's End is the title of the movie. And they do an excellent job of pretending that that's what people think the flat Earth is. But
yes, they do. It was very entertaining.
It's pretty fun. They even go through the ice wall.
Yeah.
It's a little interesting if you think about it, but that's a movie.
And we don't live in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm also adding on top of this. Why do we have photos of airplanes and photos of the Earth and stuff like that being round, but we don't have any photos of the boundaries of Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Any photos that you've seen from airplane altitude that make the Earth look like it's round, that's just an effect of a curved lens or some other distortion that's been applied, usually a fisheye lens.
Because you can generally, if they dip down, if those planes dip down and up, you can see that the Earth actually will go from a bubble, like looking like a ball, to looking like concave, and then flat, and then concave, and it changes. If you watch those videos, it'll tell you right there that they're using a lens that is distorting the image.
Yeah, and you'll see that effect, 20 feet off the ground, right?
Exactly. You'll see a plane sitting on the runway when they're first starting out, and it's perfectly flat, and then they pick up, and it totally starts curving, like it's a super curve. And then when they plane out and they dip down, it's concave. So you cannot go by that kind of footage to think that you've seen a curve.
Globe proof in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, exactly.
What about footage that you've personally taken?
But that was the very thing that the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing that we showed you was talking about, right? He was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, and he was saying that the only curvature that you were seeing from that height is just that of the fisheye lens that was used. It was not Earth curvature. He was saying you're not high enough to see it. That's what he was saying.
And no commercial flights fly that high. So if you've ever flown in commercial flight and you think you've seen a curve, you haven't.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Hey. Hey.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Somebody asking questions in the panel. Maybe we could. I know you're cooking, Eli, but
no, go ahead.
I have questions. So, I mean, Luxo, are you still with us?
Yes, hello.
Cool. Did you have any questions about the stuff that Eli was saying before we move on?
I'm sorry, I was kind of drilling down on the chat, and I was wondering about my own questions.
Yeah, no worries.
Maybe I can post you guys another one that I've just been thinking about.
Well, I noticed you posted the rocket. You posted the rocket.
Yeah. Oh, we could address that, or I just have something fresher that maybe we could talk over.
Okay. Do you want to just dismiss? Are we discarding the rocket stuff, or
we could come back to that in a while? But first, I just want to maybe do a thought experiment. Okay, so the time where I'm at is it's 1:40 in the morning. What's the time over there?
11:40 a.m.
So we acknowledge that they're different times, right?
This is remedial, yes.
Okay, so I was just thinking if it's 12 o'clock and I'm on a part of the Earth where the sun is directly above me, like literally vertically above me, and it's 12 midday, right? And then I go talk to, if I find a person who's at 12 midnight, where the sun would be, well, we'll get there. If those two people, me and this other person, 12 midday, 12 midnight, went directly up, are we both going towards the sun?
What do you mean?
Down is the same for everyone.
Okay,
but
so
I'm not sure
sun's
what
above my head, and if the sun's above my head right now, and the sun is above your head where you are, and we go straight up. Well, I would be going straight to the sun because that's directly above me. But the sun's not above you, so which direction are you going?
What do you mean?
Well, the sun is always above. The sun doesn't go under the earth or under the ground or under you, ever.
How is it possible that it's 1:40 in the morning for me, but 11 a.m. for you?
First of all, time is just a construct at the moment. But think of think of a clock.
It's dark.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know. Earth is big. So I don't know if you're imagining like a disk in space with the sun shining on the whole Earth. It's not what we're talking about here. Just in the same way that if I flick a light on in my house, it doesn't light up the entire house, or one street light doesn't light up the whole street. The Earth is quite big. So the sun doesn't need to light up the whole Earth. And if you look at a clock, think of a clock, right? It's not a spherical thing. It's based. You could look at a clock almost like as a little flat Earth. You've got the hands going around the sun and the moon, essentially. So if you're at noon and if I'm at 6 o'clock, the sun's over you and it's not over me. So it's not that difficult to kind of wrap your head around. But if you just need to understand that the Earth is very, very large, and the sun's not lighting up the whole Earth in the same way that a street light doesn't light up your whole neighborhood.
So, but if it's directly up, I mean, I'm just thinking about, I heard you talking about what experiments you can do yourself, but I'm sitting in my chair, you're sitting in your chair. If I see the sun directly above me, you're saying
what's the difference between a light that's 90 degrees above you in your house and me right now? If we both go up, you would be going towards the light in your house. What the fuck does that mean for me? I could perhaps get your bearing, and I could and then look in your direction.
Mm-hmm.
But the light is above your head in your house. What's that got to do with me?
So if you could see the sun where you are,
No, I mean that's not rhetorical. What's that got to do with me?
Well, I'm doing the thought experiment.
Me too. I'm a part of the thought experiment, and I'm saying, well, okay, there's a light in your house that's directly above you.
Well, it's the sun.
And then I'm in my house. No, we're not talking about the real sun. This is a thought experiment, not for reals, right? So,
okay,
I'm in my house. Okay.
Yeah.
So what? I don't get it. We can make it a large warehouse where there's a light above you, and I'm in some dark corner of the warehouse that the light doesn't reach. You go up, I go up. So what? Right? So now people have this religious idea that whatever their sun is. So we have a religious idea. No, we're not in the same area, right?
Right.
We're definitely not in the same area. I don't see you in my house. You don't see me in yours. Or if I work in a warehouse, I work in produce. You work in meats. Okay, it's not the same place. It's not the same location unless I'm sitting on your lap. No homo.
Wait, but essentially, though, we are in the same house. It's just a huge freaking house, dude. Huge. So if you flip on one light that's above you, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to reach all the way to me.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a pretty markedly different kind of scales we're talking about. Like, we're talking about how.
What kind of scales? This is where.
We're talking about millions of kilometers versus.
Rewind. We like to make clear the assumptions on the table. Now, I haven't made any assumptions since I started talking earlier. I haven't heard Creation Bear make any assumptions. You just said that we're dealing with how many miles?
Tens of millions.
How do you know that?
This is what I've read.
Right. How do you know that? How do you validate what you've read? How did the people who wrote in those books validate what they said?
Well, I can tell you my beliefs, or I can try to justify them. I'm just telling you my
beliefs. All we have is beliefs that are justified. Am I supposed to then religiously jump on your bandwagon? I'm asking you specifically. We're not talking about religion or beliefs. We're talking about you gave a figure, and that figure in your mind is preventing you from accepting what we're saying. So how do you know that that figure is real?
I just know the scales of distances.
What scales? Can you post it in the give us a citation?
Roof. You were talking about the roof of the house. I'm
talking about this distance to the light source. I'm talking about this millions of miles. Yeah. That's what I'm focused. That's what I'm focused on.
Less than the distance to the sun.
That's what I'm focused on too. Right? I'm focused on this idea that the sun is a million miles away. How do you know that? To tell me that no.
I can get a ladder and get on the roof, but I can't get a ladder tall enough to hit the sun.
Right. So how do you know that the sun is as far away as you just told us?
Well, I can climb on a roof. I can't climb onto the sun. I know that.
We know that. So what is the basis for your claim then? I'm not asking you to climb on a roof. I'm asking you. Listen. You said it was in a book somewhere. I thought it was reasonable to ask you to cite it so that we could look at the information. But you're still talking. So I guess that wasn't reasonable to ask, because I'm trying to get down to the bottom of the problem. You think that the sun is a millions and jillions, 93 million miles away to be exact. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's interesting. How do you validate that? What you're doing is not helping me get there. So what is the purpose if we can't communicate and understand one another? I'm not even trying to tell you anything. I'm asking you for the information that allows you to believe what you believe. And you're like, oh, I just read it somewhere. You think that's good enough? You're better than that, bro. You deserve more than that. When you come into a flat earth server, you should be able to stand on what you're saying, right? That's only fair, right?
So what I have said was talking about the thought experiment and trying to get to the bottom of are we going in the same direction of up.
Yeah, we're going in the same
It feels like
direction.
you just hijacked it and I said a number, and then that's what you can focus on. That's steering away from understanding, from what I can gather.
So your thought. So you know that I didn't misunderstand you. Okay, there's a light, right? It's directly above you. It's not above me. Your question was, which direction do we go if we go up? That's a malformed question. That's why I began to say, I don't know what you mean.
Malformed question? I mean,
Yes.
I'm asking,
Yes.
if we go directly up, so yeah, I guess you've answered it. I mean, if we both go up, we're both going in the exact same direction.
Correct. But what is this like? Okay, so now that you've asked and got the answer, what are you gonna do? Like, how do you plan on cashing that in?
Well, I just never understood the mechanics by which there's time zones, and I guess if it's 12, it takes 12 hours for the sun above my head to reach your head. Right.
Well,
We've got time and distance in a sense.
Yeah. You're describing exactly what our experience is, but so what? What's the point? What's the conclusion? Like, we have time zones, and you're like, I'm just
not
trying
sure
to.
it's quite
How do you not understand?
Excuse me. Better than globe.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Why is that
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. This is what I mean by assumptions. First of all, you know that there are time zones. The time zones are based on your geographic location. We know that part. So the part that you're inserting in your mind and trying to impress on to us is that, well, it works on a sphere. How does it work on a flat earth, though? No, let's back that shit up. Because I was the one that galvanized people in here to take daylight observations from 5 different countries, still have the information somewhere in the chat, by the way. And when I asked them, oh, look at all this daylight. If you were to shine a light on the globe, this obviously doesn't work geometrically speaking. You know what they told me? Oh, that's fine. Just use the Mercator projection. Well, the Mercator projection isn't a globe projection. So you saying it works on a globe? No, the fuck it doesn't. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Look at the chat, bro. 50 minutes past the hour. You're like, I just don't understand how this could work on a flat Earth. Take a look. What's so difficult to understand? There's no spherical clocks. Can you see what Donato posted there in the chat?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. So the sun lights up. This is the flat Earth model.
No. We're just trying to help you understand. Your question, you're having some difficulty understanding the questions. We're just trying to give you some stuff to chew on that'll help you understand a little bit better. Obviously, a clock. This clock is not the Earth, but it's a way to help you understand. You're asking about time zones. Think of a clock. You've got 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so on. There's 2 hands.
This would explain why one side would be lit up and the other side isn't, right?
So what's the question?
Well, if it's all flat then, and the light is above this clock, then the light is hitting Australia and South America at the same time.
No.
This is the thing that grinds my gears. I'm gonna give it to you, and I'm just gonna step out because I can't help myself. I only have a couple of minutes. I got other shit to do. Sorry. The thing in every experience of you and light, other than the sun. So let's think about artificial light. You understand that there's light attenuation, meaning the light doesn't travel forever. You know you're standing on a flat surface locally, right? You know, locally it's like, okay, well, this isn't enough Earth curve for us to really see. We would have to do something else, right? So for all you know, the flat part that you're standing on, you know that light either reaches you or it doesn't, based on the luminosity of the light, or the illumination of the light, whatever, right? Your entire experience is based on light either being strong enough to reach you or not reach you. When it comes to the sun, all of a sudden you're like, the light travels forever, and the sun is 93 million miles away, so big. But the bottom line is the Earth is being shown on halfway, because the light's going to travel forever regardless in your mind. But your experience,
yeah. So if you have a really, really, really bright light and it's really, really far away, well then, you know, your light will only illuminate 2 meters because it's a fraction of the brightness of the sun. I'm just talking. I'm just giving an account of how decay of light.
We know, but you don't know how bright or how far the sun is. I mean, you don't know how far it is. I asked you.
I can look at it in the sky.
But that doesn't tell you.
I can look at my street lamp.
That doesn't tell you. That doesn't give you the information that you're saying. It doesn't tell you 93 million miles. It doesn't tell you what the sun is or where it is.
I'm not saying
we don't know.
I'm just saying one is brighter than the other. That's all I'm kind of saying here.
You're adding extra information, though. Like,
well, you keep going back. You're lifting other parts that we've said and jamming it to the point that I'm currently making. I'm just making points as they come along.
Man, how you experience in the real life?
Sasha.
Beg your pardon?
How you experience the sun in the real life comparing to the size of the Earth?
Well, I guess the shadows are straight.
Do you experience? No, I mean, do you experience like a big, enormous, bigger thing than Earth or smaller than Earth?
My physical sensations.
Yeah, how you experience?
It's a big fiery orb in the sky.
Yeah,
you can feel the heat on your skin.
Is it? And my question is: it look bigger or smaller than Earth?
Does it look it?
Yeah.
No, I guess from my point of view, not knowing anything else, then yeah, your assumption there would be it's smaller.
It's small.
Okay, now let's put a pin on that. So, what if that's the case? Because you tried to say that the sun should be lighting up the whole Earth. We're telling you that's not the case. In the same way that a street light doesn't light up the whole neighborhood, or one light in your house doesn't light up the whole house. So, we're telling you the sun doesn't light up the whole Earth.
It lights. Well, that's. I never said it lights up the whole Earth either. So
what is your point? What point are you making then? Because you said earlier that it would light everywhere.
I'm saying if it's probably going back to the midday kind of thing, we're on the opposite ends of the Earth, so we'd be going in completely different directions. The opposite directions would be both way up.
Can you imagine surface?
Why? We already went over this. The down, if you point your arm up to the sky, you and I are pointing to the same direction. When we point down to the ground, down is the same for all of us. You can bank on these two things. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know where any of these things, but you can know that the sun is above you, moving, whatever the sun is.
If we look at that, like that celestial sphere thing, where it's like you got, that star. Where was it? Yeah, if that star
go up or go in a different direction.
Where that GP, are we all looking at it? I mean, if I'm standing where GP is, and you're standing on the ship away from GP, well, if we point straight up, we're not both pointing at the same star, right?
No, we're pointing in the same direction. Up is the same for all of us, and down is the same for all of us.
So the ship is underneath the star just as GP is.
Well, I would like you to try to wrap your argument up in a bow. Like, what is the point you'd like to make, or can you cash this in somewhere?
Yeah, if you're saying we've directly up.
What if we go up? What if we go up? You're both
up? All right. Well, okay. So, well, if we're looking at the celestial sphere thing, right, with the angles and all that shit, you're saying that if you're on a ship and I'm on the other ship and we both point at the star, they're the same direction.
Well, I have to go look reference to what you're talking about. You're talking about Eli's post from a while ago?
Yeah, maybe I can post it again.
Let me repost it here. Look. I don't know why this is so difficult.
I'm looking at the areas that you brought up. Go up and look at the sun at the same time. Dude. No, I'm helping. Maybe he thinks.
No, I'm talking
just
to him.
Like
I'm talking to him.
Like with the example I gave, maybe he thinks, the sun is above me, and then you're like, I'm on a ship and the sun is over there, and he thinks that we should all be able to see it. Like, I don't understand what he's trying to say.
Well, like are we looking at the thing that you posted, the sphere? It's like a semi-sphere.
Yeah, that you know what that is? That's 180-degree field of vision from the person, because we can't see all of the sky at the same time. You do know that, right?
Right, but if the sun is on this sphere, so let's put the sun where that star is, and GP is underneath that star. Well, if we go to the other side of GP, and he looks up, is he looking at the sun as well, or is he looking? No, okay.
Yeah, but he's looking.
I don't know what you're asking, bro. I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, I don't think you even have a point at this point.
I got it. I got it. If you allow me to, I'll explain what he's saying. I think I get what he's saying. So are you there?
I'm here.
All right, Luxor. So you're saying that people that are on the Earth in two different locations, right? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're both looking at the sun, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we've gone both ways, but one of them was the midday one. Sun is directly above, and sun is not directly above.
Okay, but they both see the sun, yes or no?
Well, if it's midnight, no, you don't see the sun.
Okay, so one person is seeing the sun, the other person is not seeing the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, so now what's your problem here? What is the issue that you're having? Because if I'm following you correctly, I'm only thinking about, like, if you're on the same level plane, right? If it's a flat Earth, the level plane is what we're talking about, and you're saying, well, I see the sun, it's right above me, but the guy who's away from me, that it's nighttime for him, how come he doesn't see the sun? Is this what you're asking?
I guess so. If he's on the ship, he can see that sun as well.
We're not talking about the ship. We're just talking about the Earth. Okay, so let's not use any other examples other than the Earth.
Okay. This was the model that was brought on to.
Yeah, that's fine. But let's just try to finish. Let's just try to finish where we're at right now.
But the celestial sphere is situational. So
yeah, I was just gonna get there, bro. I was gonna tell him.
The celestial sphere is not a sphere of the entire scope of the sky at the same time. That's not even. That's not possible. I'm just saying, like, why? Go ahead. Like, don't use my example as an argument as to that makes no sense, because my argument deals with two people that are in daylight. One has the sun above. Another person, or it could be a star. It doesn't really even matter. It's not that you can see the entire sky at the same time. Everybody knows that you can't.
Sky go?
That's what he wants to see. That's what his argument was. Right there.
Bruh.
Not under the ground, bro. Not under the ground.
That's what you're mistaken. You're mistaken the fact that the people that one guy is in night, the other guy is in day. They're looking up at the same sky, but the angle at which they're seeing the sky is also something to be considered, right? So if you're seeing something at a farther distance, everything works with perspective. Okay, there's a lot of things you're not considering right now. How vision works. Do you know how vision works? Like how your eyes perceive the world around you. Do you know? Yes or no, Luxor? Because this is important. It's an important point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do? It doesn't sound like it.
Well, it sounds pretty basic, and I don't. Okay, yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, so you understand that perspective is a part of like our vision and how we perceive the world around us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so taking that into consideration, using an analogy or an example, like looking down the hallway, let's say, right, for just to kind of get your mind understood in the point. Looking down the hallway, the walls and the floor and the ceiling look like they converge at the eye line of the observer at a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that? That's right. Well, it's not so much the vanishing point, but so much that we can say that at the eye line of the observer, everything's converging.
Yeah.
Okay, so being that is how we perceive the world around us, then it means that the floor and the ceiling look like they meet at a point. The floor looks like it ramps up. The ceiling looks like it ramps down. The walls look like they come in and you know, like if you're looking down a hallway, right? So when you go outside, the same type of optical view is still used. Like you still see the world in that type of perspective. Everything's converging to your eye line, right? So you don't see forever. So the guy in the nighttime and the guy in the daytime are going to see things as far as their visual perspective can allow them to. Does this make sense to you? Yes or no?
No, not quite. No.
Not quite. So when you see a car drive away from you, do you notice it getting small?
Yeah.
Is it really getting small?
No. It's getting far.
So it's getting far away from you, but you understand that your eyes are seeing it perspectively, right? As the car looks like it's diminishing in size, it's not really diminishing in size. It just apparently seems that way to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now think of it like this. Imagine if you were to, I won't go any farther than that because I just want you to I want to answer your question. So with the two people standing at opposite ends of the earth, or one guy's in light, one guy's in day, he can only visually see as far as he can, right? Now you got to think about something that's very important also with what we're saying. Light also attenuates only to a certain distance. It doesn't go forever. Do you understand this point?
Yes, exponentially the case with distance.
Right, but it doesn't travel forever. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I guess that's... yeah, eventually it becomes undetectable. Yeah.
Right, but it doesn't travel forever. Do you understand, right? Just answer yes or no. You understand that? Does light travel forever, Luxor?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay, so we can test things like light traveling through the medium of air. We can test things like light traveling through water. Let's say just different mediums can change how light responds to that and how it travels through it, right?
Right.
You could say again? You don't know?
I said right, go on.
Okay, so the example that I want to use here is through the medium of water. The way how water will not be able to let light travel through it. So on a clear sunny day, a diver that goes out into the ocean, right? Clear sunny day, there's no clouds in the sky. It's nice and sunny, but as he drops down into the water, he's not gonna get the light to penetrate down all the way to the bottom of the water. As he goes further and further down, it starts to become dark.
Yeah, the water absorbs it. Hits the water molecules.
What we're saying though is that light doesn't travel forever. And because of the medium of water, it will start to diffuse as the diver goes further down into the water. Does this make sense to you? Hello?
It's
what?
I don't know. It's like if you have.
Well, you agree with what I just said, though, or are you disagreeing with it?
I'm trying to think it through.
But does it make sense? At least.
Yeah, I mean that's an experience that I've had underwater. Sure.
Okay. Well, as long as you can say that it follows logically, right? Then it would make sense too that in the medium of water, light doesn't travel forever. Because at some point there would be an extinction limit where light couldn't possibly travel at the further in depth you go, which means that light does attenuate differently in different mediums, right? Like in the medium of air. So the medium of water, as it's traveling through water, it has an extinction limit where it diffuses and you won't be able to see light all the way down to the bottom. It becomes very dark. Yes?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the medium of air, however, is a bit different than the medium of water, right? It's less dense. So as it travels through air, it still would have an extinction limit how it travels through the air. And of course, the intensity of the light that's actually being emitted from the sun, which we don't know. There's no detection of what energy we're talking about here as far as the level of luminosity to say that we're going to give it to a specific degree, because the energy that gives it what it does, is still like the unknown part about like what generates that power. There's a story that's attached to it, but we're not going to go there right now. For just the purpose of we're talking about the example that you were using, two people on Earth, one under the light and the other guy not under light, he's in darkness. We're going to talk about how light wouldn't travel forever. And there's an extinction limit to it and how it attenuates through the air, right? And probably more than it would water. So it has a better attenuation through the medium of air, which would have an extinction limit, of course, but it wouldn't travel forever. So we get to a point where light...
I mean, if you shine a light
yes,
underwater and a light above water, I'm going to be able to see it through the air at a longer distance than before the light.
We're talking about the sun, though, Luxor. Don't change my example to yours. It's not your example.
I'm trying to make
so my example is using the sun. The sun is the thing that I'm using because, as you can see, it cannot travel. It cannot penetrate all the way down to the depths of the water. It wouldn't be able to. It would diffuse. It would not be something that we can actually say is true. So therefore, the sun traveling through the medium of air, however, it has its potential grasp on a larger distance, over the medium of air, but then it has its extinction limit, where how far it reaches.
But the light given off the sun follows the same laws as the lights on your table in your room, right? Like it's still the same operating thing. What?
No.
Why not?
No.
Why not?
It's a different light. Are you going to say the same light? It's totally not analogous because what we're using here is something in nature versus something that's man-made. So it's not analogous.
But they both give off the phenomenon of light.
It's not analogous, Luxo.
Why not?
Not analogous. I just told you. One's in nature and the other one's man-made.
Why does that matter for what? Okay, what if it's a firefly?
Because one is attempting to discuss the issue of what we're talking about in your example. I'm actually talking to you about the two people on Earth. We're not talking about a room in your house. I don't care about that. I'm discussing two people on this Earth that we are on right now. Why somebody in darkness?
But you're talking about the attenuation of the sun, and you're making a lot of assumptions. Like
it's not an assumption.
The sun and the light bulb are different things.
It's not an assumption. It's verified. So yeah, you said they're two different things. Of course they are. One's man-made, one isn't. Right. So we can see.
What's that to do with the nature of light?
Well, especially the nature of like the discussion of what you're talking about. Two people on Earth. One in nighttime, one in daytime, right? Let's not get lost in the plot here. I'm going back to what you were saying and then showing you that the variables that you're discussing right now, which is, first of all, perspective and how far we can see, like from, where we can see, and how far light can attenuate through the medium of air.
But you're also saying that the light attenuates faster in air than in water.
Farther, not faster, farther.
So it goes further through air than it does water.
Yes.
You said the opposite of that just a moment ago.
When? When did I say the opposite of that?
Well, the way I heard it, you said you were underwater. Well, for two guys to be on different parts of the Earth, and one's in light, one's in dark, you're saying it actually attenuates stronger, as in it doesn't light doesn't go faster in the air than it does the water.
I never said faster.
What?
I said farther. You keep changing when I say what I'm saying. You keep changing what I'm saying.
If it attenuates faster, it means it goes
farther.
100 meters.
Farther, not faster. farther.
I'm telling you exactly the same thing.
You said faster.
You said faster, bro. Come on, focus, Luxo.
Yeah, if you can't if the light gives out at 100 meters versus 200 meters, well then it attenuates faster or attenuates.
Oh my god, bro! Like you're changing. Listen, whether or not the speed of light is different is irrelevant to what we're talking about. It's the distance at which it's at this. Listen,
he's not making a point, bro. I just realized that we're an hour in, and he's actually not made one coherent point. He's made enough of a point for us to ask, what do you mean? Oh, do you mean this? Or do you mean this? And every time we try to pin it down, he just comes up with something else that's incoherent. What's that about?
Changing it. Yeah, he's changing what I'm saying to something else.
Well, what you need to do, Luxo, is take your questions and form it into a statement or a claim. Because you're masking some weird rhetoric behind all these questions. You've been answered, but it doesn't seem like you actually want the answer. So why don't you stop asking questions and put it into a statement? Make a claim that we can address.
No, I'm trying to understand what you're. No, so I came with the.
No.
Painfully detailed.
And then as you're explaining it, I don't really. There's things that I disagree with. Or
well, then formulate it. Luxo, formulate it in the statement like CB just said. So we can get to the answer it directly, because you're taking the long way around. Just state a claim so that we can answer it.
I didn't have a claim to begin with, so that was.
So what are you doing then? What the fuck are you doing then?
I was curious as to what your answer would be to this experiment. And I got the answer was given. Well, what else? And really, with the answer, you started to change it and make it your own. So you're just twisting my words around at this point, even though the answer was given. You're changing what I said. Well, okay. So if you want to go back to attenuation in the air, it was a little thing that I was confused about, and I couldn't find a place to go in and ask you about it. But I'm happy to hear you lay out the rest of the point.
Well, you're very confused. But you're very confused because when you repeat that back to me, you change it to talk about the speed of light, not the attenuation of it through the medium. You change the fucking word around.
But I'm just saying the light.
I don't care to know about that speed of light. I'm talking. That's not what I'm talking about.
I never mentioned the speed of light. I said the speed of attenuation, and I believe it was.
What's that same fucking shit, dude? Light's attenuating with a certain speed.
Light has
you're pissing me off, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, but what's the let him. If we speak less and he speaks more, he'll run out of gas. Because I'm still trying to understand what you're asking. I told you from the beginning that the questions that you're asking sound incomplete. I don't feel comfortable answering questions that I don't understand. You haven't made one coherent question since you've been here.
Well,
so Mickey is talking about the attenuation of light. You're talking about you began with, okay, so the light is, above me and the sun, right? And then you're somewhere else. What direction do you go if you go up? That doesn't even make fucking sense because it's incomplete. It's missing information.
Yes, that's why we talk it through, dude. I'm trying to pick it up.
We're not talking it through. We know something you don't. You're asking questions that are incomplete. We're not talking through anything if we can't communicate.
Yeah, don't really follow what you're saying.
Oh, that's how we feel.
What did he say, Elisha? He didn't understand.
He didn't follow what I said. Well, here's the thing. Obviously, when you think about water, you know that the sun doesn't reach forever. So that concludes the day part portion, the day and night portion. Then you're talking about the angle. The angle. Remember, I told you if you're the same guy, I don't even remember. That the elevation angle to Polaris, let's just take Polaris for example. If you were right underneath Polaris,
but back up to that picture.
do I have to mute you, bro? Because I feel like when you talk, that's why you don't understand what I'm saying.
What you're saying. I'm trying
You're
to be.
not clarifying. He hasn't even finished his fucking point, dude. What the fuck?
It's sad you're talking about Polaris, so I'm asking if it was the.
Would you let him finish his fucking point, Luxo?
Well, that's a yes or no.
Control yourself, bro.
Let me hear why are you interrupting? What was unclear about which part of what I said was unclear? Use my words. Use my words and tell me what's unclear.
You said Polaris.
What about Polaris was I talking about?
Oh, so I was thinking, are we going back to that image that you posted earlier?
Excuse me. The question is, what about Polaris was I talking about that you were trying to clarify?
If you were referring to, if we can refer back to the image that Polaris.
No, I'm talking about Polaris in real life.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about Polaris in real life.
That was like yes or no. That's cool. Got it. Go on.
All right. So Polaris has a GP somewhere. Yes or no?
I don't know what a GP is.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
Hold on, time out. Is this not the guy? Yo,
it's
guys.
the same guy.
It's the same dude. It's the same
He
fucking guy.
used the word GP before I did.
I know.
I'm looking at the image.
Kick him out.
I'm looking at the image.
He's on that fuck shit, dude. He's on that fuck shit, man. He's been on that fuck shit.
He said if you're at the G, if the star is at the G or the sun is at the GP and you're somewhere else, what the fuck do you mean I don't know what a GP is? When those words came out of your mouth.
He's on that fuck shit. That's all he is.
Yeah, this is one of the tactics I've picked up on lately. Is people will just mask a bunch of rhetoric behind questions.
Yeah,
but that's what the problem is. What they keep asking questions and they don't actually want the answer. We've answered this like 15 times.
Well, not only that,
by 3 different people.
Yeah, not only that, man, but like what was happening too is because he's with that other. He's a part of a group. He admittedly said so. He's a part of the group with Buster, with that other guy we're speaking to with a little shield or mask on his avatar. Starts with a K.
Cameron,
name. Yeah, that guy. They all come together, so they're all grouped in together. So he thinks that by him being the lone wolf in here, he wants to just like sabotage the same arguments, just like the other characters that were in here. So they're just on the fuck shit right now. They don't want. He doesn't want to. I told him, dude, you could ask some questions and be real, be your own person. But no, they want to share a community fucking brain and act like an idiot in here instead of be real. So because he knows what you're talking about, because he's the one that stated it.
I don't think they're up to a full brain. Anyway, I was listening. I just want to confirm that he said GP, and then he said he don't know what that is. I was listening on YouTube, and as soon as I turned it on, I heard him say the GP. It's like the first thing I heard.
Yeah, he's on that fuck shit, man.
Yep, I'm gonna rewind the tape. I'm rewinding the tape right now.
I would definitely put my vote on like ban him, like fuck those kind of people who just like for time wasting thinking it's funny when other people are actually investing time for their favor, for them to learn something, for them to discover the truth.
Sorry about that, Maria. A little premature on the sound effect there.
He started using it in an argument. How do you not know what it is, but you're using it in an argument?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like when I start in on these guys, like I'm being unfair and I'm asking too many irrelevant questions, but they're all relevant to their like fuck shit. I know that they want to take me somewhere or take the argument somewhere so they can make it look stupid. So if I turn it around and give it to them, like reducing all their arguments down to that they don't know, then it's gonna look like, oh, what the fuck? Like I thought I had a good argument when I didn't. So I know that. So when I come in here and I'm doing the method of what I do, having them detail everything that they tell us, because they're already coming here like, yeah, of course there's a globe model, duh. Like, no, fuck you don't. There is no such animal.
He didn't even know what he was asking. It was only by virtue of us attempting to respond did he begin to build his question. And the question was a fucking hour long. Because we were helping him go move. It's like he's dead, right? And then we're just like stringing him along. You know what I'm saying? It's like he didn't have anything. That's why I asked. I was like, "What the fuck does that mean? You got two lights. You go up. What's the question?"
Yeah, but you're thinking logical, man. This guy was just like Weekend at Bernie's and shit, man, with the arrow through his head. Like this motherfucker, like you have to move his arms just to get him to say shit, you know?
But in the question, what he started, at least, there are two different ground positions. Because he said we have the person here, and time is this, and we have person there, and time is this. That two person has two
he knows, Sasha. He's fucking around, dude. He's fucking around. That's all he's doing, and he's just dragging us along with his little game because he's trying to see how long he can do it.
No, the thing is to say I don't know what is GP, but you are asking in your example for the GP.
That's all he's been doing.
It's like saying I don't know what shape the Earth is, but it's definitely not flat.
It irks me because some people are in that shape. Some people are giving him their time. No, man, let him speak. Let's go through what he's going to talk about. And he's on this fuck shit, man. Like that. I don't know. It pisses me off, dude.
Like, I don't know what color grass is, but it's definitely not pick the color.
You know, it's like, it's very weird, the situation in this like server. So sometimes people get banned. Like, I wish, you know, like them giving more time, maybe just like for the sake of it. And then I see those people like bunch of like idiots, just like for the sake of time waste, doing whatever they need to do. I say like, fuck, like, no, please, like, ban them, don't give them any time. Like, okay, it's much better, like, not wasting time on those idiots than like maybe doing injustice to them.
Well, I was talking about like the attenuation of light through a medium, and he goes around, well, the speed of the attenuation. I'm like, that's the speed of light? No, it's not the speed of light. It's the speed of the attenuation. Like, fuck off, dude. Like, that's exactly what we're talking about right there. How fast the light is attenuating through the medium? Duh. Don't change it around and make it sound all snazzy like you came up with some shit and you started to make your own argument. That's fucked up.
I got the moment where he brought it up. You guys can tell. You guys can judge for yourself whether he knows or not.
The sphere. So let's say that's the sun where that star is, and GP is underneath that star.
Also, his mic was trash the whole time, but
GP's underneath the star. You motherfucker, dude. Oh.
Okay. Jeez.
Well, what is the GP? I don't understand this.
What is the GP?
Like, because either he was too stupid and didn't understand, or these people know more than they're getting on and they know how to divert you away from the point. Because the point that I was going to make is that if you're talking about seeing the sun from everywhere on Earth, no, the zero angle is the fucking equator, which means beyond there, you can't see that. Now, that's a fixed star. However, the sun moves. So when the sun moves away from you, it eventually gets to a zero angle. You can't see it anymore. But we couldn't get to that point. So I don't know.
Here's a little bit more context.
Stars. GP is underneath that star. Well, if you go to the other side of GP, and he looks up.
Yeah. He's. I'm detecting bullshit.
He fucking knows. And he should find where he just finished saying, like, not so long ago, that he doesn't know what it is. What's the GP?
Yeah, I need to get my clipboard on and get that part.
Did we catch him live in a lie? Why would he lie? Why would he lie?
Why would he lie? Why would he lie?
Is he still here? Yeah, ask him. Why would you lie, bro?
Yeah, let me ask him. Look, so why are you going to be lying in this chat, man? We got you on tape lying. Why are you lying, bro?
I messaged you guys both the picture that I was talking to and in the chat.
So why are you lying, bro? Answer my question. Why are you lying?
I was talking about the image.
No, answer my question.
Does fucking points on a disc. I'm answering your question. I don't know what GP was. I was just referring to the diagram.
My question, it's not like a flat earther, like a listener on YouTube. Why you lied? That's my question, not like a flat earther, like a person who are listening this show.
You think I'm lying? But I knew
because he asked me, am I talking about the diagram or am I talking I said, no, I'm talking about in real life Polaris. So the GP of Polaris, you already know what the GP of a star is because you explained it in what we just played. See, but this is what I mean. This is. I'm sorry. It's not your time to speak. Somebody mute him or something. Like this is what I mean by Globers. Like what's wrong with them is they are able to intake information, but because they're retarded, context doesn't even exist. So they can make an argument using words in some area, and you're like, but that contradicts this area. They're like, I don't get what you mean, because you don't fucking understand the words that you're using. That's crazy. Well, gravity, let me just use that. It's like the guy yesterday. He's like, I just, I got a good idea of how gravity works. So define it then. Well, I don't know if I do well with defining it. How the fuck are you using a word that you don't know how to define it?
You even explained what it was underneath the star, Luxo. And now you're coming back and saying, well, I don't know what you're talking about. So you're trying to make fools of the whole panel here just to make it seem like we're going to okay, Luxo, you don't know.
JP is literally under the star.
You just...
Yeah, but...
Thank you for saying that. What the fuck?
In the image. I didn't come on with that before. I only say that because I saw the image. I was just trying to talk around like... But
if you understood that back then, why did you ask what it is later on the discussion?
I don't know.
You already understood
this GP. I did not understand that.
Is a GP somewhere? Yes or no?
I don't know what GP is.
I don't know what a GP is.
Why are you lying?
Yeah, you're fucking lying, dude. You're buzzing. You're caught red-handed, bro.
People come here asking why the globe is lying. Why the globe is lying? Why are you lying?
Why do you think I'm lying?
Well, we got you on tape.
We caught you in...
My God.
Got you in a fucking lie, bro. What the fuck?
You don't read the letters. You don't read the letters GP. Does that mean I know what GP is?
Okay, underneath the star, there's two letters, G and P. What the fuck do you think that means?
I didn't think about it.
What do you think it? Well, think about it right now. What do you think?
Well, I know it now. You told me.
What do you know? What do you know?
Fucking global position or some shit.
Global positioning? Dude,
what is it? What's in the fucking chat, dude?
Is that what we said? Did we say global positioning?
Globe position.
Yeah, is that what we said?
Ground position. Ground position.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, well that means.
But if it was
lying about it.
No, it's not. You're lying because you said it was underneath the star.
What does that mean?
Yeah, in the image, that's true. I was describing the image.
So what does that mean?
Is that not true in the image?
What does that mean?
It means I didn't know what GP was, dude.
If I have to talk any slower than I just did,
it means I didn't know what GP was.
Somebody mute him.
I just did. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, so again, now that you know what GP is, right? When you can't see something in the sky, like the sun or the stars, it's because it's beyond the minimum angle that you can view it based on perspective, which is how we see through our eyeballs. Hallelujah.
Oh my God! Stop your fucking lying.
Yeah, look, I don't know what a zero angle is. I don't think you would explain it.
Well, Google it. Google it. No, I'm dead ass. Google it. Then post it in the chat.
Call a friend, ask the audience.
He's having an hour-long discussion and then just now feigning ignorance. Amazing. He didn't stop and say,
can we remind you,
can you explain me what the zero angle is? What is that? Like, he didn't stop and ask you that, like, as somebody who is inquisitive about what you're saying. No. He went ahead and just, like, started to make his own examples and talk about somebody in daytime and nighttime without ever going back and saying, hey, I don't know what zero angle is. Or telling you, at least being honest, right? Right, Luxo? You could have done that at any point.
I just brought it up. It's the first time I brought it up because we didn't even get to. We were just talking about the attenuation of light. We didn't even get to the reason that you can't see things forever. Like, because here on Earth, oh God, bro, I don't know how fast you want to get banned out of here, but you're on a quick path, bullet train to that location. So I asked you to Google zero angle and post what you found in the chat. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Not saying words that you don't understand, trying to have a conversation that you clearly can't measure up to.
What a guy.
Here's the sun over here where I'm at. There you are over there on a flat earth. Well, why do we have time zones? Because the sun is over there and it can't be at 90 degrees for everyone on Earth. I mean, that's fucking obvious. So when it moves away from you, it gets to a point where it's at the minimum angle that your eyeballs can observe.
Okay, so the sun disappears from view.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
It's unresolvable by your eyes. Can't see it no more.
It's behind something or it's too far?
It's unresolvable by your eyes. I think I just stated that.
I don't know. Can you explain that?
No, we can't.
It's not doing what you think it's doing.
Go research.
Is there another way you can reword that?
Go do more research.
We've already answered this in many different ways.
What's a zero angle?
It's an angle with measure of zero units.
Excuse me? What's a zero angle?
A zero angle is an angle with a measure of 0 units.
What does that mean?
Typically, these units are degrees of radians.
So if it's at 0 degrees in the vertical plane, what is it?
I don't understand the question.
It's a fucking line. So if it's a fucking line, what is the resolution of your eyeball?
If it's a line, what is the resolution of my...
Is 0 less than the resolution limit of your eyeball? You think?
Right, these terms are not... You're going to have to maybe dumb it down for me.
I can't. I don't know what else to do for you, fam. I mean, I don't know what else to do. You know what an angle is. I'm telling you that all optical equipment, including our eyeballs, have an angular resolution limit. You don't know what that is. Why don't you go do some reading?
Well, since you know about it, maybe you can explain it in different words, in simple language.
Well, guess what? Whatever the resolution limit of your eyeball is, I guarantee that it's higher than 0.
is at a distance. I don't know what a resolution.
Fuck off, dude. Hey, no, hang on, dude. Like, he's saying, explain it to me. Use better English, dude. He's fucking mocking you, Eli. Like this fucker is like. I mean, unless you want him to just continue to keep telling you to explain it better, like
zero angle. Well, I'll use geeksforgeeks.org. If you don't like them, I don't know what to tell you. What is a zero angle? An angle that does not form a vertex, which is two lines meeting at a single point. It is also called zero radians. A zero angle is formed when both the rays or arms of the angle are pointing towards the same direction. It's just a line. It's just a line. Okay. With 2 points. That's it. So the point is, right? If you're looking up at directly up vertically, that's 90 degrees. Then you move that object further and further away from you. Eventually it's at 0, which means you don't have an angle to resolve because the angle is 0.
But the sun's traveled from directly above to the horizon.
I just got out the shower. I can't open my phone with my fingerprint thing. The moment that I can, he's getting the red gavel, guys. I'm just letting you know now. So you better have fun while you can.
Well, I'm sure you guys got a lot.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, what the hell was that, man?
He was just about to swear us up and down and leave the server, and you had to kick him.
No, I disconnected him. He'll probably be back, but fuck him.
Yeah, they come in threes, bro. That was number 3.
Well, yeah, they were in a group.
The units are in degrees, so is that like distance?
Use better English to tell me. Like, fuck off, dude.
That's how you know they're trolling, Eli. He was like, he wasn't even answering your question. You're like, so what is a 0? He's like, well, angles are in degrees. Cool, that's not what we're asking. Then he turns around and goes, well, so are you talking like distance? Like, bro, 2 seconds ago, you just brought up degrees, dummy. Holy smokes.
If something is more than 0, is that less than or greater than 0? I don't know.
I don't know what this means.
Use better English. No understanding you right now. Fuck off, dude.
Fuck.
And let it be known, this was his. He brought all this up. This was his question, and it led absolutely nowhere. Like, pro tip for Globers out there: if you want to make an example or raise a point, at least be able to cash it in somewhere. Why would you make? What's the point of going through all this if you can't deposit it back to your claim?
It's annoying to hear.
They've been in. Man, it's so sad though. It's so sad when a child comes in here and uses the tactics of an adult. You're like, you little snot, you little shit. But really, it's like, damn, somebody taught you how to be that way. And when you look at, like, you know, the people in university, the way they are, the story that the young woman just told the other day, was that, was it a guy? I can't remember. So many people come in, but it's like they were talking about how they had asked their professor a question, and the professor was just like, well, learn it or get the fuck out. Right. And so what they're doing is mimicking us, because we're like, learn what the fuck you believe in or get the fuck out. We're not saying you don't have a place here. We're saying, well, you're being obnoxious, because the clip that Creation Bear plays when the guy's saying, you can't reason with these people. You can't, these flat earthers. So what you have to do is get them to realize, or whatever the fuck he was saying. And I think that's what they think they're doing. That's what they think they're doing. Like, but see, when I'm doing that, I'm actually literally able to lead you. It's like, oh, you don't understand this? Here's the citation. Here's the definition. Okay, moving forward. You know, like, I'm literally taking them like a baby, and I'm just like picking them up, bringing them to the ABC blocks. Okay, that's great. Picking them up, taking them to their little chair to get the little juicy sip, because they be thirsty sometimes. They need a little drink and some food. So then you got to pick them up. You take them over here. Look at this. And it's like, they're not doing that. They're just like saying things that they don't understand. And they don't know that. And it's crazy as fuck. It's insane what he just did.
Yeah, I agree with you there. How they think they're trying to do that what you were describing. They're trying to lead you down a path, but the problem is when we. That's why I called him out. I said, "All right, put it into a statement then," and he couldn't. That just shows how ineffective him trying to lead us down this path that he doesn't even know where it leads, bro. He doesn't have a point. He never had a point.
Hey, remember the other guy, CB? I tangle these guys. I love doing it, dude. I tangle them up so badly in their own rhetoric. They don't even know which way is up. It's just doubting the globe model. It was amazing. Like how he's just like, science, moon phases? No moon phases. He's like trying to figure out. You can just hear the gears turning in his mind. And him trying to read, like, oh shit, what can I use here? What's scientific? Shit. Like he couldn't come up with something. Oh, well, it's predictable. Okay, well, fine. What kind of prediction? Well, moon phases.
Yeah, that was
wow. Cute. Yeah, it was amazing. Moon phases.
Tags! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Meow.
How's it going, guys?
Hello. Who was that? Who was speaking the words?
That was me.
Oh, okay. Hey there. How you doing this morning?
Doing pretty good, all things considered. I hope all's well with you and yours and everybody else here.
Ah, likewise. Just having a nice little breakfast burrito is all.
Cool. I was just kind of waiting for the bot to finish doing its thing. I didn't want to interrupt.
That and grinded on Diablo 4 a little bit.
Yeah. Quiet morning this morning.
It is a quiet morning this morning. Quieted down after Rue got quieted up, which is nice.
Yeah. I ended up falling asleep at a more reasonable time, so I wasn't awake either to help speak and keep the conversation going in the insomnia hours.
Oh no, it's alright. We've had him pretty much controlled. It got to the point where we were just dropping facts so hard on him, he didn't even get to get out his whole point anytime. It was just an instant shutdown. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know. I had a kind of bad day yesterday, so when stuff gets like that where I'm nauseous and whatever, I take my medicine, which I try and avoid taking because it makes me pass out. And yeah. Ended up falling. It's like getting really sleepy about halfway through whatever conversation everybody was having. I was like, I'm out. I got to go to bed.
Yeah. I have to tap out whether I want to or not, unfortunately, kind of deal.
Yeah. Well, I'm not about to get on here slurring and acting sluggish and weird. I mean, I might if I go to the hospital or something, because then I don't really care. I'm at the hospital. I'm on whatever medicine they give me. But yeah, if I'm too tired to keep up with the conversation, then there's no point in even responding to anything. In all likelihood, I'll just be out of context.
Yeah. Or someone will try
or
and
wait.
take misadvantage of that and just in a dickish way, you know. That's not fair.
Yeah. I usually choose my words pretty carefully, but I mean, I also find it weird when people are like, I choose my words carefully. Come on, man. Everybody makes mistakes, though, too.
These are big facts.
The way I look at it, though, that choosing your words carefully should be more like, let your yes be yes and your no be no. And everything else just causes confusion.
Yeah, just be blunt and forward and to the point.
Yep.
Who said it yesterday? I think it was Jedi. Don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining.
He said that like 2 or 3 times. Yeah, that was funny. I remember that.
I love that. I love that phrase. That's a good one. I'll have to remember that.
I've applied a similar phrase to basically NASA and these other groups telling us random crap. Like, you're not about to piss on me and tell me that it's raining. That's not happening.
Look at this new picture of Jupiter. We can see some activity happening in the it's polar north. It's literally the same picture, and someone with like Photoshop did some blue shit on the top. All the clouds are literally identical. Don't fucking insult me.
Yeah.
Like,
not only that, you can listen to the interview, and the man who made Blue Marble 2.0 quite literally tells you that he uses Control-V, which is the shortcut for pasting.
Yep.
So that you, and then he straight up tells you it is Photoshop because it has to be.
Exactly.
If people know anything about graphic design, they know exactly what he's saying.
He regrets saying that to this day, I bet you.
Yeah. It's the same thing that happened with Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that stuff is flat.
Mhm.
Or some of these other folks who are, straight up telling you that even at the altitude of the alleged ISS, or the alleged altitude, flat. There is no curve there.
Mm-hmm.
What's weird is when they bring up that ISS stream, I'm quick to point out usually that if you pay long enough attention to it, you'll notice that the fish eyes on the feeds are different. It'll display different, versions of Earth, I guess, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
Is it small Earth or big Earth? It's the same feed, though. So does the Earth grow and shrink, or what's going on here? Oh, that's just the Earth breathing because it's alive, Kidding, but yeah, at that altitude, you don't see curvature. Nobody's ever seen curvature.
Nobody's measured curvature.
Yeah, more importantly, nobody's measured it. There is no scientificus modulus of Earth to begin with, whether round, flat, or whatever paradigm you want to try and come up with in between. There is no scientificus modulus of Earth.
I will say I'm very intrigued about how Captain Cook's circumnavigation of Antarctica. Supposed to be 20,000 or 20 million or 1,000 miles around, if I'm not mistaken, and he measured 64,000 miles around.
Yeah.
And someone else did the same thing in the 80s and had the exact same experience Captain Cook did.
And see, that's one thing too to add to this. Some people will see some maps and make the assumption that these maps are mostly accurate, so we have a scientificus modulus.
Mhm.
That's not the case, though. The scientificus modulus would involve every aspect of it, like the altitude, the depth, north, south, east, west, all of it, everything. We don't have that.
And it's funny because all it would take is one circumnavigation of the supposed globe north to south, or vice versa, to disprove every single flat earther, and they can't even do that.
It would topographical experiments could definitely help out, but even then, it wouldn't explain the true nature of this place, this world that we share.
This realm.
Yeah, that's one of the words that are used. Yeah, realm.
As I don't want to claim to know what it is.
This realm filled with domains and dominions.
The known world, as they used to call it. I feel that's very apt.
Known Earth is a good descriptive too. Yeah, known Earth.
Ooh, known earther. That's pretty good.
I'd say. Yeah, I could say that. I would call myself that, a known earther. What do we know about the Earth? What's there? Yeah.
Yeah. What do you believe in? What we know about?
And then we ask the question, what do we know? What can be tested and proven?
Exactly. What do we know, not what do we believe?
Yep.
It's that double extra on that known earther there.
And it gets back to, we choose our words carefully here.
Mm-hmm. We know what we say.
The mortal enemy of the known earther is the sophist surfer.
That's
kind of the antithesis.
I like it.
That's the funny part. We look at things the wrong way when it comes from an I perspective, an ego perspective. We shouldn't care about what we know or what we think that we can prove, because that's rooted in ego. We should care about what isn't and throw that away, kind of like disregarding what isn't. You can use the process of elimination and get rid of all the crap just by simply getting rid of what isn't and focusing on what is.
I weren't sure if you were here earlier when I was talking with the main guys when we were doing like the intros and stuff. It's like once you discover flat Earth, life is just put in a perspective, and everything is so simple.
If you can't explain something simply, you don't understand it well enough.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people that enjoy ranting and babbling, but they end up just blithering.
Verbal diarrhea.
Being able to hash out word salad doesn't mean that you can prepare a buffet.
That's pretty good.
I think that one of the interesting things about this platform and those that are similar to or try and be like it, where people debate and discuss and talk about things, sometimes there's this rapid fire communication that moves so fast that the audience can't really keep up with, or maybe some can, but then it ends up kind of it's like it has that feel of combat. Sometimes it could be like an iron sharpens iron thing, or like others it could be like it's gladiatorial, or even wrestling in other times. It's like, okay, I'm gonna tag out and let my bro hop into the ring.
Right.
But then the problem with that is when people are trying to debate and discuss to win instead of just achieve understanding.
Yep.
It's not about winning. That's what a lot of folks do think that it's about when they hop in here. So, I'm going to win this argument and school these flat earthers. No, you should be coming here to try and understand. I think that fighting, like it's been ingrained in people's minds that you got to fight for this and fight that.
We're here to talk, not to fight.
Yeah. It's also interesting that some of the stuff that's said here, people don't say that in person. They're keyboard warriors that are screaming into a microphone. They would never say that to anybody's face. Once you realize that, it's like clowns. They're trolling and they're clowns like a kid. That is something people should take into consideration. This is Discord. This is it's like a gamer's platform. This is where gamers go to talk about things. Yet we have a truther server on a gamer platform, meaning that some of the folks here, they are used to talking some mad crap.
Oh yeah.
They're gamers. They talk hella crap to one another. And they're trying to. They want to hurt their feelings and get other people off their game so that they can whoop their ass right there digitally. That's the entire point of their conversations. They're very good at doing it. And that's also part of the sophistry, too. It's why the sophistry is so rampant and viral, is because it's a competitive thing, and it's not about debate and discussion. It's just about winning and, getting your opponent to fall, to stumble. I think we need to focus more on achieving understanding.
Hello.
How's it going? Welcome to the chat.
Hey man, what's up?
Same stuff, different day. I hope all is well with you, man.
It is. I hope it do. For you.
Anything that happens is canon to the story either way.
What story?
The story of history. Everything that is.
Story?
Hey.
Whose story?
But yeah. That which is everything that's happened, anything that's true, anything that happens is canon to that story.
Technically, the Victor story.
Part of it. Oh, I don't like that part too. The history's written by the Victor.
Unfortunately, doesn't mean the
how
Victor's
bad
always
news
right.
can be. You see how bad news is? Imagine how bad history is.
Yeah, of course.
Today's Sunday too, so we can do some speculation Sunday if anybody wants to.
Yeah.
We were starting to earlier.
Where's the proof that today's Sunday?
Oh, jeez. Well, technically, no. Let me quit.
No, yeah.
I was actually going to get it. I was just going to comment on the fact that there used to be like 8-day weeks, and then there's other variants of calendars that compartmentalize they compartmentalize everything in different formats. So there's also the 13 lunar month or moon count. Yeah. Calendars are an interesting discussion because the current calendar we have is actually pretty irrational.
Yeah, exactly.
Who starts spring in the middle of winter when everything's still frozen and dead?
And they say Happy New Year.
Yeah, exactly. You start the new year in the middle of winter, right? And that should be spring. Like things should be getting better when the new year comes. Hold on.
But maybe we're focusing on ourselves because the other part of the earth, the south part, like southern part, I mean, when it's winter, it's not that cold. Unless you're like really south.
Yep. So seasons become relative to your location as well.
Yeah.
Those saying the whole calendar thing, that becomes a really weird discussion based off of multiple reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most important thing about calendars and all that is something really simple. Don't work yourself too hard. Take a break once in a while.
Oh, yeah.
Get some rest. And don't rest too much or you'll never do anything. So do a little bit of work.
Yeah, exactly. I just find it crazy that people just follow the days. Like, it's Saturday, it's Friday, and they have to go out and just kind of like, what's the word?
It is Saturday.
Creatures of habit.
My programming says I must party.
Exactly. They have to, they didn't have the chance to do what they wanted, so they have it now for like a few days and they must do it. Otherwise, I don't know, they would explode or something.
Yeah. It's like it is Friday,
crazy.
Must pop bottles and smoke plants with friends.
Yeah, like I hate it. And everything is so chaotic in the cities around that time and everybody's yelling and loud, like, shut up. I hate it.
Oh, like holidays too, they get twice as bad, if not more. Like, it just everybody becomes rowdy.
Yeah, like...
It's all orchestrated, though, because then you have the marketing of everything where they can sell stuff at certain times. And they have peaks where the money goes up to certain, It's all about the money. It's all about the flow. They convert the human energy that we have into money by selling products at specific times that they orchestrate.
It's crazy.
And then even just like on the weekend thing, they do it by the week. And that includes whatever news that they've shown you all week long. It just helps kind of keep the framework up. Which is directly connected to the subject of this server, the flat earth thing. Why would they lie? If money has no value to people because they know how things actually work, then the entire system crashes. There's a really good answer.
But
the rest of it, you could just kind of Google this. Yeah, you could Google this. Who are they? Because for one, they are you. You're the one lying to yourself. So they are you. You got to go ahead and get that right. That needs to be foundational to begin with. There's no cloak and dagger like a boogeyman out there plotting and scheming your future. There's just rich people making money and you.
Yeah. But then that
Yeah,
question I think is wrong. Like it's not. It shouldn't be why would they lie. It should be why would they not? Why would they tell you the truth?
Yeah. Well, another
You know,
thing
what-
is this: it's you could just Google why do people lie, and there's your answer. Why do people lie?
Exactly.
You don't have to. There doesn't have to be a mystery boogeyman day. Why do people lie? And that'll give you your answer.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Not to mention the ignorance of just not knowing, and you believe something that was inaccurate, which isn't a lie. You just have deceived yourself or been deceived, but it's not necessarily a lie, as people define the word now.
Yeah.
Like your parents tell you live on a ball, that doesn't mean that they're lying to you. They don't know. They think they live on a ball too, and so did their grandparents. Or like everybody's been told you're on a ball. You might go back like 100 years and find like an ancestor who was a flat earther because, yeah, that was really common 100 years ago. But, you know, and people think this conversation's new. Oh, you just believe that because this, and they'll cite a YouTube video. No. Some of us have great-grandparents and parents and grandparents who believed in it. I don't, but I know that they're out there.
Maybe you did.
Maybe I did. I don't know. I never had conversations with certain ancestors, so who knows?
Yeah.
It'd be so cool to get a time machine, just go back and ask questions like 100 years ago.
Yeah, man, it would be nice to know how it was. Yeah, I was looking the other day at a picture from NASA of the moon, and you know how they talk about the other side of the moon, and then I saw the picture and I was like, like all the craters are on the visible side, and what a coincidence! There's no craters on the fake side that they made up.
If the moon is always facing the Earth, how are the asteroids hitting it without us seeing it?
Yeah, and then I thought, but if the moon is a sphere, as they say, there wouldn't just be two sides. You know, because it's a 3D object, then you should be able to have like a left side or right side. And there should be images of that, but there's none.
We don't even... That's another thing, though, is the perspective and whatnot. People can't actually even know what they're looking at to a certain extent. We've got pictures of hills on Earth that look like holes and pictures of holes that look like hills. How do you know what you're looking at's a crater?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And how do you know it's a mountain? Like, on the other end, yeah. We don't.
Because they're just that good.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that I'm just saying, how do we know? Right? Like, people make assumptions. They'll look at something and this is this. It must be. Because I saw it with my eyeball. Okay. It's kind of this reminds me of a verse, actually. I'm not going to get too biblical. It's more like a proverb.
What is it?
What you've seen with your eyes, do not bring hastily to court. Because what do you do in the end if your opponent brings you shame, basically? Like, if they prove you wrong, they debunk your claim. Like, don't be hasty. I saw something. This must be true. No, you better investigate your stuff before you claim that in a court system, like in that kind of format. You do not want to be shamed publicly like that and made to look like an idiot. That's not a good thing.
Yep.
A lot of people don't realize that that codex has a lot of stuff that's related to anti-retardation, and I use that etymologically, like being held back or slowed down. It's about getting people to move forward and not be inhibited.
What's codex?
I regard the Bible as a codex because that's what it is. It's a it's not just a book. It's more like a library. And when people try and act like it's just one book, that's where confusion comes in.
I see.
So then I can take Proverbs and say I'm specifically citing this book because this is not. It's not just the book of Proverbs specifically. it's kind of like the fortune cookies of kings. You don't know, you could open anywhere in there and there's some wise stuff. It's like kingly fortune cookies, but without the fortune part, just straight up truth.
Yeah.
I also find it interesting that the golden rule is something that transcends most all of the religions. They kind of do unto others as you have them do unto you, love your neighbor as yourself, that kind of thing.